without a backdrop. Can't imagine a life without it. Fuck, I've lost something. Okay, now. Guys, I'm chilling underneath the tree, having my last joint for border. Please get in the aeroplane as we are boarding soon. Where's my stuff? Did you drop it? What have you done to my house? I can't anymore. I have so much work to do. Cute. Where it is? Go sleep. Let's take that. Back to work. Go down. Gorgeous. Go down. What have you done? What have you done? What have you done?
Home! Home again!
Oh, I'm crossing that for you. I like to be here when I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll sing it for you. Okay, wait. Let's do this. I'm Pink Floyd. I like to be here when I can. When I get home, cold and tired. I like to warm my bones beside the fire. It's the acoustic version. Give me a minute.
What's up, Searcher? Welcome!
Hey guys.
What's up? What do you got?
What I got, well, I was just listening to the conversation earlier, and I heard something on the lines of even if it's placebo, as long as you get to that state, what is that state that we're talking about?
Three.
So we were talking about.
It opens up on 3, right? They fixed it? Oh. My bad. Big shit, I'm just gonna go. I had to do this shit.
Like, I think I what's some wonky-ish. See, okay. So I think that.
Sorry, tell me.
Like a samadhi state, maybe,
So what?
whatever that is.
Yeah. So what is it? I mean, what does that mean for a human being, for example, to be in that state? Are we then closer to God?
Yeah, I guess you can call it that. Like humans will call it closer to God, but mostly I think it means like closer to your highest potential, like highest perfection state, like a state of completeness. Because that lack will just persist within humans, right?
Can you be in that state while you're awake, or do you have to like shut down, sit in a lotus state in a dark room somewhere with eyes closed?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I think initially it's like a discipline, but eventually I think it ends in some sort of like uh, being able to produce that anywhere and everywhere. Sort of, it's like there's a poet called Kabir, and he says like bazaar mein khada hai Kabir. In the bazaar, Kabir stands still, like no matter what happens, right? In that loudness and that crazy humdrum.
I see. So it's a that's what you have been also called a state of bliss, being
Yes, yeah.
where you can look at the clouds, on the trees, and you get this feeling, right, of everything being alive,
Alive and one.
alive and one. Yeah,
Yeah, without distinction, without calling it anything.
yeah. Have you ever had that experience?
I've had that experience.
And how long were you able to retain it?
Yeah, very short. Like I think forgetfulness becomes our like biggest enemy. Mine at least.
Mm-hmm.
Like you kind of fall back into states of like uh, material calculations. And for me, like I have these plunges into like hedonism every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
So you're overthinking it, Narjas. All you need to do is take the deepest breath of the day and do an om, and then you can
Yeah.
get right back into the creative vibration.
I mean, have you ever tried to document for yourself what made you get into that state? Like, have you?
Or desire.
Mm,
Like nothing. Everything begins with some sort of I think intent and desire. The need to want to know.
yeah. Well, all these, religious exercises that have been given, across, be it Islam, Christianity, or Hinduism, there's always a state where you are supposed to disconnect from the world and pray. And you need to make a repetition out of it. So there must be something to it, right? To that repetition.
Yes, you're just disconnecting from need. The more need for something, the more attachment to that thing. Like you give your body less of food. This is why like yogis and most gurus would like meditate in caves in the within the foothills of the Himalayas and stuff. Because you're not just disconnected from the world, you're also like sort of disconnecting from need of our sensory perception. Can't imagine a world without that.
I think the whole thing can be boiled down to property taxes because in other parts of the world, you can use your house as like your permanent meditation and hermit, kingdom. But in the West, you're forced to constantly be in movement your whole life to constantly just be able to afford your property taxes. So we have like a legal categorization on the planet. Different parts of the world are operating legally different, and that impacts our behavior.
Yeah, but a lot of it Okay, let me just put it differently. How much of
Hold on, hold on. Let me
Go on, info.
a sentence that doesn't even pay property tax. So, Mr. Universe, when your children are young, right? You want to live in an area in which the taxes are good. They might be a little high. Because guess what? Your children are going to be sucking up those resources. But when your children are gone and in school, there's absolutely no reason for you to stay in such a high tax area. And you see, if you're just not smart enough or witty enough to know that life goes through these cycles, right? And maybe your father didn't teach you, or your uncle, or your brother. I don't know who the fuck taught you, but they taught you wrong. You have it all wrong. It's not about paying the tax. It's about paying the tax at the right time. Because we're all gonna pay tax. Okay? Someone like you who's single, doesn't have children, yeah, I'd be pissed about paying a high tax because you're not getting the resources. You're not sucking them up. I'm putting 4 kids through school. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pay high tax. You know how much it would be to send them to private school? Do you even have an idea? So yeah, I'm gonna live in a better area with better schools. And then when me and my wife get old, my kids graduate from high school, we're already making our way out. We're making our great escape. Does that make sense? The last year or so, you should be paying more because you know your last child is due it, depending on how far apart they are from one another. Are you going down? Are you going down? No.
Well, in response to what you're saying, I looked up the.
I don't know why you even brought that up. I don't even know why you brought that up.
Well, I looked up the tax brackets in Muslim countries, and it goes as high as 9%. Like they barely have taxation in Dubai and all these Muslim countries. They don't tax the way we tax here. And I'm just saying that actually prevents many people from spending time on philosophy and anyways, it's just the West versus the East, and I'm just saying I think you can break it down categorically by law and taxation, because obviously
They don't
there's
have to tax. They don't have to tax in countries like that. They have so much money.
no, but they do tax. It's in Islamic law. I'm just saying Islamic law.
I
And,
understand, but they don't have to. But they're not really taxing for the operations of the government, right? Like, there's so much money.
yeah, and what do they do with it? That they let it sit in Wall Street investment banks. That's what the Saudis do. I mean, that's why they're so goddamn integrated and powerful and so influential with the United States and our operations. And you know, anyways, I was just merely commenting that because
I think they can afford to bomb each other too. I think that's the other great thing.
it's true. But I don't like the thought that like people are obsessive compulsive over, oh my god, I gotta find out how I can figure out God is real. How can I prove God is real? You know, like, and then spend years like engaged in religious debate, religious research, reading books. Like, to me, that's kind of a neurotic, schizo way of education. And I feel like there were parts of my life where I was like all consumed with trying to discover some kind of secret that other people weren't hip to. But I like what Alan Watts says, that the meaning of life is, not like it's not a riddle to solve; it's an experience to enjoy, basically. So that's kind of the way I look at life now. Is even Clubhouse is an experience and a happening, and I want, I record everything because so much of it is so frivolous, and as somebody called me, pedestrian. So there's just like this frivolity and ludicrousness of people coming on a conference call every day to play a game, in the way that there's so many varieties that people play this game. So it's an interesting like observational piece, but also the words that people are using from an observational perspective, if you're like contrary to their position, is interesting. you could just Google like top Democrat buzzwords of 2026, and like that's very insightful to see how people on the left are using specific terms to have communications, or vice versa. You know, Republicans on the right, or Muslims, or evangelical Christians, or you know. So, anyways, hello.
Got a question.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah. So like I'd like to know what is the reliable information regarding Jesus and before his crucifixion? Like in Islam, they say that he substituted. Sometimes it says he swooned. So how do I know which one is right?
Which one do you think is right?
So in Christian narratives, they say that like the apostles they died for believing that Jesus Christ died and resurrected. I'm starting to believe that. I'm having doubts in Islam. So I like to know, like, because Islam says that he was substituted and that he didn't die on the cross. But some people say that he went on the cross, but he didn't die. He just survived the cross incident. How do I like resolve this?
This may not be.
That was written before the Quran, and where they got that idea. I can share that with you. Oh, I think ultimately the choice is going to be up to you, man. You know, so but I'll share the book with you. Give me one second. Read this.
Call? Hello?
Yeah, so
Hello?
I'll show you a text from the first and second century, right? Which that might, gear you in either direction, which is up to you. And they were grouped, called the Valentinians or the Marcions. Valentinian is going to be more, you'll probably find more information with that. So if you go to that book, 479 is the page. 479. I'll even put it in the chat.
Yeah, can you please put it in the chat?
Put it in the chat, and the page is 479. And these are the people who thought he wasn't, like he didn't have a human body. He was just spirit. He was just pure spirit. No, he couldn't die on the cross because he wasn't a man. And this was their view. Yeah, this was their view.
I don't know why I smoke.
Is that the right view?
You know what? I don't think it is because he was a real person. Like, so now you asked me about my personal stuff. So, he was a real person. He had a ministry. He had a real life. The reason why I don't believe in that one is because they made the Old Testament God, the demiurge, like they made him the evil God that could never know who the real God is, because he was only the God of this universe. But there was a higher God. So it's a multiple God theory. It's a hierarchy. And plus, when they took Paul's letters, or they took stuff from the Old Testament, they kind of changed. They kind of just picked and choose what they wanted. So I wouldn't, that's the reason why I wouldn't believe in that.
Where do I get more information about the truth? Like, is there like
That's on
a
you, bro. That's on you. I can only push you in the right direction. So I'm telling you, I'm gonna be very biased. I'm a Catholic. So I'm gonna believe, he's sent from the Father and all that good stuff.
okay? Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. There's plenty of information out there.
Clubhouse has definitely proven that reading comprehension is a major problem, and actually reading, spending time to read for consistently, day to day, an hour a day, it's like it doesn't happen. And what's interesting also is when you listen to people actually try to read on this app, it's very difficult for people to read, and you're like, wow, I thought this person would be able to read at a much higher rate, but they're actually very slow and they can't pronunciate a lot of words and they struggle. So, you know, there are nonprofits that help people actually practice reading, and it's not necessarily intuitive because we're just so technologically consumed with all that content that uh, to actually help people relax and sit down and read, like that's a great gift for somebody, because like many people are just so quickly running through life that they don't have a, basically I guess like a, what is it, a havruta or something, twin flame to like consistently read, because that experience of reading it, especially if you read it out loud, is a very unique experience unlike any other experience, and it's actually what people here in this room particularly are most interested in. So it to me it's actually like a mystical experience reading some of these books, even the Bible obviously. So hello.
Hello? Yeah, I mean, if you keep searching for those answers, you're gonna get them. Either way, you're making the best decision for you, brother. You know, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So, I think you'll be all right. A lot of people like the rituals about religion, the prayer, supplications, these types of things. Yeah, people really like those types of things. So, like, if you're happy in Islam doing those types of things, I would just tell you to keep doing that. So you figure it out.
What's some of the nonprofit organizations that help you read Universe? Can you
just
share
go
one with me?
just go on Google and you could maybe try to find something local. I used to work with one in Manhattan Beach, California. It's just like, I can't remember the name of it, but you could just Google like local reading workshops, local book club. Uh, One way to do it yourself without the club is to just come here on Clubhouse and use the Clubhouse as like a reading room to record yourself reading and to record other people reading. And you can, try to coordinate and get the same book so you can follow along. You can also record yourself using another cell phone or your current cell phone reading a book just using the recorder function, or you can use YouTube to, or use your camera and record yourself reading and then upload the video and then listen to the playback. That's how I do it. It really reinforces the comprehension if you can hear yourself reading complicated material, because then you start piecing together all the concepts and it becomes like a large language model for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Pritzker team is running on a message of raising wages and lowering
I'll
costs.
be
How
on
are you
this.
guys going to
I'll see you guys later.
You know what? How about lifting all ships? Right? They talk about, we're going to make it more affordable. J.B. Pritzker's
Bob told us that they were going to test the alien craft that night.
Yeah. Another day. Yeah, my wife made some slamming meatballs last night.
Well, how'd you eat them? You make a sandwich or just pasta?
Oh, it's pasta.
I was looking up yesterday the Constitution of Islam. Have you ever read the Medina Constitution by Muhammad?
No.
So I looked at it. There's I think 47 amendments to it. A lot of it deals with blood money. A lot of it deals with like political organizing and making different tribes responsible for their prisoners, for their hostages, for paying the blood money. A lot of it is allowing Jews to operate underneath the authority of Muhammad, and then also calling themselves out as a new separate political entity throughout the world, independent of all other political organizations, and they call themselves the Ummah. But from the perspective of the Jews living in the area who are involved in many of these declarations, it's incredibly odious, obnoxious, ridiculous. I mean, it's as if somebody in your own neighborhood said, work for me. And it's basically gangsterism, mafiaism, and criminality and tribalism and gangsterism. I mean, it's gangs. And it's right there in the Medina Constitution. If you read it, it's 47 amendments. And I was just like, I was reading it yesterday on Wikipedia. I was like, oh my God, I've never heard anybody talk about this, because I was reading Winston Churchill quotes about Mohammedan law, and how ridiculous it is and destructive it is and how harmful it is to women because it makes them literally chattel property. And Winston Churchill's quotes on Islam are really interesting. But that led me to realize there's got to be an Islamic constitution. Like it has Mohammedan law. So what is Mohammedan law? And then, you can get into the Sharia aspect. But the problem with a lot of religious Muslims on this app, etc., other places, is that they're not willing to discuss Mohammedan law as opposed to the Sharia religious Ummah perspective. They are incapable of basically stop being religiously extremists and get to the law on the ground in the courts and all that stuff. So I just thought it was really interesting, and I bought a bunch of books on Muhammad and Islamic history. I'm looking at one right now called The Many Faces of Political Islam. It's just a really interesting topic because historically, the Christians and the Muslims with the two caliphates and the invasion of Europe, there is this major conflict between European Western Christendom and political Islam in its multivariate form because it's different throughout all the countries. So it's just a really interesting topic and debate. Especially, a lot of these people are just learning English for the first time and they can't express a lot of the, I'm sure, concepts in English. I am complete.
Here it goes. Constitution of Medina. Thank you for the new topic. Sometimes we need somebody else bringing up topics. This is a good one. This looks like a rabbit hole. You know what? I haven't punched it in my chat yet. But let me tell you something. Once I do,
I was debating McHale on it for like an hour yesterday. He kicked me to the goo 5 times, then eventually kicked me out of the room because it makes all or nothing claims. From a debater's perspective, to me, it's like the holy grail of debating Islam because the Constitution of Medina makes such outlandish, ridiculous assertions and legal proclamations and I used Grok to do a literary and a historical analysis and comparison between Western judicial progression and Islamic law or the Mohammedan law. So it's really interesting how they contrast. And from a Western perspective, Islam is intolerable because anyways, I don't want to say it's psychotic, but it's an in-group that declares all out-groups under its control. It's basically it's mafia gangsterism, and it's tribalism at its worst. So that's what the Constitution of Medina. That's why you can use it to debate in such a way that spiritual, religious Muslims can't win that debate because they're living in 2026, not 700. And when you update them to the year in which we're living and the progress of judicial and legal Western progression from Magna Carta to the Constitution, etc., these documents make the Constitution of Medina look so ludicrous and low IQ that it's shameful that people can actually agree with what it's saying, especially with regards to the treatment of Jews. That in itself is so despicable that Islam, in my opinion, needs a constitutional convention. And the Constitution of Medina is where it has to start. Muslims around the world have to come together and update the Constitution of Medina. I am complete.
I'm sorry. I wish that was the case, but where Allah speaks is eternal. It's forever. So Yeah, good luck.
I mean, it's just a talking point, but I'm just saying that like debating the Constitution of Medina with Muslims is a very interesting way to engage with Muslims because now we take them off the ledge and bring them back into the courtroom and we say, hey, these are your amendments and your proclamations. Let's go over them one by one and try to find out whether or not we think it's okay in 2026. Hello?
No, but you see, no, hello. What you're doing is you're letting the cat out of the bag. We shouldn't be telling them these things because we want them involved in them and then they figure it out when it's too late. So I don't understand why you want to tell them these things. Let them back this shit up. Why educate them? Why keep universe? Why do I have to keep educating Muslims on their own doctrine? Is it my response? Is this my calling?
No, but
Am I the Muslim whisperer?
I'm just saying that you should try to treat it like a courtroom because there are people on this app that come on here and make death threats regularly, and I've told those people they're out of compliance, and I say you can't come on this app and use it as a place to make death threats. That's out of compliance, and you're in the wrong. And as you've heard, many Muslims on this app just regularly make death threats. So what I'm just trying to say is that like you're the judge, we are either the plaintiff or the defendant, and we are here to engage in a professional legal correspondence communication in a court. It's your creation, it's your experiment, but I'm not trying to educate, I'm trying to bring up a topic that no one brings up, the Constitution of Medina.
It's gonna be to the point where this is such an interesting topic that they're not gonna know about because they'd rather hide and asking me what's a contradiction that God and man can be a God and a man at the same time. That's more important than knowing about the Constitution of Medina. Did you hear the conversation I had with this guy? His name was Dodo. I literally explained to him the who and the what and how you see God. What's the first question he asks me? The same thing that I just said to him. They have no respect for nothing. They have no respect for other humans. They only want to hear out.
Yeah.
Kiss the ass of the other. They don't have conversation.
You see Rabbi down there? He is basically pulling the same shtick that Jordanian schmuck in Toronto, who also went by Rabbi McDickerson. See, these Christians that come out of the Middle East that have lived amongst the all or nothing Muslims that claim that they are their bosses, I think it all originates in this Medina Constitution, where today you have all these Orthodox Christians living amongst Muslims, and you know what the percentage of approval rating is from Christian to the Muslim? It's like less than 10%. They hate. Talk to any Christian that comes out of the Middle East, and they literally hate the fucking Muslims. They hate them. They hate their attitude. They hate their legal correspondence. All of it. Like, their attitude sucks. And it's all, in my opinion, it's all because of this Medina Constitution.
Oh, so you're saying that it resonates, even if they don't know about it, it still resonates within that okay, I see what you're saying. Well, why don't you read me one or two of them? Is that possible? I mean, what are the most? Let's
Yeah, sure.
start with charity, and then we'll get worse and worse. I guess. I mean.
It's also a historical document. It's not like a religious, esoteric teaching of Muhammad. It is a legal, historical document. And it's like, it's not legislated. It's a proclamation. It's not like a debate. It's not an election. It's gangsterism. It's mafiaism. It's tribalism at its worst. And what I'm saying is many of the Muslims today that the Christians hate, Those Muslims don't even know about it, but they still are acting subconsciously through progression as if they are the Ummah, and everybody outside of it, is subjected to their political organization. It's not just religious; it's political science and political organizing, and it's right there in this historical document. It's a very important Islamic historical document, and every major religion has their set of laws. And Mohammedan law, this is the first example of Mohammedan law. And I've run it through Grok, I've run it through ChatGPT. There's a tremendous amount of information on it in terms of like groundbreaking political science. But it's not groundbreaking. It's fucking oppressive. It's fascist. And it's not socialist. It's oppressive gangsterism. And it makes Muhammad the final arbitrator on everything. If you can't solve, it says I can't remember which one, but it says if you have a conflict, you have to go to God or Muhammad with your conflict. They are the judicial branch. Muhammad is the executive branch, and Muhammad is the congressional or legislative branch. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's so perfidious or so odious because it takes our three branches of government that we believe, has checks and balances and makes it an all or nothing fascist, messianic, occult, gangster, tribalist, type of setting. Hello?
Oh, you say this thing stagnant, it's just old. Are you saying it's just an outdated system, or like but what is it? Is it outdated?
Yeah, it did update. And what I'm saying is the experiments in the West with jurisprudence, Magna Carta, and individual liberties and freedoms, that's the update of mankind. But Islam is still living from this, the 622 Medina charter. It's the Charter of Medina or the Constitution of Medina. They're still living off of rules and laws from 622. They don't update. And so you know what? Fuck them. Fuck them real good. They're cocksuckers. Fuck them all.
We get rid of the tone at the same time that the saying for us regular people, it's not really beneficial.
I mean, I guess if you want to, yeah, sure. Why not? I would be more focused on seeing if the United States can help update this system in Medina. I think with our influence, we could show them the proper, because I mean, we did a great job with the oil. That I'm thinking that if we just show them the same way with their government, I mean, we wouldn't have these problems in the future. I mean, look how well of a job we did with Israel. I mean, look at their government. It's so liberal and progressive, and I mean, look at Germany. Look at what's the other one? Japan.
Okay, so
The thing about Israel is it raises the gay flag more than it picks up the Torah nowadays.
Okay, so listen, these are some key features and principles of the Charter of Medina. It's the creation of the Ummah, and then they claim religious freedom. See, this is like the woke version of it, in my opinion. It says the document is divided into 63 clauses explicitly allowing Jews and other non-Muslims to practice their own religion, which we know is a fucking lie, because the next one asserts collective defense. It says all parties are required to share in the expense of Muhammad's wars and mutually defend Medina against external threats. So it forces, compulsory. It basically it enslaves Jews. Either you will join us in our war, or we will fucking kill you. And we don't care if you practice your little fake religion at home. It's so ridiculous. Caleb, do you know about the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Islam?
Wait, this sounds like the Civil War. Sounds like the Civil War to me. I don't know, man. I don't think this is a good argument. They're just gonna throw this back in my face. Like, well, you brought the Africans here, then you made them fight, and then you made them build the country. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna say the same thing about us. The one thing we can say is they're not second-class citizens. I mean, sky's the limit. So, I don't know. I guess we could look at the times. The problem is that they're not practicing it. So they don't have a system.
No,
They don't have any research and development.
What I'm saying is right now, if you talk to a Muslim on this app, they are still literally living by the 622 Charter of Medina. And if you want to live with them, you got to pay them their tax, but they're the boss. There's no parliamentary debate. The Ummah and Muhammad and Allah, that's the rules. It's just so unfair. And this Medina Charter shows the way they treat Jews. And I got to read you some other parts of it. I mean, you have to read the text and actually think about it from our perspective and just how ridiculous it is. You could.
What about Israel then?
It's obvious that the Jews that were living there wanted to get the fuck away from this mafia kingpin. It's just gangsterism. And it's right there in the history. The charter is a historical document. Anyways, the way that they break it down.
Let me see if I get some bullet points. Yeah, keep going.
Well, let me just go to the Wikipedia page and read to you what I think are the most controversial clauses of the charter.
Would you be able to tell us about the dancing Israelis by any chance, Mr. Universe?
I don't know. What's it like being schizophrenic and retarded? Okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, I know. Projection's a motherfucker when you figure out what it is.
Interesting. You're not happy with Islam, but at the same time you have this double standard, and you won't call out Israel.
So the second amendment in the charter says they shall constitute a separate political unit known as an ummah, distinguished from all the people of the entire world. That to me is the first warning sign, the red flag of an all or nothing statement, which is a cognitive distortion disorder. We all know that parliamentary debate, parliamentary decision making is a collection of intelligence. But the Ummah relies solely on one man. Okay, that would be my first complaint. As we continue on, you go through all the blood money declarations, which basically relieves Muhammad and his Ummah of all liability. This is the second part of the scam, is that he literally defers liability of prisoners and hostages and all reparations to these individual groups like the Banu an-Najjar and the Banu Amr ibn Auf. So he's basically naming these groups as captains in his new hierarchy of mafiaism. Now we get to section 12, where it says, and the believer shall not leave anyone hard-pressed with debts without affording him some relief, in order that the dealings between the believers be in accordance with the principles of goodness and justice. So calling people believers and non-believers to Muhammad's all or nothing statement that he is the prophet of God is, again, another major red flag. The second part of that is also no believer shall enter into a contract of clientage with one who is already in such a contract with another believer. Meaning that you can't do two deals with two believers, because basically now you're creating a Ponzi scheme. So much of this charter deals with debt resolution, because at that time historically there were tremendous debts between these groups, and everybody's arguing. So Muhammad is trying to act as the judiciary to essentially resolve these major conflicts, and that's what this charter deals with. A believer, this is number 14, a believer will not kill a believer in retaliation for a non-believer, and will not aid a non-believer against a believer. And as Megatron said, basically this sets us up for civil war conflict, because either you're with us or you are against us and you're a non-believer. Number 15, the protection, dhimma, of Allah is one. The least of them, the believers, is entitled to grant protection. Again, protection, this is what the mafia does, or they call it yujr. That is binding for all of them. The believers are each other's allies, mawali, to the exclusion of other people. Again, The believers are each other's allies, known as a mawali, to the exclusion of other people. This is just basically a charter for a mafia organization. I cannot believe people can't just break it down that way and see how, like the Cosa Nostra and their hierarchy structure, it is the exact same fucking thing. This is number 16. And that those who will follow us among the Jews will have help and equality. Neither shall they be oppressed, nor will any help be given against them. Number 16, that sounds pretty nice. Now, don't forget, Muhammad views these people, they're not going anywhere. He thinks they're a part of the background. And so he's not just going to give up a group of people that can contribute to his ummah. But it's not true equality. Number 17, and the peace of the believers shall be won. If there be any war in the way of God, no believer shall be under any peace with the enemy, apart from other believers, unless this peace be the same and equally binding on all. So again, we go from we will give Jews equality and we will not oppress them, but they have to join us in our wars. Like, what the fuck? I mean, number 18.
All right, let me push back before we go to 18.
What the fuck?
So, what they're saying here in this post is that it's often described as one of the foundational documents of the first Islamic
they call it the first Islamic State.
Party in Medina.
It's the charter of the first ISIS.
The surviving text is known mainly from early Muslim library sources, especially Ibn Asham and Ibn Ashaq, rather than from an original signed manuscript. Scholars do not agree whether this one single document or collection of several agreements issued over time. The page says most historians accept some form of its authenticity, but there is still debate about the wording, the participants, the timing, and how exactly it's functioned. So that's going to be their pushback. Do you understand? Can you handle some of these questions? I mean,
yeah, for sure. Again, you have to look at this as like a constitution or a charter, which is the roadmap for a project. If you've ever worked in project management, which I know you do, and you have to create charters and do all of this planning.
Just do scope of work. Scope of work.
This is a scope. Yeah. This is a scope. Anyways.
Yeah, but scopes are short term. They have goals.
Okay, this is number 19. It says, and the believers as a body shall take blood vengeance in the way of God. Number 1, and undoubtedly pious believers are the best and in the rightest course. Number 2, and that no associator, non-Muslim subject, they call non-Muslim subjects non-associators or non-believers, shall give any protection to the life and property of a Qurayshiti, nor shall he come in the way of any believer in this manner. See, if you look at the different caliphates and their expansion into Europe, that's why this is such an important document, because it's very simple, and it gives them the legal authority to essentially do what the Ummah does, which is described in this document. It's not like this is some kind of advancement in human theory or political science. This is like, I'm telling you, this is so rudimentary gangish. Like in Chicago, we have the Gangster Disciples. And if you want to join that gang, you have to write the charter on a piece of paper, and it becomes like an incredible piece of artwork. But it's got all the rules of the gang. This is the same fucking thing. Our Constitution.
I don't know, man. Look, you gotta see what I'm getting out of this. Preserves identity, but subordinates it. So each tribe keeps its customs. Disputes go upward to Muhammad. And there's a constitutional inclusion of Jews. The Jews are described as one community with the believers. They keep their religion and they must be loyal to the political order. But they do say religious tolerance doesn't equal authority.
Mm-hmm.
They do say that many any of these rules
There,
conditional loyalty to Muhammad's system?
yes.
Jews must be okay with it.
Listen to
Must
number.
participate in defense.
Yes. Listen to number 20.
Yeah.
And if
Cannot ally with enemies of Muhammad.
listen to number 20. And again, these are supposed innovations in governance. They're not innovations. They're basically duplicitous methodologies to get what Muhammad wanted. This is number 20. And if anyone intentionally murders a believer, and it is proved, he shall be killed in retaliation. If he kills a believer, that guy's going to die. Unless the heir of the murdered person, that means the son or daughter or the husband or wife, be satisfied with blood money. Isn't that kind of like intimidation? You know, like you're going to take the fucking money. There's not going to be no fucking trial. You see what I'm saying? And all believers shall actually stand for this ordinance, and nothing else shall be proper for them to do. That, dude, that's fucking intimidation money, man. That is, so number 20 clearly shows you that there's no due process. There's no trial. You don't get social justice when your fucking husband was murdered. The Ummah comes to you and says, hey, we're sorry about your loss. Here's the money. And say, oh, I don't want the money. I want you to try, I want you to try Abdul over here and kill him for killing my husband. And then they say, well, he was a believer. We can't kill a believer, and you guys are non-believers. You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's unfair. There's no trial. Anyways, socially, it sucks, dude. That's fucking gangsterism right there in number 20.
Yeah, I can see issues with this. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna keep reading.
Number 22 says, and that whenever you differ about anything, it could be like, I don't like the color of the button on your shirt, you got to refer to God and Muhammad. Now, Rabbanu Shalom, if you listen to the Jews, Rabbi Tevye said to Rabbi Tuva, hey, you're missing a button on your shirt. And he's like, why didn't you ask Hashem, to get you a new button? He goes, I wouldn't dare go to Hashem, waste his time about my button. He says, go to Hashem with everything. But here in number 22, we learned that if you got an issue, you don't have to just go to God. You can refer it to God, but you also have to take it to Muhammad. And now that is really one of the problems with Islam, is that Muhammad has this special judicial dispensation. And this judicial dispensation, again, gives Muhammad the ability to make all or nothing claims in the Ummah, the separate political body from the whole fucking world. So, again, this is in-group, out-group. It's not Gnostic. It's not unity. It's not one God. It's one God, but with one political, all or nothing special appropriation. It's really totally unfair to people outside of the Ummah. And thus, it creates perpetual conflict, which you could say is a methodology. And I think in America, with the Republicans and the Democrats, this uniparty system, I think actually it's kind of the same principle, where it's the Tao, basically black and white. We intentionally create a friction and a conflict to basically excel, exceed, to go forward. That it's in some ways part of the recipe, and a lot of people don't like that cooking. They don't like that recipe. Anyways, number 23. And the Jews, this is what I was most surprised about, is that the Constitution of Medina, the Charter of Medina, it's like all about Jews. So it kind of shows you like an inferiority complex, meaning that they know that they're up to no good. These are all the red flags. I was so happy to read this, because I was like, man, I could tear this apart in a debate and make a Muslim look like a fucking asshole. This is number 23. And the Jews shall share with the believers the expenses of war, so long as they fight in conjunction, So, could you imagine making this proclamation, going to like an auditorium full of Jews in one of these tribes and being like, listen up, everybody. You guys are going to have to share in the expenses of our war and our conquest. And you have to fight in conjunction with us. If not, well, we got bad news for you guys. You ain't going to like the outcome. Number 24. And the Jews of Banu, Oaf, shall be considered as one community, Umat, along with the believers. Again, remember, this is a declaration. The Jews there didn't get a vote. They were told this by their new masters. Again, this is a reframe. This is Muhammad's imposed projection and reframe upon the Jews of Banu.
Sounds like protection to me.
It is. That's why I say it's so much like the mafia. It's protection money, blood money, intimidation money. You know, we killed your husband, so here's a little money. Shut the fuck up. There ain't going to be no trial. For the Jews, the religion, and for the Muslims, theirs. Be one client or patron, but whoever does wrong or commits treachery brings evil only on himself and his household. I kind of like how they follow it up there with, like, even though we might not catch you, we want to warn you. That's what it's really saying. Number 25. And the Jews of Banu Anajer shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Af. Oh, isn't that nice? They are literally publicly declaring in their charter that the Jews of Banu Anajer and the Jews of Banu Af will have the same rights. Isn't that nice of them to declare that they get the same rights? But they don't actually even say equal rights with us in the Ummah. Again, this is all framing. And if you understand political science, and you can also detect the inferiority complex of the individuals who are now trying to essentially reframe the entire dynamic of their environment. And the Jews of Banu Sa'idah shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. And the Jews of Banu Jusham shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. So all these Jews living in the Saudi Arabian province, in this area, or in Medina and all these surrounding areas, they were issued proclamations saying that they have the same rights. Well, they're like, well, no shit! We already fucking knew we had the same rights, and you're taking away our fucking rights. So now you guys can kind of see the reframe of the frame. Number 30, and the Jews of Banu Tha'alba shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. But whoever does wrong or commits treachery brings evil only on himself and his household. Remember, that's the warning. Like, don't fuck around or you're going to find out. Number 31, and Japhna, who are the branch of the Thalaba tribe, shall have the same rights as the mother tribes. Man, I can't... See, if I was Jewish living around these cocksuckers, this would have been my warning. This would have been my red flag when I was like, you guys, we have got to get the fuck out of here. Where are we going to go? And I'd be like, well, I heard about this place called Europe. Germany sounds nice. They got plumbing? Let's go! That's what I would have been said as soon as I started reading the Charter of Medina. Number 35, subsection 1 of the Charter of Medina. And that none of them shall go out to fight as a soldier of the Muslim army without the permission of Muhammad. Meaning that basically that's what the five families say. You can't whack a capo unless you get the permission of the Godfather. Oh my God. Do you guys see the genius of basically reinterpreting the Charter of Medina as the charter of the Don Corleone crime family? God, these guys were fucking merciless. Number 2, and no obstruction shall be placed in the way of anyone's retaliation for beatings or injuries, and whoever sheds blood brings it upon himself and his own household, except he who has been wronged, and Allah demands the most righteous fulfillment of this treaty. Now that sounds like an all or nothing statement from hell. You could just say that to like anybody in any situation, give nobody any justice, and they just be like, what did he just say? 36 subsection 1, and the Jews shall bear the burden of their expenses, and the Muslims theirs. Again, the Jews shall bear the burden of their expenses, and the Muslims theirs. But you know what? What are the Jews' expenses? Well, it's what we fucking tell them. It's what they're going to pay. Subsection 2, and if anyone fights against the people of this code, they're of the Jews. and Muslims, mutual help shall come into operation, and there shall be friendly counsel and sincere behavior between them, and faithfulness, and no breach of covenant. Now that sounds pretty nice, right? However, again, this is a public proclamation declaration. It is political propaganda, meaning when people read this, they were like, oh, well, that sounds very nice that they're going to give some equality.
But you keep saying, but you said that like 12 times already to like 12 of them. Like, so like half of them you're saying are nice.
Well, what I'm trying to say is Muhammad has to frame it to make it politically acceptable. If he was to just make this a troll document and shit on them, it wouldn't be nice. But he's trying to essentially conceal his true intentions. That's the essence of all political science, is to basically make people think that, see, he's trying to do a positive dialectic here. But it's not, bro, because you know at the end of the day, the Godfather he's the shot caller. This is just a way to basically make it seem like he's not the shot caller that he is. Up next, the clients, Maula, shall have the same treatment as the original persons accepting clientage. He shall neither be harmed, nor shall he himself break the covenant. So a lot of this is contractual agreements and trying to define what it means to go into contract with someone. Number 40, and no refuge shall be given to anyone without the permission of the people of the place. The refugee shall have no right of giving refuge to others. Now this is reminiscent of our own Constitution about housing foreign soldiers without asking permission. Number 41, and that if any murder or quarrel takes place among the people of this code, from which any trouble may be feared, it shall be referred to God and God's messenger Muhammad, and God will be with him, who will be most particular about what is written in this code and act on it most faithfully. Well, again, this was written during the time of Muhammad. It's not perpetual. It's not like you can go to Muhammad right now in 2026 and get some judicial relief. This was specific to the time and place in which Muhammad was living. He was trying to essentially protect himself and make himself the sole authority. Number 42, the Quraysh shall be given no protection, nor shall they who help them. The Quraysh shall be given no protection, nor shall they who help them. Meaning that Mohammedans will destroy the Quraysh and anyone that helps them. Number 43, and they, Jews and Muslims, shall have each other's help in the event of any force invading Yathrib. So again, this document was not voted on by the Jews. It was told to them by the new Don Corleone, aka Muhammad. Number 44, subsection 1. And if they, the Jews, are invited...
Wait, how do you know that?
How do I know? This is a proclamation.
They didn't have control.
This was a proclamation.
This document.
The Jews had no input into this document. They're being told. This is a proclamation by Muhammad.
I think you're looking at this completely wrong.
This is the Charter of Medina by Muhammad, not by the Jews. The Jews are all like, what's this new shit? What's this new document we gotta read? What the fuck is this shit? Holy shit! Let's get the fuck out of here and go to Europe. This is fucking bananas. Who the fuck agreed to this shit?
You know what you need to look up? Because I think you're leaving a big part out of this. Is the Ibn Ishaq and Ibn Hisham. The people that say they have these works of his lifetime. And who actually is on that document to say that they have these, or who's the one who went to go look for them? Because they only know about it because of some German guy that went down there and collected information about it. It's not like they actually have these documents. They don't. You have a copy of a copy of a copy, and then it gets to a German guy, and then he writes about it. I forget what year he did that. And then someone else wrote out after him, and then that was it. And then from there, they take the story to be authentic, which is really weird. So it's kind of funny how you're coming up with this information. or how they have this information. Because I'm not exactly sure we'll take any of these things serious.
Well, I don't think people do take it seriously, and I think that they probably should, because if they knew just how rudimentary and obnoxious their own constitution is to the persecution and prosecution and malevolent treatment of their fellow neighbors, they would realize, you know what? Maybe we weren't so nice to all these people, and we came down kind of hard on them and forced them into our revolution. Because again, the Ummah is its own separate political body. That's the new in group, and everybody else, well, you're part of the fucking out group, and now you got to pay some protection money. And we're sorry if we killed your dad, but here's some fucking money, and you ain't getting no trial. So fuck off. Like, that's the type of attitude that's going on here. Number 44. And if they, the Jews, are invited to any peace, they also shall offer peace, and shall be a party to it. And if they invite the believers to some of such affairs, it shall be their Muslims' duty as well to reciprocate the dealings, excepting that anyone makes a religious war. So they were worried about religious war between themselves. I'm thinking, like, these Jews at this point, like, they had to be on not on the fence. They were on guard, I think, as soon as they saw this charter. Subsection 2. On every group shall rest the responsibility of repulsing the enemy from the place which faces its part of the city. Oh my God, every group. So now they're saying now the Jews got to fight for their part of the city against an invading force trying to destroy the Ummah. Number 45. And the Jews of the tribes of Aus, clients, as well as original members, shall have the same rights as the people of this code, and shall behave sincerely and faithfully towards the latter, not perpetrating any breach of covenant. As one shall sow, so shall he reap, and God is with him who will most sincerely and faithfully carry out the provisions of this code. See, I really love how at the end of it, they always throw out this very like pompous declaration, which is like a flattery to good intentions, but it's really
Can I
not.
say something?
Go ahead.
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about, but listening to you read something from a book is so much better than what I did for the past 25 minutes, which is maybe 35 or 45, which is listen to concrete rant and drone on monotonously, endlessly, racially charged without making any sense whatsoever. I feel like I am stupider for having listened to that. And listening to you read from a book, I don't care what the book is. Just the fact that you're reading from a book, it just sounds more pleasing to the ear. Keep going, please. Thank you. Somebody muted me up, but I'm gonna. Yeah. Keep going.
See, I think when you use Clubhouse and you actually listen, to somebody who's allowed to just free flow their thoughts, you become the Concrete. And that's actually the experience you had here, and that's what you don't like, because it's totally obnoxious and outside of what you think could be productivity. So you aren't just what you say you are what you listen to. And it's an experience. And we are currently reviewing the Medina Charter by Muhammad, and just how unfair it is to the Jews. Subsection 46, and this prescript, this is the last one, and this prescript shall not be of any avail to any oppressor or breaker of covenant. And one shall have security, whether one goes out to a campaign or remains in Medina, or else it will be an oppression and breach of covenant. And God is the protector of him who performs the obligations with faithfulness and care, and is also his messenger, Muhammad. All right, everybody, I want to thank you for coming to Muhammad the Musical, an Islamic journey of faith in the Ummah. This is Bible and Quran, the Constitution of Medina. In the Bible and Quran room put on here by Megatron, our faithful shop steward, constantly putting in drills, working on all kinds of carpentry and banging around with hammers. He himself is
I
a
don't know, fucking partner. I gotta maybe do something. Megatron, did you ever get a partner the other day, or did you have to do it all by yourself while everybody else had a partner to work with?
Well, I complain about that because they have partners. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand all too well, my friend.
Okay, yeah, thank you. If you have a partner, why should you be bitching about what you do? I don't have one. But do I need to hire another guy for that? Right. Are you okay?
What do? Do you do carpentry? Do you do drywall? You do roofing? You do flooring? You do walling? You do pressure washing? What do you do? Electric? Plumbing?
Did you like do a little bit of nothing?
You like a handyman?
Yeah, I'm a gardener.
He's a gardener. You like a lawn guy?
Exactly.
So, do you think that the Jews living in Israel and all the Arabs and the Muslims that surround them, do you think it's kind of like the white and black relationship in America? Hello?
That's actually.
I got opinions on that.
I mean, but everything you described there is exactly what the Christians did when they came to America. So I'm gonna like think that those rules are kind of like pansy compared to the ones.
Wait, what did the Christians do?
What happened with them?
Did they cut people's heads off?
It gets messy. I don't think we do. No, it's just because that's satanic.
Well, that nigga's cutting heads off.
That's what I mean. It's because they don't know. No, somebody didn't tell them. This is not cool. They read the book, they know.
You know what I think is weird is when if it's not only that the immigrant drivers are driving bad, but then you pull up alongside them, you roll down your window, you try to give them a tip, like you say, hey, you're in a left turn only lane. You're not allowed to go straight from this lane. And they say, what do you want me to do? What do you expect me to do? And they don't even say, thank you. They just say, leave me alone. Go to drive your car.
Is everyone in this group from like New York? No, I'm Wisconsin.
It's the East Coast.
Okay.
Well,
The universe contains multitudes.
I was talking to
Everyone on this app is from New York. Don't let them fool you. You say you were in other places, but they're not.
Well, I was talking to Mikhail yesterday, and he claims that the Medina Charter is like resolved, and that I don't know. He has a way of like resolving this. I suppose even historically or spiritually. But the only reason I bring it up is because it just when you try to like reframe their frame, it holds up, and it's totally unfair and ridiculous and medieval. But I just don't get the feeling that Muslims are updated. And actually, I do kind of believe in evolution of the human body, not just like spiritual evolution or cosmic evolution or psychological evolution. I think like physical evolution could, and I think that Americans could be like actually higher evolved human beings than the British. Because I've seen some videos of like British leaders who look actually, in my opinion, like their bodies haven't evolved. And therefore, I think their intelligence has retrograded and possibly brain rotted out because to let your whole country become Muslim in the way that they've done it, like unstoppably since the 60s, like maybe it's because the best of them left and went to America and they were left with all the low IQ and unevolved body types. It's just a theory. Could be comedy. I don't know. Hello?
What's with the hello thing?
Oh, that's a Clubhouse thing. No, it's I understand. It's a clubhouse thing because I go into rooms all the time and I hear women going, "Hello."
Yeah, you knew he was talking, so there's more to the show. Hello? Hello? I figured I gotta go do something. Maybe I'm something to do over here. Is your job like this, my friend? Where you just walk around the mission community?
See, what's so amazing about the cult of Muhammad is that it's just right there in the paperwork. He actually says, if there's conflict, go to God, but also come to me. I'm the new guru and arbitrator of all your conflicts.
Yeah.
So,
Sounds legit.
yeah, but basically, he's so successful at it. I mean, to think that right now in 2026, he has 1.1 billion people that pray to him, love him, and think that his way of life is the optimal solution to colonialism, to Western imperialism, to unenlightened legal systems. But when you actually look here in the charter, the legal system is just based on intimidation, blood money, and it's just so it goes to show you that a true Muslim is a true Muslim if they know nothing about it. If you know nothing about Islam, well, then you are a true Muslim because basically you have to just be stupid, and you don't know anything about what you think you know. And I'm not saying that that doesn't apply to all religions, but what we really have here is not a religion. We have a guruism, a political shop, a political in-group versus the political out-group, and it's all or nothing. And in cognitive behavioral therapy, they call that a cognitive distortion disorder. And there's a checklist of cognitive distortion disorders, like mind reading. Many people mind read. They're thinking about what somebody else's brain is thinking or something. It's like a compulsive behavior. And because of all the stuff that they have in there about the Jews, it's a red flag document. Like, view this as like a dating profile. You swipe right on the Charter of Medina and you're like, I'm detecting a lot of red flags on this profile here. That's basically one way to like compress it, to try to get home my point that Western culture and Charter of Medina culture are at odds, and it's just a historical fact. The the Islamic invasion of Europe, whether it's 2026 or 725 or whatever year of the caliphates, um, it's a dark period in human history because it's basically industrialized mafia gangsterism, all or nothing thinking based on brutal slaughter, like hardcore conquests.
Yeah, but I don't know what's wrong with that.
Well, it's not intelligent, and you can actually basically do a comparison between the intelligence of Magna Carta Constitution.
Really sloppy. I think they're kind of sloppy when they talk about it. Probably.
I'd like to answer.
Other than that, I mean, I think it's just hey, they took over the land.
Well, if you say what's wrong with that, the answer is it's not intelligent. But why? What's not intelligent about it? It's because with language translating apps and books and writing and psychedelic drugs and psychotherapy and meditative thought and cross-cultural experience, we are able to
Can you add one
communicate.
more?
No,
Yeah,
just
one more.
chilling and being homies. We are able to communicate with each other through the process of chilling and being homies, and we should be able to transcend what we've been doing for millions of years, which is smashing each other's brains with a rock. And if he's saying the Charter of Medina culture is not compatible with cosmopolitan contemporary Western culture, the issue is if we keep smashing each other's brains with rocks, we're going to keep smashing each other's brains with rocks. And eventually somebody's going to smash your brain with a rock. Or you're going to be forced to smash somebody else in the brain with a rock, which I don't know if you've ever cut off the head of an animal, but I've cut off the head of a deer. And it sucks. It's very challenging to do. do, and I would never want to smash anybody's brain with a rock or have to cut off anybody's head. And so I think that the problem, when he says it's not intelligent, it's that it's caveman stuff. And we've been doing caveman stuff for 3 million years. And now we have Clubhouse, and we have Bic lighters, we have automobiles, and we should evolve. We should allow ourselves to evolve past.
I think, my friend, I think Megatron gets that, but I just want to submit that if I could try to define God in any way accurately, it would be to say that God has to be the highest level of intelligence in the universe. Whatever, if you want to say the whole universe is like a collective intelligence, one way to look at it is to actually look at a tree. My friend here actually does a lot of stuff in the forest, but I have a tree in my backyard and I was looking at it and I thought, you know what? Every man and a woman is a leaf, and the branches are communication networks. And there's all these other variables impacting this tree system of leaves and branches. And there's all these different variables and names for different parts of the tree, whether it's the roots or the husk or the whole, there's different parts you could probably give names. But anyways, what I'm trying to get at is that whole network is the intelligence of God. And when we can expose historical Islam as being unfair and not up to date, we can try to bring other people who are actually not up to date. And in that way, we can actually create a more stable peace and security, because there are homicidal people on this app. Mikhail is one of them. And yesterday he confirmed that he will kill, he wants to kill, he wants to be in a war, he wants to see incredible chaos and devastation. And he does believe in an Islamic caliphate, and he thinks that Islam is the greatest updated version of religion 2.0. And those are the dangerous people who, the thing is, you'll never convince them. I'm just saying from like a public speaking perspective to try to put some light on dark periods of history by showing the all or nothing statements in documents like this. Because we could also now transition to Magna Carta and then get into Declaration of Independence and try to show transcendental thought, which is saying that we will still engage in professional soldiery and war, but this type of gangster, mafia, Don Corleone, Five Family shit, it's not acceptable in polite society. And we will root it out, and we will fight it to the death. In the same way that the FBI, CIA, etc., has probably gone to war with secret societies, and they themselves are a fucking secret society. But anyways, I'm just trying to say, the last chapter of Balthasar Gracian's book is be good. In a word, be a saint. And when I talk to Mikhail, he's like a demon saint, And I'm trying to say be good on both ends of the spectrum, because that's your greatest security, cognitive security you could hope for, is try to tell people what you mean without being mean, and therefore you won't suffer any retaliation. But this document of Medina, the charter, it doesn't do that. I am complete. Hello?
You got a problem with that, and it's twofold. Number one, Islam already had a period where it tried to do what you're wanting it to do, and it did not work. The Islam you see today is probably the latest iteration of it. Before it was talking abroad in its scope and thought, and somewhat more accepting of new ideas. And something happened, the Wahhabis took over and it just kind of closed down. So you can go backwards. The second problem is the people on the opposite end of the spectrum of your friend Mikhail there don't want to fight or raise conflict at any point or in any way. And it's much easier for them to punish you for bringing up the problem than it is to punish them for being the problem, which is what England is full of.
Yeah, but he's lying about Mikhail. He's just being a big baby about it.
Well, I'm just using him as an example.
He feels threatened by this man.
No. Using him as an example. I'm just saying there's got to be deranged people out there who are dangerous people, and they can utilize. See, philosophically, the now is a compression of the past and the future. We don't know the future, but if you spend time studying the past, you're basically clarifying the now. You can't really predict the future, but based based on the compression. I'm just saying Islam, has a technical problem in this charter. This is an old project. They're still running the same experiment on an old project charter.
They don't care. They don't care.
Their scope is out of date, therefore they all suck and are out of date. Yeah, they don't care because they're stupid. But see, that's the fun of making fun of people and calling them stupid.
So you have to check the values. It's not about intelligence. Like I can say, hey, look at this thing, it's shocking. It might shock you because you don't have the same values. So it's happening. It will shock them. Just be like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's what I want.
You see any patches? I'm asking you. That's it, guys. Good job.
See, I think I actually would like to have been a lawyer because when I listen to litigators on this app go on a dopamine litigation tear, you realize that like courts and lawyers and protocol and the ceremony of going to trial, it all sucks because those fuckers who are making money there at your expense are just going on a dopamine trip at your fucking expense as the victim of a court. It really kind of sucks. So I could see how legalistically, referring all issues to Muhammad and the Ummah could probably be better than going to like a Western woke liberal courtroom. And I'm not saying I want to be a Muslim. I'm just saying I think a lot of the Americans, especially in the legal judicial industrial complex known as lawyers and attorneys, they are fucking vampires and they shouldn't be entitled to the high adjusted gross income that they derive out of the blood and sweat and years of labor of Americans who are victims to attorneys and lawyers and judges. I am complete. You know what's so funny is I got slandered when I ran for Congress. They claimed that I committed petition fraud. But the funniest thing is the guy that claimed that, the attorney who represented Darren LaHood, my opponent, he got paid $120,000 for 1 day of work to show up before the judge. Isn't that fucking amazing? $120,000 a congressman paid a lawyer to challenge me, John Kitover, in court. And so for him to slander me, but be one of the greatest paydays of his fucking life, I made that for him, and it's only because I ran that he got that fucking money. And I didn't commit fraud, but slander and libel in politics is real because you can slander anybody. I mean, they're going to have to bring suit against you. And it does impact, voter sentiment on whether or not they want to go to the ballot box because now they think you're a fucking scumbag. But anyways, that's neither here nor there in the Megatron Daniel Ummah room. Tamario, welcome to the room. Are you aware of the Charter of Medina?
Sorry, what was the question?
Are you aware of the Charter of Medina issued by Muhammad?
Oh no, I'm not familiar.
Are you a Muslim, sir? Because we do believe that there's a high correlation amongst Muslims that are completely unaware of the Charter of Medina, the Constitution.
Are you a Muslim, Tamaria?
No, I'm not a Muslim.
Okay.
We have Beef here, the legendary Ginger Jew of Clubhouse, the fierce debater of Islam. Beef has had Beef has had an incredible journey and experience here on Clubhouse. I've heard him cry. I mean, just pouring buckets. But this is...
The other day I heard him say to Norm, die old Norm, and he said something like he did a rap. He was doing a free. Did you hear this?
I know, I did actually.
Did you-
I heard the
you
follow up.
heard it?
I also heard him follow up on it. Beef, you're one of my favorite people here. I just want to let you know, and the fact that you don't bring me up on your stages,
It's like, I'm gonna make you drink my cum or something insane.
yeah, really crazy. But look at his PTR. Look at the coloration in his skin. You know, and like, see, I don't have issues with sun, but I do have, you know, everybody has skin issues. Like Chelsea Clinton, Hillary Clinton's daughter, I just saw she ran like the Boston Marathon. And I was like, what in the fuck is wrong with this bitch's skin, bro? She's got psoriasis everywhere. I was like, yikes. Like, she was so pale. And so I do think there is something about the sun. And if you are a Christian and you are constantly referring to the sun, there's power in the sun. I do think I'm just a sun worshiper. I'm like a cat man. Because come 4 o'clock, when that sun is pouring through my windows, I just want to sit in the sun. And I think it's good for you. And it's the source of tremendous power and health. And if you don't like the metaphor that Jesus Christ is the Son of God the Father, you know, the universal God, I mean, you just don't understand Marvel comic books, because if we have a universal God and we have a universal sun, it's just metaphor for the light of the sun. And this is where Kabbalah comes in, where Ein Sof, the limitless light, pours into all the 10 Sephiroth. And now you got 10 variables to meditate on, like Chokmah, Binah. Like, these are mantras. They're vibrations. Hello?
Wait, real quick, beef. Hang on, real quick, beef. Wait, no, but real quick, I've got a question for you. But no, but I have a question for you. Actually, I was gonna say something to you.
One sec.
Well, no.
Welcome to the stage, beef.
Yeah.
To the stage.
But I wanted to ask you, beef. Hang on. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, but beef.
One second.
Hang on. I know you want to crash out. I'm sure you want to crash out, but I just wanted to ask you, how come you don't accept me to the stage? Every time I'm in your rooms and you're the moderator, you never invite me to the stage. I'm just wondering about that. When I'm in the audience in your rooms, I always raise my hand when I'm in the audience in your rooms, and you never invite me up on the stage when you're the moderator. I'm just wondering, why don't you invite me up on stage when you're the moderator in your own rooms? Do you have a problem with me or something? Because there are many times that I've been raising my hands when I've been in the audience in your rooms. I'm talking to Beef. But Beef, basically, when I'm in your rooms and I've raised my hand and you don't let me up on stage, there's a particular reason why. I'm going to let you finish. I just wanted to ask this question really quick, if I could. The question is essentially, when I'm in your rooms and I'm raising my hand, you don't let me up on stage, and I'm wondering why. I see that you're trying to respond, but I wanted to ask you this question first. I'm going to let you finish. You can go right after me.
Go for it.
But I wanted to ask, how come when I'm in the audience in your rooms and you're the moderator on stage, why don't you let me up onto the stage? Why do you always make me wait in the audience? I see that you want to speak, but I'm trying to ask you a question, so I don't even know what you're saying. You're probably saying some sort of nonsense right now. You're probably talking right now about fucking me in the ass or making me drink all of your cum because you're a little baby. I don't know what you're saying, to be honest with you. I have no idea. Nor do I care. But I do have a question for you. My question, quite simply and plainly, I'll just try to ask it again because I'm sure that you're not listening. But my question is, when I'm in the audience in your rooms, you're the moderator. Can you just listen to me for a second? So when I'm in the audience and you're the moderator on stage, you don't let me up on stage. Like, I have my hand raised, and a lot of time goes by, other people come up on stage, Nick Zed comes up on stage. Caleb comes up on stage, but I don't know why you don't let me up on stage. That's a question for you.
The answer is because you're a piece of trash.
You're a rotten, disgusting, smelly piece of trash. All of your contributions are worthless. I don't want to speak. You're not intelligent. You're not funny. You don't have a savoir-faire. You don't have a sang-froid. You're not a fucking wit. You're just a fucking piece of trash. You're annoying. You're a loser. You're ugly. You're stupid. Nothing you say is of any merit or value. I find you uninteresting. You're a fucking literal fucking worm, intellectually and rhetorically. And I find it completely uninteresting to hear the sound of you. So the reason why I don't invite you on stage is because you're a literally worthless fucking piece of trash. You're a fucking rotten,
Thank you.
self-hating
Thank you for that
piece of
explanation.
shit that others hate you as well. So it's not just self-hating. The world hates you, and you are fucking disgusting. Your thoughts are disgusting. Your heart is disgusting. Your dreams are disgusting. Your plans are disgusting. Everything about you is just utterly worthless, uninteresting, listless, fucking gray, milquetoast, boring, fucking
Thank you for that.
uninteresting,
I'm glad
redundant,
you,
unfunny, worthless fucking trash. That's why I don't bring you on stage.
Okay, thank you. I just had that one question.
Can I hear that again?
No, I just asked Beef a question.
Hold on. I want to hear what he had to say. What were you saying, Beef? Can you say that again?
Oh yeah, sure. So what I was saying about my friend is the reason why I don't invite him on stage is because he's literally worthless. Nothing he says matters. He's the most boring person I've had the displeasure of running into on this app. It's actually fucking blood coming out of my ears when I hear you. You're a fucking plague, an audio plague. And even when I have my fingers on my ears, I still can't drown out the shriek, shrill, fucking awfulness of your voice.
Okay. All right. Now it's
But John Kitover, I had a question for you. Now that we've gotten that question answered. You said that you had a video.
Thanks for letting me go first. I appreciate that.
Document. You said it was popular. Where can I find the video that you have about me discussing Islam in my document? I'd love to watch it.
Thanks for letting me go first, Sam. That was nice of you.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. I'll become my answer satisfactory.
No, it's not a video.
Very clear.
Sam, it's not a video of you discussing your document. I screenshotted your Google Word doc and made a video out of it, and then overlaid Muslim music, and it was very popular.
Where can I find that?
I'd have to Google it because I have over 100,000 videos on YouTube, so I'd have to search for it.
John Kitover Islam or something like that, or?
Maybe. I think maybe you could type in like Sam Rosen Clubhouse Islam Google Word doc, maybe. Oh, and I just wanted to say that earlier, that piece of shit, annoying, schizophrenic, Jew-hating, anti-Semite rabbi was in here. And I just want to say that I said to him, when you realize what projection is, it's a motherfucker. Because there's a little projection, and then there's a big projection, the big P projection. And if you believe in the little self, or you believe in the big self, when you insult other people and you do ad hominem projection, it's always just, the way you feel about yourself, because your dialectic is who you are. And so everything that Beef just said to my friend is the way that Sam Rosen actually feels about himself. And I feel sorry for you, Sam. And I hate hearing you cry on this app. And I just hope you find the strength within your tuchus to bust a nut and be happy again. Hello?
Wow, that was very kind.
I am happy again. When he first met me, I was very miserable because I had recently gone through a divorce. I was living in a church of my father's. It wasn't the best situation. But now I live in Slovenia. I have a hot fiance who's really wonderful and smart. I traveled to Venice recently, and my life is really good. So I'm in a good place.
Well, so why do you feel the need to be a douchebag online?
Well, you were being rude to me, so I decided to just...
No, I wasn't. I was just trying to ask you a question.
No, you weren't. You were just being redundantly...
You got on stage, and I was going to go first. I was already on stage, so you didn't respect the fact that I was here first.
But you just kept droning on about, let me ask you a question, why you don't bring me up, but you said it
Well,
like
so
a
did you. You didn't mute the fuck up and let me ask
it
you.
was rude that you kept doing it, so then I started to get mean, you know?
Well, I think it's rude that you don't let me on stage just because you don't like me.
Why would I want to be around people I don't like?
Well, if you're the moderator of a public space and you're trying to moderate a
I'll be private.
well, it's essentially a public space if the room is
No,
public.
it's a private, my house, my rules.
Yeah, but anybody can join.
Yeah, they can't join the stage.
Oh, gentlemen, I hate to interrupt you, but I just wanted to tell you a quick story. I was working at Avon as a supervisor, and the manager, Molly, said, John, I want you to go fire Tyrone over there. You know, tell him he's fired and get him out of the building. I was like, yes, ma'am.
I've heard this story.
So,
Please, this is one of my favorites. Please continue.
So I came up to Tyrone. I was like, hey, bro, I need to speak with you. Can you come over into this office? And so he comes with me. I said, Tyrone, I was just instructed by Molly, the manager, that I'm to terminate you and to fire you and walk you out of the building. And this is your last day. And he's like, what the fuck, motherfucker? Why? What the fuck? And I was like, well, listen, I think you can save your job. And I think it just requires an apology. And I would like to instruct you and coach you on an apology. And I will walk you into Molly's office and I will say, Molly, Tyrone wants to say something to you before, you know, I walk him out of the building. And so I coached him for, I'm not kidding you, maybe 1 to 3 hours. And I was like, this is, because he couldn't get it. Like he really had a hard time. Maybe it was the way I was trying to like, because maybe I just needed to write it down and I needed to have him read it. That was probably the best way to help him save his job. Anyways, I walk him into Molly's office after 2 hours of getting him to repeat the same thing over and over again. And she says, what the fuck are you doing in my office? Can I help you? And I was like, Molly, before Tyrone left the building, he wanted to say something to you. And he says, why the fuck you want to fire me, bitch? And I was like, oh my fucking God. So I think I may have like blocked and then like said, sorry man, you have to leave. So anyways, when I walked him out, I said, listen, you got to remember that this job sucks. And when one door closes, another door opens, and life is going to be great for you. And I don't think you need to worry about this. And, you know, anyways, but that was even my projection. So anyways, I'm just trying to say that in Medina, when Muhammad issued the charter, there was a Mishling in a Jewish town. And when the charter was read as a proclamation, the Mishling, there were 2 Jews in the town that started arguing. And as the Mishling, I was just like, did you guys just not hear the proclamation? Like, we're all fucked. And you guys are arguing? What are you guys arguing about? Hello?
I think this guy's new here, my friend. How long have you been here? Doesn't look like very long. Anyway, we're going to change the topic.
How long have I been here?
Yeah.
What, on the app?
Yeah.
Too long, probably. I don't know. 2021?
Okay, good.
I've been on this app long enough that I used to think that John Kitover's name was Edmund and that he was British.
We're gonna lose again. The only difference is, I believe China sat back and watched and said, yeah, we ain't gonna do what Japan did. We ain't gonna do that. We're gonna do things differently. And they're gonna be this other own game long term. This whole, I'm gonna use my ISO to keep you down, is only gonna work for so. Because again, they were that big of a threat. How come we ain't Iran them yet? How come we ain't invaded them? Shock it all. Huh? Or because they're Chinese and they're racist, how y'all shock it all? Huh? How come? How come? Okay, all right.
I didn't know that Sam was that irrational. I always thought that he was like a philosopher kind of level-headed type. But I guess he
Yeah, he's hot
crash out with
blooded.
the best of them.
He's hot blooded, but you see, this is the difference between like a Marcus Aurelius philosopher that believes in God, and then like a gay academic philosopher, atheist, who just views it as like a dialectic, semantic, large language model or something like that, where like Alan Watts says they do philosophy 9 to 5 or something. So, but again, he went through. Everybody has a broken heart. I think I like to think about my life just in. There's a book. God, it's like the women of. I can't remember some guy. Or fuck, maybe it was like Aleister Crowley's wives. It's like a book about all the women that Aleister Crowley ever banged. It's like 400 women or something like that. But basically, imagine writing a book about every woman you ever slept with, every experience. Like that's who you are. You're not just who what your conditioning is. You're just basically. I don't think we live inside our body. Meaning, like I think we're actually outside our body, and the environment is really who and what you are. And your words are just so valuable that God, you could be so rich, but if you got a bad attitude and you're angry all the time and you're a screamer, to me it's just like bad for your nervous system. Like Taoistic meditation, Zen philosophy, Buddhism, Hinduism, to me those people really know how to sit back and bust a nut and just relax. And I think our legal system here is like so restrictive that's the reason why we don't have more gurus and like chill societies, and we have horrific violent gun crime and YNs flashing their guns, rapping their drill music. I mean, we have a culture of death and terrorism, internally and externally. I know there's crime in other countries, horrific crime, and mafia and gangsters and, horrible, trashy people that murder you for your fucking moped, or, light you on fire on a fucking train or slice your throat on a fucking train. Horrible, despicable people that I wish we fucking, could do public executions with and make a whole Sunday out of it. I got no problems with that. I could live with. I would just call American jurisprudence. Hello?
I'm always so tickled when people insult me for being a piece of garbage or being a garbage bag and saying, you're a trash bag, you're a piece of garbage. That's the whole point of self-deprecation. I got there first. I beat him to the punch.
Yeah. You technically you give people an out though. You give people an out though with your first name. But when, anyways.
I know, but imagine if I was like your friend, the guru, nature hero, and then they still called me a piece of fucking garbage.
Well, see, how's your new experiment going with your new phone?
I appreciate the accountability check. I haven't really had a chance to use it yet. I do have one excuse, which is that I did cut my thumb, severely cut my thumb, so I haven't really been doing
Oh
it
my gosh.
because my thumb was cut. But I am going to do it, and I appreciate the accountability check.
Yeah, basket weaving can be dangerous. That's the one thing is cause and effect. Art and critic. Most critics don't know the sacrifices that the artist makes to create their criticism. That's why I really dislike critics. They're so obnoxious. It's their right, though, to be a critic. But it's your right to be an artist. And not many people think that Megatron is an artist, but I think he is a great artist. And same with Daniel Nero. And even Narges. Have you heard her sing her sexy French, music? Holy shit. That chick's a winner. So, Rabboni Shalom, everybody. Welcome back to Bible, Quran, and Poems. I wanna play you a poem from a Jew harp.
So I have a request, a poem from you, Mr.
Dr. Universe.
Yeah. Request. I want you to look up. I want you to look up this person. Are you ready?
middle pillar. Take a seated position. While you are in this relaxed position and breathing rhythmically, we will do the middle pillar exercise. Sit upright in your chair, both feet on the floor, alert, but fully relaxed. Join with me in this invocation. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we adore. Favor upon thee.
Got a pile of clothes you never wear anymore? Turn them into cash with Vinted. Snap a photo.
Invocation of folks. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on pedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of life and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacle, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of God, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the cloud floats over the pond. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unnatural wisdom, or light, or power. Sun, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi,
Here are 5 animals that have been modified by humans. Number 5, Belgian blue cows, have undergone intense genetic selection that causes muscle hypertrophy known as double muscling leniency. This allows for a higher meat yield per animal, although it also requires special care due to their body structure and nature. Number 4, featherless chickens.
So that every spirit of the firmament shall be upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, lording air and of refreshing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the last one may be obedient unto me.
Chicago baby girls, 10,000 beautiful new Chicago babies. Chicago babies.
A business partner says the lawsuit got resolved, but the details stay blurry. Ben-verified court cases help search court records across federal, state, and local courts, so it's easier to look up what happened with a case number. Tap below, enter a case number, see what you could find.
profaning, all lusty, unpaid. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wields the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Hesper, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. Sound, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all-present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth has ever nourished the changeless guardian of light. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in water, of burning air and of flashing fire, and every spell and scourge about the last one may be obedient unto me. Invocation of Flux. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on pedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the roll and cross of life and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy lips as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is a flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. I am yesterday, today, and forevermore. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my
I made a claymation ad and starred.
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of God, ever advancing onward to the heights of heaven, the Lord of the glory stands in the midst of the earth. He is in me, and I in him. Great is the weak, miracle I tread upon high. I tread upon the firmament of
Inshallah.
I raise
The
up flesh and
Ummah.
flame for the light of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the angel with my law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain,
Inshallah, the Ummah answers to Muhammad and Allah.
my word. For I am love incarnate, henceforth created in the flesh. I am the idol of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands in my mouth. therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore, when thou comest unto me from by the road in silence, I am wisdom, all light,
We won.
all power.
Okay. They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have.
Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, aid and guard me in this work of evil. Thou, star of peace, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou art my great between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever in the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth and heaven change the guardian of life. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the last one may be obedient unto me.
Can you
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on pedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine forks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards, the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the firmament. I travel on high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame for the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Petra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realized itself as that of the tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, unnatural wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished James guardian of grain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits object unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament of the ether, on the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, roaring air and of crashing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the last one may be obedient unto me. procul esti profani, all lasti Pompeo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of throne, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the path floats over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise a flashing flame of the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Ketover, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his roof. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, unnatural wisdom, or light, or power. Sorrow, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth has ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the earth, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in water, wording air and of refreshing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the last one may be obedient unto me. The invocation of Flux. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on pedum. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand a rose and cross, light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the beard in the house of rest, who pilot the ship of God, ever advancing onward to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the throne. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my light to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kitover, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. the God of wisdom, is in my heart. My tongue is a sanctuary of truth, and a guard sizzles upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tar when he created his world. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my words. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, unnatural wisdom, or light, or power. Sun, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
So, Kitty, talk to me.
Thou, star of the east, the distant the Magi, thou art the same fortress in heaven and in heaven. Thou the high greatest between the light and the darkness,
Right now,
rising, ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind has formed thee in its womb, and earth has never nourished the changeless guardian of rain.
Oh, that's nonsense. Doesn't prove
May
anything.
the Holy Spirit
But it's
sanctify
still the most interesting
every
conversation.
spirit of the Father,
Socialism is retarded.
on the earth
And
and under
I
the
don't know
earth,
why there's
on
nothing else.
dry land and in water, morning air and a refreshing fire, and every spell and
I
spell
mean, like, I'll
of
do
the
a room with
maybe a
Oprah,
beacon
and she was there with like some African thugs that were like criminals and proud of it. And I was like, okay, cool, I'm a Christian. And then she laughed. And then they're like, they started asking like a bunch of weird questions, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna answer them. And then basically kicked me from the room. So that's fine. I don't care. Yeah. Well, they had stated that they're black and they're superior to me. I'm like, nah, I'm an American. I'm a woman. I'm white, and I'm better than you. And then they kicked me. But that's fine.
Okay.
So Daniel hasn't talked much. He's having a few messages. Hope he's well.
I think he just leaves his phone on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have any poems right now, but so there's a few more people piling in. What do you want to chat about?
Did you like the scriptures I brought up yesterday? Remember the day I was going over them with you?
Yes, I did. I even like the one yes, definitely. Yeah, especially when you make the understanding and correlation for me when I go from Daniel to the New Testament, where it's prophecy that is fulfilled, and you can have the full understanding and scope of where it's saying, like this is going to be a kingdom that's never ending. Sorry, there's the squeaky toilet.
Invocation of folks. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on pale. In the name of the mighty and terrible might, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.
It's difficult to talk to
O
somebody
thou
like that.
majesty of the Godhead,
What's his name?
wisdom crowned
It's Sonic. When he just wants, or not even him, that was AJ, I think. Don't he actually sounded like AJ dude. Like he had like an open slate, an open mind, where he's like, just pretend as though I don't know anything and tell me from your perspective how I can come to this conclusion. And although he was a bit majority, he still was kind of at least giving it a fair shake, as opposed to others that don't want to hear it, don't believe it, and just want to argue, and then not even listen to why there is such a slimming correlation between getting the and why it's not the way it should be, and the way that they see our Bible is just being cut up.
I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again.
A lot of times I just say, hey, what's up, Simon? Inshallah.
Which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the
Where's Universe? We were supposed to have this shit
I am
down
the
pat.
charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light,
Comprehensive
Lord of resurrection who cometh from the
understanding.
dust, and my birth was from the house of death.
But
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bears of house of rest,
Mr. Universe
by
probably
the
did.
ship of dawn, ever advancing onward, the heights of heaven.
I'm just gonna cram all it. I'm gonna skip 40 minutes towards the end. I'm just gonna cram in a bunch of like just last second shit. See how good I do.
Mine is the radiance, where its star floats over the sun.
Yeah, I can't do it
I
right now.
travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I wait a flashing flame from the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified God, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain,
Were you listening in before and the rabbi was in the room?
for I am Ra incarnate,
Oh man, it's
created
good.
in flesh. I am the idol of my father Tanu.
It was, he accidentally told us not just for the Jews, it's for the world. He says, yeah, it's for the world when the Messiah comes.
My word is accomplished every day. And the desire of my heart
so fluid, like he didn't even realize what he was saying.
the star when he created his world. I am all things are as my designs. Therefore, obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, thy natural wisdom, all light, all power.
He's our rabbi.
Hermes, Mercury, Odin, why whatever name I put to each
He's
other.
got some questions about the
Come
Bible.
thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this world. Thou, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibrates between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever in every frame. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formerly in its
Metaphysical
and
reference.
earth, and
There is no biblical reference to that.
I know, I don't
So,
get it.
yeah, I don't get it
To
either.
make all spirits suffer,
Yeah, that's weird.
so that every spirit of the firmament of the ether, on the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in water, lording air and a refreshing fire, and every spell and
Did you?
urge
Did you
of
get it?
the last one
I don't know what
may
it's
be
talking about,
obedient
John.
unto me.
Oh, you never bring it up here. That's how it's not allowed in here, actually.
Yeah. That is one of his standing rules. Now, if it's a different room and something gets brought up,
You know what it is? He's so used to probably not talking about it in here that he probably didn't notice that we don't bring it, that's one of the rules.
that is like a standing rule. Islam prayer. So,
Yeah, we don't bring that up.
it's kind of like being a dead horse.
It's not in the Quran. That's probably why we don't bring it up. There is a reference of two wives, though. I'm not exactly sure what two wives are being mentioned, but there is, I think it's a story about two women or something like that. That's about it. Because the only one, the woman mentioned is Mary, the mother of God. Is the only one that's mentioned. So. Have you ever been to a mass? Have you ever sat through it? You know, I've never been to a mosque.
Been to a mosque.
Yeah.
Sat for mass.
Have you ever sat through you know, I've been to like maybe a small chapel, any kind of church.
Procul, o procul esti profanus, all lasting on fail. In the name of the mighty and terrible one,
Yes,
I proclaim
that
that
is
I have
the
pledged to share
when someone
until
gets
their
confirmed, or the
I
first
invoke
communion.
Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of
That also, if you
the
sat through the
God
first
that
communion,
cometh
you
forth
would.
from the veil.
Yeah, you know what it's about.
O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom, proud Tahuti,
A lot of standing,
Lord
sitting
of the
down,
gates of the
kneeling,
universe, thee,
and then we stand up
thee
and
I
down.
invoke. O thou of the ibis head,
But yeah, we have these little pews that we
thee I
kneel on.
invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee,
But
thee I
other than that,
invoke.
that's it.
Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nebis as the night sky blue, thee, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee, thee
What
I
is that?
invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again.
Those people
Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung.
I don't know. I
It is
just see that
as light
environment
unto
as
the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
very high toxic environment.
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by
They're very
mine
picky.
own inward light, Lord of resurrection who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe.
Yeah, that might be an pain experience for you. For me, I wouldn't be able to sit through it.
Ever advancing onwards,
Even trying to protect.
Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein path flows over the throne.
I think the
I
Quakers,
travel upon
I believe
high.
the Quakers do
I
that too.
tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eyes.
That is pretty interesting. I mean, what Bible were they using? Were they using the New England, the New
Giving
England
my
Bible
light to the
translation?
dwellers of earth.
The New World,
If
the
I say, come up upon the
translation,
mountain,
yeah, the English.
celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh.
You know,
I
I have one in my house.
Lord of the city of the
I've read
sun.
through it,
The God who commands
and
is in my mouth. The God
I try
who
to spot out the
is in
points
my heart.
that are
My
different.
tongue is the sanctuary of truth.
But I mean, I'm going to obvious places, but for the most part, it's almost the
My
same.
word is accomplished every day. And the desire of my heart
For example, like Isaiah 9, 6 and 7, it
created
says the same exact thing. Except it changes one word, and then it makes the whole thing big and it's
as my designs, therefore do all things
They
obey
say
my
wonderful
word.
counselor, Prince of Peace.
Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine
And I think they
holy
changed the
silence,
father part.
thy natural wisdom, or light, or power. So,
You know, like key ones like that I know.
Odin,
I mean,
by
other than that,
whatever name I call thee, thou art still
they used to be very
nameless
vicious
to return.
back in the 70s,
Come thou
80s, I think,
forth, I
and they
say,
used to debate about it.
and
They
aid
have
and
kind
guard
of
me in the
died
cause
out.
of heart.
Those people kind of died out.
That this conduct the Magi, thou art the same
There's a guy on here that is Mormon and has 3 wives.
thou that my
Right
grace
now, it's
is
actually
between
all
the
3.
light and the darkness,
He probably joking
rising,
around.
ascending,
I don't know, because I'm pretty serious about it.
The Son is thy Father.
Andrew used to be, Andrew's father was a warden or some shit
The
like
wind
that.
has fallen in his bosom, and earth will never nourish the
Woman?
shade of
Yeah,
light.
he says it.
Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make me a spirit sacrifice.
I have sympathy with some of these people that
Of the earth and under the earth, on dry
Yeah,
land
I mean,
and
that
in
deterred me
water.
from
Morning air and
loving
a
Jesus
fresh
and
fire,
being part of
and
my faith.
every
If
spell
I
and
have to be
scourge
forced
of
to do
God's
something
lost
that's
one
so
may be
opposite from
obedient
the
unto
truth,
me.
for sure. Yeah, but you're down with having a couple wives, right? Well, I think it's acceptable, is it not? I could be wrong, but like, I thought that they were allowed to. They have to follow certain rules and stuff, but as long as they take care of their wife, then they can
It's
act.
acceptable, Kitty. Where I live, it's very commonplace.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Nobody gives two hoots about if somebody's got 2 or 3 or 4 or the 5th or 6th also. The 5th and 6th, provided he's divorced one first, one or two of them.
Whoa. I'm just saying, like, I can be certain times of the month, I can be a little moody, whatever. I get on even Megatron's nerves. I couldn't imagine a dude having to put up with like 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 of these.
Well, you have to be ranked. They have to rank you.
God bless, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Man, if I could just be on like Dish Detail, and maybe watch the kids maybe every other Wednesday, I'd be cool with that, I guess.
Islam probe. What's interesting about the Mormons, right, is that they're very community oriented. In the sense they're almost like the Jews. They keep to themselves, but they invest the money back into themselves. And whatever work you have, you put a certain amount of your pay back into the church. And the more money you put, the higher rank you might have. And they actually, what's cool about them is that they do everything through like the business. And they can, they can see like their house is somewhat like a temple. So, once you get in, you could possibly not have to pay taxes, so on and so forth. And fill it up, please. Yes, sir. And then they start.
I'm moving to New York right now.
New Jersey.
And thy name is as the night sky blue.
And a little dirty.
Thou whose skin is all flames
And so, once you're up in the upper echelons, you're involved in some of these businesses that they do.
Behold,
They're very,
I am yesterday,
they make a lot of money.
today, and the brother of tomorrow.
They're
I
pretty good with
am
their money.
born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of throne, ever advancing onward the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the throne. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. My ways are flashing slave for the lighting of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorifying law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Ketover, created in the flesh. I am the idol of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the star when he created his world. I am eternal. Therefore all things are as my design. Therefore do all things obey my word.
It's only 27 seconds. I wanted to show it.
I was gonna put a different link up.
Can I just show it to him really quick?
Is it more common in the U.S.? Because the Mormons are not a big population.
Just watch that. It's only 27 seconds.
By whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of ours. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell.
I don't know.
Thou that by grace
I see the caution thing. I think also with the female circumcision thing. I think that's cultural.
changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy
I know the guys in the
wind has
what you call it in the Islam. I mean the Quran holding the camera on those guys like to bring up that's cultural in Africa. They just happen to be Muslim.
on the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in water, roaring air and a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the last one may be obedient unto me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. There's even older religions in Russia, like the Turks. There's tons of different types of Turkish people, right? In Asia, what they call it, Russia. There's so many different cultural groups there. Really, really old ones.
Would you want to have multiple wives? Yes. Well, I'm saying, okay, let's pretend like you had all the money in the world and you can afford it. Then would you want to?
In America, you'd be broke if they broke up with you.
Yeah, man.
Right? So,
You're right. New tax laws for divorcees and widowers that they get like a big chunk of the ex's tax return just for being divorced.
I proclaim that I have banished the shadow
Yeah, I forgot all that shit to me, man. It just passed like beginning of April.
I invoke Tahuti,
yeah,
Lord of wisdom,
my friend actually got it.
the
He got
God
like
that cometh
15
forth
grand
from the
back.
veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe.
Oh my god, like 700 concubines? Are you
O thou of
serious?
the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldeth the wand of double power.
Yeah, if you want to deal with that many nagging women, think about my grade spent by like 700.
A rose and cross of light and life. Thee I invoke.
That's so funny.
Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemesis as the night sky blue. Thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace. Thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of God, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the
I mean, you can always stay with one. You can always stay with one and then just like have,
He is in me, and I in him. Mine is the region wherein the cloud floats over the plains. I tread upon the firmament of
yeah.
I raise that flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye. Ever rushing on, splendor of the angel glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow my foot.
Kids don't have scriptures.
For I am Ra incarnate, Kitover, created in the flesh. I am the idol of my Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My power is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sizzles upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tower when he created his work. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my words. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, unnatural wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin,
Searching, do you know that story where the,
thou art still nameless
I
to
think it's in
eternity.
Genesis,
Come thou forth,
where
I
they
say,
made the men get
and
circumcised and then they
godly in
killed
this
them
work of art.
for raping
Thou
the sister of one of the Jews.
that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father.
It didn't seem like he was very happy about it, though, right?
The wind hath warmed in his bosom, and earth that never nourished changes guardian of rain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits self-repent thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, morning air and a refreshing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast one may be obedient unto thee.
The city's leadership.
Okay, question from Mochi, and the answer is despite King Solomon famously having 700 wives and 300 concubines, the Bible is surprisingly quiet about his children. Only 3 are mentioned by name, and all of them appear to have been born relatively early in his life. It says while statistically we have many more, the Bible narrative focuses only on those relevant to the royal administration and succession. There's Rehoboam, his only named son, and the one who succeeded him as king. His mother, Naham, and a Mennonite princess. Unfortunately, Rehoboam is the mostly remembered for his poor judgment shortly after taking the throne. His refusal to lighten the labor taxes his father had imposed led to massive rebellion, splitting the kingdom of Israel in two. And then the other two are Tephath, one of Solomon's daughters. She was married to the son of Abinadab, who was one of Solomon's 12 district governors. Then there's Basemath, another daughter who was married to, I'm going to screw this one up, Abinadab, the governor of the region of Naphtali. I really butchered all of those, I'm sorry. And then, let's see if there's anything else more interesting. In other traditions, Solomon is credited with more children. The most famous example is from the Kitover Nasis in Ethiopian national epic, which claims that the queen of Sheba born Solomon a son named Enlil the first. According to the tradition, Enkilik became the first emperor of Ethiopia, beginning a royal line that claimed descendants from Solomon for thousands of years.
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance. The God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke.
Moshe, you think he was upset because they shouldn't kill over rape?
Thee I invoke. Thou wieldest the wand of double power.
He was a righteous man.
Thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand a rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an heaven, and thy neck as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Light is the unseen force, whereof the gods are, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my God from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company
I said, do you think it's the West Side Story of the Bible?
pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onward, heights of heaven.
The West Side Story.
Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth.
What's that? The West Side Story.
Okay.
He is in me, and I in him. Mine is the wings, wherein the car floats over the sea.
It's an American movie.
I travel upon
Puerto
high.
Rican to New
I
York.
tread upon the firmament
They
of
have
you.
the,
I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye. Ever rushing on, the splendor of the day glorified, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up along the mountain,
You're purgatory, bro.
let your waters shall flow at my word.
Nobody can hear you.
For I am God incarnate, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father's womb, Lord of the city of the
What's up,
sun.
Moshe?
The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the guardian city on my lips.
Yeah, I was there earlier.
My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower.
Alright, man, did you ever swear that little rabbit hole that you got the door now?
I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my designs. Therefore, do all things obey my word. Therefore, do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the
Matrix,
silence.
purgatory.
Unutterable wisdom, all light, all knowledge. Stars, Hermes, Mercury.
What was the land of God?
Why, whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of these, the distant Dr. Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in
That was a
heaven.
rabbit hole?
Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in his bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changes guardian of light. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject, so that every spirit of the cosmos and of the ether.
Oh, you heard him with the slip up? You heard him with the slip up, right? Yeah, I don't get on that one.
Glory air and a refreshing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's lost ones may be obedient unto thee.
It's just interesting that they're viewed like God is there. God, God belongs to that's like how the Jews.
They just proved Jesus was true by making that statement, you know that? There's a part of me that thinks that they know who he is. It's hard not to accept.
Yeah, I know, man.
They were hoping too. They're like, it could have worked.
I think they, yeah, it's one of those weird situations, man, where it's like, he could be to them, but then they've been taught for so many years that to just reject it, that it's like, there's something wrong
It's the Judas. Judas. It's like that thing that's in the back.
Invocation of folks. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on pedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation.
Jason, how do you feel about Daniel's PT?
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.
Daniel's PT.
O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom, wealth,
with the head.
Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke.
Yeah.
O thou of the ibis head, thee.
I'm telling you, Jason,
Thou
that Judas reference is for them.
Thee.
It's
talking about like the
Judas.
Yeah. A rose and cross of light and light. Thee. Thee I invoke.
Well, we gotta think about it, right?
Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy neck as the night sky.
I'm just on the rest. So basically what I'm saying is that there's always going to be a question whether he really is the Messiah. So you have that one person holding on to play.
I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye who divine hopes upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, Ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onward, the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the cloud floats over the foam. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my will.
I'm always going to be in question whether if it was really him or not. Isn't that what Judas was always contemplating?
In the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father to move.
Never being Jew. Like, does this get me closer to being a Jew? Like, making sure these sort of, heretical people are taken out.
My tongue is the sanctuary.
Or really, was he the Son of God?
My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes.
I think that's the interesting part about it.
The tar when he created his work. I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my designs. Therefore, do all things obey my word. Therefore, do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, unnatural wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness.
But like, what is the Old Testament without the New Testament?
Changing ever, yet ever the same.
Like, no one's gonna read that book. It's gonna be like the Iliads.
Thy mother delusion. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom.
It's just lost literature without the New Testament.
Come thou forth, I say.
No, but it's the truth.
And make all spirits sound.
Yeah.
Every spirit of the firmament of the
Well, because sometimes I hear them out.
under the earth.
And it's true. The only reason why we're digging into the Old Testament is because of Jesus.
And every spell and scourge of God's lost one may be obedient unto me.
Go ahead, go for it.
Alright, this is one of them Nelson updates. Are you familiar with how Muhammad never drank the milk? There's a Sabi that they ever drink 30 men. And then there's two different hadiths about when he did in the desert to obtain that strength. You may have to look that up yourself.
I thought you were gonna give us a new one. Like, we've heard the Zoop so many times. I thought you were gonna give me like, I thought you were gonna bring something new. Oh man.
Yeah, Rabbi, you gotta get in the bag, man. You gotta get in your bag a little bit deeper.
Yeah, bro. Come on, man.
We'll give you 5 minutes. You gotta come up with another.
Rabbi, I want to hear about the one in which the castle or the palace of Damascus was lit up when he was born.
Oh, I don't know about this one.
Oh, Jackson, you haven't heard that one?
Obviously, I'm sitting down. Go ahead, tell me the story.
Rabbi, you don't know that one?
I'd love to hear it.
Oh, I wish I could read it out.
Alright, he's surrounded by a lot of monkeys.
Oh, that one goes something like this. There was a light that shone out of the,
I proclaim that I have
snakes.
Wisdom found Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. Thee, the iron.
Mine doesn't glow.
O thou of the ibis head. Thee, the iron.
That's amazing, man.
Thou
He
who
always has to match up with Jesus, man.
Thee, the iron. Thou
Like, who is this? This man went to hell. This man doesn't have it.
and cross.
What are you gonna glorify hell for?
Thee, the iron.
It was probably burning up. That's probably why it lit up the place.
And
On
thy lips
fire.
as the night sky blue. Thee, the iron.
Christ.
Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace. Thee, the iron.
Did you ever hear why the Muslims are so mad at me? Did I ever tell you about the A&E special that I concocted?
I am born again and again.
What is that?
My
So it's how the prophet died.
for of the gods are strong,
And he got
which
the
is as light
Jewish girl
as well as in
into
the
her back.
powers of the universe.
But remember, he also
I am
had
the charioteer of the east,
well, what her name is, the
Congressman
Coptic
of the
girl.
future. I see by mine own inward light,
So
the Lord of
think about
resurrection who
this.
cometh forth from the dust,
So Aisha
and my birth
now
from
is no
the
longer by herself.
Oh,
He has the Coptic slave, and then now she gets the Jewish girl.
over the universe. Ye who accompany the beard in the house of
So now it's three of them.
who pilot the ship of wrong,
But now, you see, because Aisha
Lord of the
never reacted the way she should have,
the earth.
and continued to be with this man the way he was,
He is in
she
thee,
started
and
blaming
I in him.
herself
Mine
now
is the radiance, wherein
the death
flows over the flood.
of
I
the
travel
Jewish
on
girl
high.
and the
I
Coptic
tread upon the firmament of you. My ways are flashing flame with the
and she
light of
ultimately is the one who
mine
killed her.
eyes. Ever rushing on, with the splendor
I mean, if you think about it, I mean, it's just my story, you know, it's my A&E special, you know, like, after the
If I say,
picture.
come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow my way. For I am wrong
Well, did she have a box? That's a good one.
created in the flesh.
Did you know about that one,
I
Kenny?
am the eidolon of my
And then what box are we talking about? We got
Did Aisha literally have a box? Because I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't a female.
and the guard sizzled upon my lips.
But there is no evidence to
My
back it up.
word is accomplished every day,
What am I gonna do?
and the desire of my heart realized
to hide the bodies in? Are we talking about slang for poontang?
Yeah, we're talking slang for protein.
therefore all things are my designs,
Did she have one?
all things obey my word.
Form without a box.
Therefore do thou come
She got a mangina.
from thine abode in silence,
Little mangina.
unnatural
Yeah.
wisdom, all light, all power.
Claims and evidence.
These are just claims. I don't really have.
By whatever name I call thee, thou
I don't
art
really
still
have,
nameless to eternity.
But I would think, you know, somebody
I
with
say, and aid and guard me in
that
the
kind of
system.
stature would possibly get
Star
her to have
of peace, that didst conduct the
so many
Magi,
concubines.
thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same.
I don't
The
know.
sun is thy father,
Do you sleep on a bed full of titties
thy
or something?
mother's illusion.
That's what I mean. Like, these stories have to be made up.
And never nourished, changes started of light. Come thou forth
I mean, they could be true. I mean,
and make all spirits subject unto thee.
I just think that they made him out to be
On the earth and under the earth,
like they put everything on him so that he was acceptable for them.
pouring air and a refreshing
Does that make sense?
and every
Makes perfect sense.
bird
Yeah,
song of
absolutely. And they have it with carried on that if they need to lie for like 3 reasons, which are insane, then they can do it. So it really just plays into
The guy
Muhammad.
Muhammad was probably like a really good dude, but then they like, you know, when they wrote these stories about him, they just like smeared his name so that they could do whatever it is they wanted him
Like a good dude, but like just a regular dude, you know?
Just a regular dude. He's probably just a regular guy, and then like, you know, somebody that told stories and was trustworthy.
But it could also be that if this Muhammad was a title for those exilarchs you keep hopping about.
Oh, I know it is.
Yeah, and if each of those exilarchs or some of those exilarchs had all these quirks or all these perversions, you know, and then they conflated all these perversions into the character of one man. Like one of them had a 6-year-old wife, the other one, you know, like
You know that what's his name figured it out. Like if you go down that rabbit hole, you can find out that there was prophecies about someone that's so if you look at the person that was in charge of the Exelon right before the new guy came in. In other words, there was a leader of the Exelarch that was alive during the time of Muhammad.
I proclaim that I have banished the
So he would have either known him or he would have been part of that group.
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.
And if there were Jews going down to Medina,
wisdom crowned
down to
Lord of the universe,
Mecca,
thee
you
I
get,
invoke.
start an army.
O thou of the iris
It makes
head,
sense.
thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power,
And then, give him a prophet. Give him a language.
thou who bearest in thy left hand a rose and cross of light and life.
yeah, maybe one of the exilarchs became prominent and powerful.
Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy name is as the night sky blue.
Major city.
Thee I invoke.
The thing that you just think he said,
Is our flaming
what's
harvest
the
of a
universe
burn
what
in a
he's talking
furnace.
about?
Thee I
The
invoke.
rules of Medina. The
Behold,
Constitution of
I
Medina.
am
You ever read this?
today, and the brother of tomorrow.
Well, this Constitution of Medina, I mean, most of these rules are just for the Jews.
Mine is the unseen
They're
force
just to protect the Jews, protect the Jews, protect the Jews.
which is as light
And then what? And then they
in the
perfect
watchtowers
it
of
when they get up to the Exelon?
I am the charioteer of the east,
What the fuck did they do?
Lord of
What
the
are these
past and of the
building?
future.
What?
I
Honestly,
supply mine only in
what
the
are
light.
these
Lord of
Oration,
resurrection
peddling,
cometh forth
pagans
from
know anything about
and my
establishing the law?
house is from the house of death.
This is like fantasy
Divine
shit, bro.
books upon your
This
pinnacle.
is just the fucking Jews.
Watch over the universe. Ye who company the beard of the house of rest.
Change the
Find the
designs,
ship of
everything that they
God,
built up.
ever
That's what
advancing
they built
onward,
the
the
city,
heights of heaven,
the buildings, the
Lord
art,
of the shrine which stands
the
full
philosophies,
the earth.
the math,
Behold,
the
he
way.
is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the far floats over the throne. I travel on high. I tread upon the firmament of you.
Before they stole
My
all the
ways are
information.
flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye. Ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord sitting upon the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God who sits
They didn't
upon my neck.
codify the language even. Not even codify the language
every day,
until like
and the desire of my heart realizes itself
You know, they have 4 different scripts, 4 different ways to write it. You can't ignore the Hajjaz. And then at the same time, you know, they need a book burning. Like, what the fuck? What is going on? What is going on? And then they're doing this book burning to preserve it. And then later on, we realize they don't even have possession of their own text. Like, it's all over the world. It's like they didn't give a shit about it. It was a cultish movement to get the Jews back in fucking Europe. You know? And they in Spain. And they kicked the Jews, but they kicked the Muslims out. They kicked the Jews out. That'll be a reason why.
Changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom.
That's not how I see it.
Has never nourished changes started of rain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament of the ether, upon the earth and
I mean, they did kill a lot of Jews.
on dry land
I can see why they want to get it, you know, get it back, build an army.
and every spell and scourge of God's above.
In the end, I mean, think about it. I mean, they couldn't conquer Rome, which would have been big for them. They won. I mean, they had Jerusalem for a little bit, but then they lost it to the occupation. I mean, wherever they went, they always had these special fucking rules. They had it with the Germans, they had it with the Persians, they had it with the Romans, they had it with the Turks, they had it with, like everywhere they went, they had their own rules. Were allowed to practice. So who knows? I personally think it's too fucking obvious that they were the one who started it. It's just too obvious. I mean, why does like Jewish literature just stop? Too focused on writing about geeks. Or you know, starting up a new government. These people were perfectly okay being Christian. This is the reason why they were never allowed to be priests or be part of the clergy in the beginning. Because they would make it corruptive again. Which they probably had the hand of corrupting if they wanted to. Be surprised.
All lusty, unpaid. In the name
Church
of
of
the
the right
righteous
there. Yeah, their own thing.
I proclaim that I have banished the shadow
Church of
unto their habitation.
power, you know?
I invoke Tahashi, Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou
It
of
probably
the
sucks to
iron
live
head,
back then. Right? In the medieval period?
thee I invoke.
Oh, they say it's the
Thou
worst
who
time.
wieldest the wand of double power, thee
Every little
I
innovation.
invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand a rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke.
Not every moment the literacy rate
Thou
is
whose
really low.
head is as an emerald, and thy
It started
neck
to
as
happen
the
in
sky
harvest.
blue,
Is the point
thee
place.
I invoke. Thou whose skin is as flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today,
The printing
and
press really
forever
brought on
tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen
Literacy
force,
rate was just
whereof the
up
gods
so
are
much.
which is as light
100
unto
years
the
after.
dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future.
How smart would they
I
be to
see
say,
by
hey,
mine
listen,
holy
just
inward
keep
light,
these people stupid?
Lord of resurrection who cometh forth
Why,
from the
why should
dust,
they have to know how to read?
and my birth from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the
Makes
universe,
sense.
ye who accompany the bier to the house of
No, we're not
rest,
talking about black people.
who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onward the heights of heaven,
Oh yeah,
Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth.
yeah. You were talking about Jews. That is the well, it was speculation.
No,
He
we're
is
talking
in me,
about
and
how
I
they
in
started
him.
Islam.
Mine is the radiance, wherein the path flows over the flood. I travel on
I
high.
think that,
I tread
it,
upon the firmament
like,
of you. I
I think it was out the bag, like, the trick was out of the bag. Like, Spain figured it out.
Surrender of the angel of the divine law, giving my life
I
to
think
the
they figured it out.
dwellers of earth. If I say, come up
They know the
from
whole
the
thing was a
mountain,
Ponzi scheme.
celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate,
That's just
created in the flesh.
yeah, that's my
I
take
am
on
the
it.
idolater of my father Tammuz, Lord of the city of
Let's
the
think,
sun.
I
The
think
God of command
they tried to start
is
a
in my mouth.
sometimes.
The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is a sanctuary of truth, and a garden sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his work. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word.
What? Who
Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in
is the
Zion,
person being spoken about in Daniel 7,
all light,
verse 7?
so, Hermes,
Well, I think that's one of the, so that's one of the
by
four,
whatever name I
that's
call
the
thee,
thing that's going
thou
around in
art
the
still
circle,
nameless to eternity.
right?
Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Doesn't he slang something?
Thou,
When he's allowed to live?
that didst conduct the Magi,
Is that it?
thou art to save all friends in heaven and in hell.
Voices like this. Then I
Thou
kept
art
watching
my
because
bridge
of
between
the
the light
arrogant
and the
words the
darkness,
horn was
rising,
speaking.
sending,
The arrogant words
changing
the
ever I
horn
never
was
say.
speaking.
Start at
The
verse
sun
1
is
if you
my
don't understand
father,
it. Okay. You have to go back to
thy
verse
mother
1.
the moon.
Start from
The
verse
wind
1 and
has
you'll understand.
formed me in its bosom, and earth has never nourished James guardian of rain. And thou callest I say, come thou
Yeah.
forth, and make all spirits subject, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether,
I did
on
read
the
it from
earth
the
and under the earth,
beginning.
on
The
dry
wisdom.
land and in the water.
So what are they talking about? Aren't they talking about like that man that's in Ezekiel?
Every spell and scourge of God's divine one may be obedient unto me.
No, this is talking about the four beasts that come out of the sea. Each one different from the others. Then it goes into the details about each one of those beasts. But in this one is the one which caught my attention. Verse 7.
Okay, so it's not the same vision, right? But they're closely related. It's closely related theophanies, visions of God's throne that spare deep symbolic overlap. So the wheels within wheels.
No, the throne vision is only from 9 to 10.
No, pay attention. The wheels within wheels, right? This is the Oraphim, whatever it is, covered in eyes, symbolizes omniscience. The four living creatures, the cherubim, the face, the man, the lion, the ox, the eel. I mean the eel.
That's in Ezekiel.
Yes. So you have the four beasts, exactly. So in Daniel, You have the four beasts rising from the sea, from the sea, which are kingdoms. The Ancient of Days sits on the throne, and it's a flames of fire, wheels burning like fire. It's a courtroom scene, and judges' books are open.
I proclaim that I have managed to solve
To connect them, and the overlap is both visions, including the divine throne, the fire imagery, the wheels connected to the throne, and the heavenly court structure.
Majesty of the Godhead, wisdom, crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee.
His throne was fairy flames, its wheels were burning fire. It's a direct conceptual echo of Ezekiel 1. I mean, they're not the same vision.
I agree.
There's not.
Of life and life, thee. Thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald,
The Megatron?
and thy limbs as the night sky blue. Thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flame orange as though it burned in a furnace. Thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again.
Then I kept watching because of the editing words. The horn was speaking, and as I continued to watch, the beast was slain and its body was destroyed and thrown into the blazing fire. These are the same words of John in Revelation 20.
I see by mine own inward light,
The false prophet and the dragon were all thrown into the blazing fire.
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of the rest,
This is these arrogant words the horn was speaking. These arrogant words are coming from the mouth of the false prophet. This horn is also the false prophet and his followers. That's what I think it means.
Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the reed, burning far close over the throne. I travel on high. I tread upon the firmament of you. My ways are fashioned straight for the light of mine eyes, ever rushing on, the splendor of the day glorified, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, blessed one shall grow at my root.
Break open those seals.
I am Ra incarnate,
So the book which was sealed
created
during the time of
flesh.
Daniel is opened.
I am the idol of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun.
Jesus' life.
The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth. The God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the
They're saying
power
it's the Greek Empire.
I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my design. Therefore, do all things obey my word. Therefore, do thou come forth unto me from thine abundant silence, unnatural wisdom, more light, more power.
And in 7, it's talking about the fourth beast and dreadful and
Why, whatever name I
beast
call
from
thee, thou art still nameless to eternity.
6 and discussion
Come
of the
thou
different
forth,
beasts,
I
the four
say,
different beasts.
and aid and guard me in this
Which is
work
the
of
vision of
Thou, star of the east, the distant dust of Magi, thou art the same also in heaven and in hell.
Chapter 2 of Revelation.
Thou that vibrates between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever and ever the same.
The book of
The
Revelation,
sun is thy
Daniel's
father.
reference
Thy mother the moon.
7:13 and
The wind
yeah,
hath
7:13, but it's
the
in chapter 1
and
and 2.
and never nourished the changeless Godhead of light. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirit
Yeah, of course, this is a witness of man, and the Son of Man on this throne. I agree. That is the beginning of your nation. It's true.
Roaring air and a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's last one may be obedient unto thee.
Okay, so 7:13 says, in my vision at night I looked, and there before me was like a son of man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He approached the Ancient of Days and was led to his presence. So if you go to Revelation, and then it says Revelation chapter 1, I'm sorry, one verse. Let's see, if we start at let's start at verse 5. It's the beginning of the paragraph. It says, to him who loves us and freed us from our sins by his blood, and has made us be a kingdom and priests to serve his God and Father. To him be the glory and power forever and ever. Amen. Look, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, and even those who pierced him, and all peoples on earth will mourn because of him. So shall be. Amen. I am the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, who is, who was, and who is to come, Almighty. So I'm thinking that while they're referencing Daniel 7:13, yeah, they're referencing the fact that it's Jesus. I mean, it's clear as day to me, because if you finish it out, it says, like we read Megatron and I yesterday, he was given authority, glory, and sovereign power, all nations and people of every language worship him. His dominion is everlasting dominion that will not pass away. His kingdom is one that will never be destroyed. So that prophecy comes to pass when John explains it to Jesus in chapter 1 of Revelation. Right?
I agree, totally agree. I'm not talking about 7:13. I'm just talking about 7:11.
Yeah, that just completely confuses me, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, it's just weird, and I wish that I had understood.
It's not the slave beast. I'm particularly interested in the horn that speaks arrogant words. The horn that speaks arrogant words.
That's Antiochus of Ephesus.
He's just a tiny character in the whole space. He's a little character, man. This little horn comes out after the four beasts. Understand? The four beasts are down, and it's after the four beasts. You remember the other vision where you have a ram coming from the east? No, a goat coming. Where is that?
I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow.
I think I got it, buddy.
Mine is the unseen force.
Okay, actually, wait 1 second. I can
Which
make it
is
up.
as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
I don't know.
I am the chariot
I'm trying to
of
remember
the east.
that. You're gonna think back up, but here, this is, I'm sure.
I see by mine over the inward light. Lord of resurrection,
there is a gentleman, but that should be very access to it. It says, Daniel 7, the vision of the little one speaking with arrogance with great words is a significant prophetic image. To understand what this means, it helps us look at the symbolic language used in the passage again in a historical theological context. The symbols of the horn in the middle of the prophecy, the horns, it symbolize power, strength, and specific rulers in the kingdom. And that is what Megatron was saying. The fourth beast, the little horn, emerges from a terrifying fourth beast often identified as the Roman Empire. The little horn, that is so small, it grows to more imposing than the others. It represents a specific leader or power structure that rises to prominence by displacing other horns, which in kingdoms. What the arrogance signifies. The mouth speaking great things, Daniel 7, 8. 11 and 20, refers to a specific type of prideful defiance. Some scholars and aliens interpret this arrogance to the three main lenses. Blasphemy against the divine. That's the great words are generally understood as claims that challenge the authority of God, as in Daniel 7:25. It explicitly says that the power shall speak words against the Most High, threatening persecution of the faithful. The arrogance isn't just verbal, it translates into action. The point is its perceived greatness. We're out the saints of the Most High, signifying the period of intense religious holy repression and then self-exaltation. The horn claims for itself powers that belong only to God, such as the intent to change the times of the law. This represents a total rejection of divine order in favor of its own human or diabolical order. And then you read on to the end.
Who suits this narrative perfectly? Who in history? Who has moved in history? It suits Islam. It suits the Prophet. Yeah, that's what it means. The arrogance, the violence, the
Persecution of the saints. Yeah.
It's going on even now.
That gave me chills. Yeah. Because I know where I'm going, man. Like I remind myself.
Change the times, right? Even change the times. They have a calendar. It's calendar of the Hijra.
Wow. Now you're trying to get into this? This is some juicy stuff.
They try to change the times, the times significant that God will on the earth. That is this arrogance. This arrogance is the arrogance, the total arrogance that spoke through the mouth of one man or several men or the whole followers of this one man or this one movement. They are against the Almighty God. They are against everything that the Bible stands for, everything against Judaism and Christianity, so against Christ Himself.
Yeah, I think it's very evident that
This little horn, you remember, I don't recall which prophecy it is. There's this ram and there's a goat, and I think the ram is the Persian empire, the Persian and the Mede Empire, and the goat that comes from the west, that is the Greek Empire. It comes in
the Roman Empire. Yeah.
It's actually Alexander who comes and destroys the combined Persian and Mede Empire, right? So then after
I remember.
So then the Greek Empire is followed by the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is followed by the Byzantines. The Byzantines have a very long war with the Persians, and at the end of the war between the Persians and the Byzantines, what you have is the Islamic Empire. That's the little horn that comes out of the destruction of the Byzantine and Persian empires.
Makes total sense to me, man.
In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shadows until there has been. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of knowledge, the God that cometh forth from the lands. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the idol's head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of doubtful power, thee I invoke.
I remember watching my mom just sit on a bed and look back and forth, like Old Testament to New Testament, highlight certain parts. Now I catch myself doing as I'm reading, even parts of when Jesus is speaking, especially in Matthew, he's referring to Malachi, he's referring to Jeremiah, and he's referring to Isaiah, and he's referring to Hosea, and like, it's so evident that it's like it stands out. It's like the words just pop out.
Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen form of the God which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
That's exactly what's happening.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe.
Well, hey, I'm gonna jump off here for a little bit. It was really nice talking to you as is.
Pilot the ship of God, ever advancing onward, the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the sun. I travel on high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, unnatural wisdom, or light, or power. Stars, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath warmed thee in its bosom, and earth has never nourished James Godhead of rain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in water, of burning air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's last one may be obedient unto me. majesty profaning, all lusty Pompeo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemesis as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who carry the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of God, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the sun. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the angels which I draw, giving my light to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath warmed thee in its bosom, and earth has ever nourished the changeless Godhead of light. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in water, of burning air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of because the last one may be obedient unto me. Invocation of Flux. Procul, o procul esti profani, all lasti on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the idol's head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand a rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is a flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of throne, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the foam. I travel on high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my light to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is a sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tar when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, unnatural wisdom, or light, or power. Stars, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished James, guardian of Cain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament shall be upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the earth, roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the last one may be obedient unto thee. Invocation of Flux. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on pedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is a flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the centre of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the path floats over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. My ways are flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day dawn which I law, giving my light to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realized itself as that of the tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. Sun, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished changeless guardian of rain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the last one may be obedient unto thee.
that
he's a,
talent?
that's really big now. He's a black guy.
He's worth $1.5 billion.
I remember when that dropped.
That's a brother. That's a brother of him.
Yeah, I remember when they dropped all the black people in politics. Like, we gotta use Conley. It's black owned.
Oh, shit, I see it. He is handsome. I don't sell it or use it, fam. But I tell people all the time they can eliminate it and use my system instead.
A lot of people do. Yeah, they do. I see it on people's emails. Like, if you want to have a coffee.
Yeah, it's pretty much the top one that's used. As far as appointments like that, yeah.
I see Sheila Johnson on here, but not Bob Johnson. How could Sheila Johnson be worth? What's going on?
That she has a lot of assets.
Oh, so she's richer than him now?
Yeah, she's done a good diversification.
And they say Beyonce is worth $1 billion. I don't believe that. I believe that as far as I can throw myself, and that's not very far.
Probably just put a valuation on the catalog.
That's some artwork. They spoke about it. They hold on some artwork. I don't know what they have.
They have black painters. They ain't working. Black art.
You tried black art. You really tried.
You take a Basquiat and you sell that shit for $10 million, and I see you get a de Kooning and it sell for $100. I saw what was it the other day? Was it a matinee? I saw one the other day. Hold on, it was 100 paintings sold. It was at Sotheby's the other day. Hold on. It was 200. Oh, it was a Clint. Y'all know the guy that did the kiss? Y'all used to have that up in your dorm rooms. You pretend like you was cultured, so you got a poster, the gold poster when they was doing the kiss, and you used to tell your girlfriend, oh, that's Gustav Klimt, and you didn't know who it was, but it's this guy. Yeah, it sold late last year for $240 million.
Oh yeah, I did see that. I be watching the auctions. You gotta watch so you know what's going on with them.
Klimt, it is good, but like, it ain't no. I think the top selling black might be Mark Bradley. Hold on.
Basquiat.
Top selling.
Nah.
No.
Yes, they got a lot of these pieces lately. Like
Oh my God! What kind of blacker is this? I gotta go. I gotta call my homeboy. This is an abomination. Oh my God! A Basquiat sold for $110 million. I'm voting for Trump. Fuck this. I'm voting for Trump. I'm voting for Trump. Y'all have gotten out of hand. This is insane.
they love, that white people love that period of art, that pop art, modern.
Andy Warhol.
I don't think Warhol. I'm about to look at the check. Warhol.
I don't know if Warhol got that.
Highest painting. I don't even think Warhol sell for that much. Let me see. Ever sold? Oh shit! Yes, he does. The Marilyn Monroe joint was $200 million.
Oh yeah, well.
That's a famous one. I hate that one. But anyway, god damn, Basquiat's 100 and that's not like.
Yeah, and that white man in the UK is making it more hot. Banksy making Basquiat.
Why? What's he doing? Like quoting it in his stuff?
Yeah, that's what he does.
Guerrilla art.
Yeah, he does like recreations with graffiti on top of his own.
This one is dope. This is actually a really dope Basquiat though. The Untitled joint, y'all, that's the one that hit. This is a really nice one. It ain't worth $110 million, but it's a nice one. It was a Japanese that bought it. Let me give y'all a pro tip, and I'm gonna mute up. If you ever get a divorce, you have some assets. You can hide it by buying art offshore. I'm done speaking.
Airports also hold a lot of art.
It's mid, but
Alright, this is a trivia question. Who's the most expensive painting ever sold on auction? Anybody know? Or painter?
Van Gogh?
Without looking. No. I'll tell you the amount. 450 million.
It's not Picasso.
Mundi by Leonardo da Vinci.
He looked it up. That's nasty.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, it's Da Vinci, 450 million. If they were to sell, where's Mona Lisa in the Louvre, right?
Wait, which Da Vinci?
The Salvator Mundi. It looks like the Jesus figure with the fingers up.
Oh, okay.
Who they think is Da Vinci. It could be somebody else, but it most certainly is Da Vinci, but it could possibly be somewhere else. I bet if they try to sell Mona Lisa, it would be over $1 billion.
Easily.
Yeah.
You know.
Have y'all seen it in person before?
No, I haven't been to the Louvre.
What?
I haven't been to the Louvre.
Oh, Dr. Library card. You treat yourself. You would love it.
I've been to Europe, but I've never gone to Paris.
Oh, you would love it.
I know I want to go. I know it would be crazy if I went to Georgia before Paris. That's ridiculous. But it's probably
Where in Europe have you already gone now?
Greece, Italy. I was in London for like 2 days. I was going to Europe, not to London, but I went to see Kerry James Marshall's show in London, which was nice.
Oh, nice. He's the most expensive. He's the top value living Black American.
Oh, I thought it was Kahinde.
No. Wait a minute.
They love Kahinde.
Don't let her troll you. That was a troll.
That shit is terrible.
That's why.
But I'm saying all of the abstract expressionism shit, it's about to be up. You know, last year Rothko's was going for $60 million.
Mm-hmm.
And how much are Barbara Kruger's going for? They about to start turning up with them because they getting old.
Which Rothko went? Let me see. He said 60. Let me see which one it was.
Might have been.
I have a fake Rothko in my house, and depending on who's visiting, I'll act like it's real.
That's nasty.
It's fake. I put it in a good frame too. Oh, it was the yellow orange with the black stripe across the middle. Oh yeah. That's a nice one.
Who made the one that looked like Ukraine?
What you mean? Oh, that's Rothko as well.
Okay.
That's Rothko.
Okay. Yeah.
He's the white man that paints the rough-looking boxes. That's rough.
Yeah, them joints are fire. I love them. I love them.
You know, he's
But
fine.
de Kooning is my favorite.
What's it called? Pollock is the one that I'm never gonna fall for that heist. I'm never falling for Pollock. I'm not.
Well, when you go to grad school, you'll fall for it. It's part of the indoctrination.
But when I started seeing more black abstract expressionism, I was like, yeah, maybe I get it. So, I don't know.
Well, the blacks, he was a CIA agent.
Yes.
Yeah, Jackson Pollock. Yeah. He was snitching. Isn't it funny? Have y'all ever noticed how there's now documentaries and books on the black snitches, like soundtrack to a coup d'etat, like blacks doing the State Department stuff, but a lot of people don't know about the whites that were doing it. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that is fascinating.
Well, it's interesting how they don't seem to know anybody. They didn't know snitching exists.
That's
Just
true.
like they didn't know informants exist. Imagine. I can't. I don't want to.
That was a nasty combo today. Ambassador had IGP brain.
I was going to make it. And he was like,
Oh, that must have been morning.
I don't know what you were doing. No, this was afternoon. Everyone had already eaten lunch. This was people had woken up and were awake for a while, and he said that bullshit. It was amazing.
Oh, last second of me being bougie before I run in here. Also, I think Salvador Dali is about to pop and be more expensive than all this shit because surrealism.
Trash.
All of these subgenres of surrealism, I feel like the Dali's about to start going for them.
Trash.
I don't disagree, but when you read about his project. process. Like when I first read that he used to take take drugs to drive himself to the point of insanity to come up with to like have manic dreams to come up with ideas for paintings. I was like,
Yeah, you know, Brett Altman. If you read the Manifesto of Surrealism, that's how they got into that. But I don't like surrealists. I don't like the black surreal. The black surrealists are okay, but I'm not a surrealist guy.
Yeah. Speaking of losing his mind, the hallucinogenic corridor has always stayed. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. Um, but you know, you do what instead. But yeah, all the shit tripping.
I came across speaking of this is tangentially related, but I didn't know this, but you know how they talk about Malcolm X, not Malcolm X, well they do Malcolm X too. But did y'all know there was a Paul Robeson was gay uh, thing where like he was bi? Have y'all before anybody heard about this?
No, I have not. But did you discover who came up with that rumor?
Probably the CIA.
Yeah, I would imagine they did.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how that makes sense as many affairs as that man has had, but okay.
Well, there's this one thing. There's this one thing where like somebody told a joke and they kind of ran with it, but it was interesting. I was reading notes today, and I was like, I hadn't heard about that because apparently he had a affair with Einstein. I was reading stuff, like people in USSR. So apparently he had an affair with Einstein, the filmmaker. I was like, that's kind of weird. And then this guy interviewed a bunch of people who knew them, including Einstein's family. It was like, yeah, Einstein was very gay. Paul Robeson, not so much. I was like, man, this is kind of like that was the U.S. government's go-to. Like at this point, I don't. At this point, they did that with everybody. I don't know. It's kind of it's a Negro.
It's like they try to whatever they can use to stick to the wall to see you big.
Yeah, see what was exactly.
To see what sticks and whatever. I mean, but you haven't read. You still haven't read Kings and Pawns yet, right? You said you were taking that for June.
Yeah, I'm reading in June.
So maybe it shows up in the biography about. Because you read the biography. Is Jose Ferrer mentioned in the biography?
The tenor?
The actor.
I don't remember.
Puerto Rican actor who plays.
Yeah, I can't remember. Did they say he had an affair?
No. Well, yeah, with his wife, yeah.
Oh, with his wife, yeah. Yeah, Paul Robeson famously slept with his friends' wives all the time.
Yes, and he had issues about it. He had an issue about it.
Yeah.
When the hearings come up, Jose Ferrer writes publicly how he, disagreed with Robeson's politics. And it was probably because I felt about him personally, too, because he slept with his wife.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like if any of us sleep with our good friends' wives, we'd be bad people. But I feel like Paul Robeson is allowed to do that because they kind of let him. It's kind of strange. Anyway, y'all go back talking about Trump and how the SPL was funding the Klan and neo-Nazis.
Wait a minute. Is that what people got out of that article?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God.
And that white nationalism is astroturf, and there's not really racist, but people paying people to pretend to be racist in order for those people who are doing the paying to keep their jobs. Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I read the article yesterday, and I know what Blanche was trying to allude to, which is a poor argument for me, but yeah.
they're trying to say the Unite the Right rally was fake.
Right, right. And also he alluded to the idea that, because they were paying informants and not telling the donors about it.
Yeah, that's the charge. That's what they said. They get wire fraud or something for that.
Yeah,
Wire
bank fraud.
charge.
It was bank
Bank
fraud,
fraud.
wire fraud. Yep.
Yeah.
Conspiracy and then all of that.
Conspiracy. Yeah.
It was so wild, but it's obvious to me why they're after the organization. But what do I know? What do I know? Yeah.
Who's the lady that did the Obama Michelle Obama painting? What's her name? Jenna. Not Jenna. What's her name? The lady that did the ugly Michelle Obama portrait. Anybody remember? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I know what you're talking
Michelle
about.
Obama's arms.
I can't think of her name. She in Survival of the Thickest, the last season.
Oh, she did show up. You're right.
Yeah,
See, that fell off. That started off good and fell off.
I know. It was sad.
Thank you, Shaw. Amy Sherrill.
Amy Sherrill.
Yeah.
She's had some other. I saw some other things that she was doing.
Yeah,
But
she's still.
she had a
Yeah.
triptych that was really. That seemed really nice. It was
Yeah.
kind of ethereal.
Yeah. She unlike Kehinde Wiley, I think she really propelled from that. Actually, I think Kehinde Wiley got caught up in sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh, we know that from the app. Oh,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think I read
Sexual
about
assault,
that
rather.
2 years ago.
Yeah, sexual assault.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody, person is gonna get to it.
That's right. I forgot about that.
That's wild.
That was wild.
And I believe it.
Yeah, there was a quiet downfall for a lot of them. The Ghanaian architect, I forget his name, who did the African American Museum, which I used to hate on, but every time I'm over there or drive past it, it moves me every time.
You learn to love it. Yeah.
It really is. It
They
really
move on
is.
you.
Yeah, it really does. It just driving past it.
I mean, yeah, it does have a gravitas to it.
Yeah. You're not a proper Negro if you don't take stuff and your loved ones over there to visit if you're in the area.
Yeah, I've been twice.
I've never been.
Oh, that's a good trip, y'all.
Yeah, it is a wonderful trip.
We had tickets. It was when it had first opened. It was yeah, hold on, let me make sure I'm telling it right. When did this open? What year?
I feel like 2016. Like
Okay.
10 years, right?
Yeah. So it was Thanksgiving of 2016, before our firstborn. I got tickets. Got 2 tickets to go see, and we were supposed to go. And the night before we left, because we got the worst sickness that she just exhaustion. We were expecting, but it was really bad. And she was like, "I'm not gonna be able to go, but you can go." And we were in DC. We didn't live there, and I was like, I can't.
Could you imagine?
I was like, I can't imagine. I wanted to go so bad, and she knew, she wanted to go as well. And I was like, I can't. So I released the tickets, and we never went.
Yeah, because if you
We'll come
went,
back soon.
if you had gone, you would have seen nothing. I know.
My God, listen, there was an Obama campaign, or it was a rally. It was the day we went to Springfield. The day he formally announced or introduced Joe Biden as his vice president, right? Presidential nominee. And so we went. We stayed in line. We
Chicago, for an hour's drive, and we were sitting prepared at all. We're not truly prepared, but we were waiting in line. It was to get into, to the area.
Had a link because Sunday we was in this bit.
Agree with the extreme right ideologies of Bibi Netanyahu. Okay, that oppose it in parliament, in their political parties, that even had been protesting. Some even believe that this whole October 7th thing happened so that.
Yes. And he said, I infiltrated IRGC and then he's out just like you. And I'm like, is this Arya? Is there any news channel? Because I watch it. I like to watch the enemy news channel every day or every other day. You don't respect the UN either?
I do respect. I think that UN is very important. But the Arabs were those who do not respect the UN resolution.
Oh my God, the Arabs! Oh my God!
But this is the fact. This is basic fact.
Oh my God!
And this is the root of the problem. This is exactly the root that Arabs did not accept the UN resolution and did not recognize Israel. This is the base. Yes, what if we would have two states there right now since 47 or 48? By the way, I do not agree with Ati, even if he's Israeli like me, that UN should be changed. I think that the UN should remain universal, that all the countries in the world should be part of UN. And it's not a closed club of certain kind of countries, but it should include all the countries in the world. That's the beauty of it. And it should remain universal and including all. I agree. It has been a good invention, although it's not working perfectly.
I think that's a joke that a country like Pakistan and Islamic regime of Iran and North Korea vote to declare Zionism as racism. Who the fuck they are to declare Zionism as racism? Who gives them right to vote anyway? They are not democratic countries. Suddenly, suddenly they believe in democracy. Suddenly they believe in voting.
What about Egypt and Jordan? Are they more democratic than Pakistan? Do you want them to?
No, because that's why all this bullshit.
But this is the idea of
I don't like this.
There is something that unites all the humanity. Even I am also for democracy. I am very for liberal democracy. But even in our countries, there are powers who are not very democratic. Do you think that if we had them here as a prime minister, we will remain democracy? Western democracy? I don't think so.
I'm not a fan of Bender. Fuck Bender.
Yes, but you see,
this to me is really democracy. I don't believe it's liberal democracy, but it's
black and white.
But it doesn't matter. I think why should we let a country like Pakistan to declare Zionism as racist? Where did Arya go? I need to give him the link. Oh my God, Arya, come back.
Of course, it's nonsense. Not democratic. Countries that keep human rights.
Not only that not only non-democratic, they're also haters of Israel by blinded hate. Because they're Muslims and they believe we oppress Muslims, so they vote against us, never mind. And no matter what we do, they vote against us. So what kind of game it is? Why should I play this game with them? With this Muslim countries?
So I live by the Muslim majority.
You also have such
and because of Muslims, you were allowed back in Jerusalem. If you want that, from the Jewish side sources, I don't mind sourcing it up. They actually agree on this history. Thanks to Muslims, you were protected.
I agree. You don't need to
You thrive. No. But right now, you're barking too much and you have a problem with Muslim countries. Muslims literally protected the Jews. Christians, they want to chop you into tiny pieces because
They
you
provide protection. The Muslims are the controllers of protection, the mafia.
Do you want
If you want to be protected, you gotta pay up.
About 23
Gotta join our war when we tell you to join our war.
The Jews have killed Jesus. 25% of Christians, that's like almost more than 25 million people, man. That's a lot. So it's only 8 million Jews that live in America, and you barely have like 8 million live inside Israel. So you can imagine there's a lot of hatred towards the Jews.
Correct.
And you know, it's thanks to Netanyahu and people like you and a lot of people that hate Muslims, that hate Christians. You know, no, you hate Muslims. Everyone's told me how much you hate Muslims. You're just a Islamophobic cunt. That's what you are. You keep on saying, it's Muslim country. Why do you have a problem with Muslims? Why do you have a problem with Muslims? Literally, the Jews and Muslims and Christians, they lived on that piece of land. They coexisted with each other. After the White Papers, it was only the Jewish side that fucking did the terrorist attacks against British mandate. You forgot about that, right? After the White Papers, it was only the fucking Jewish side that attacked British mandate. It wasn't the Arabs. There were skirmishes prior to 1939. After the White Papers were issued, it was only the Jews.
You forgot the Arab revolt, the big Arab revolt.
I said after 1939. Do you know the year do you know the Arab revolt? It happened from 1936 to 1939.
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about after the White Papers. In 1939, the White Papers were issued. So the Arabs, they went on silent mode. And do you know who started doing attacks, terrorist attacks? The Jewish militias. Haganah. You see, that's a problem. No, they did not kill the Arabs were still there on the land.
Of course, there were Arabs on the land, but they killed many of the important Arab leadership.
I seriously can't believe. I did acknowledge there were skirmishes prior to 1939, before the White Papers, but after 1939, it was only the Jews that were doing the attacks. And I just don't get it. Why the hell, what was the need to create a Jewish state? You could have coexisted with the Muslims, with the Christians. I don't get it, man. Like, what was the fucking need to create and establish a state?
Because we don't have any state in the world, so we want one state.
Oh my God, you don't need a fucking state. You could coexist with anybody.
We need.
I live on a fucking house. Hold on. I live in a house in America. The piece of land, if I own a piece of land, that's my fucking state. That's it. I don't really give two fucks about a country. Oh my God.
But you immigrated to America, yeah?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It is, because you had your own country.
Which country am I from? Go on, tell me.
Probably Pakistan. You will never admit.
I condemn Pakistan for establishing Pakistan. You know why? There was a genocide that happened. I came out of India. Over a million people died due to the partition plan. That happened in fucking 1947 as well.
Negrophobia or colorphobia is discriminatory. Have I ever sided with the Pharisees?
I'm telling you,
Have I ever?
But there's like people, so you have like cluster B personality disorders, and so it's pretty common. So somebody with like antisocial personality disorder almost always strong traits. or in addition has a narcissistic personality disorder. You do get people that, and of course, people with borderline personality disorder can have a lot of narcissistic traits. So you can have a lot of this shit, and the other, so there's narcissistic, antisocial, borderline, what was the other one? Histrionic. But
Oh,
they
histrionic. That sounds like maybe that's me. Is that like hysteric?
Yeah. But it would be to an extent that everybody knows.
I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom, power, Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the idol's head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. Thou who head as an emerald, and thy lips as the night sky blue,
How is it that he thinks all of these things about me are adorable? Like, what did I do? This is so. Like, she's like. It's almost it's called like love bomb around forever, but and they don't, and people with borderline personality disorder don't do it intentionally. Like those feelings are genuine. That's kind of where they have cognitive distortions, and so they'll be very in tune with you and your feelings, and they'll be really big into trying to please you and make you happy, and they'll just dote all over you. But then within it could be weeks, months, then that's when everything's going to change permanently, and they're going to split you. So like split from black to white, where they are going to look at you as all bad for the first fucking time, and you destroy those real feelings they had about you, about being this perfect love. That whole person, which they thought was you, this perfect person, you just let them down, and you just absolutely crushed and devastated them by showing them that simply crushing their dream, that you're not that perfect person. In fact, you fucking suck, and you are evil, and you don't even fucking care about me, and yada yada yada.
Okay, I don't think I have BPD. Maybe I'm just normal.
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I feel like, do you wonder, like, if everyone did a full psych eval? Like, I don't know, would a group one?
No. Only like maybe like the third or quarter of the pop diagnosed with something. At this one diagnosis, I would doubt even 1 in 5. Axis 2, which will probably be, a minority of people. But I will say, you can, just observing people on here, I can tell the personality disorder shit. You can kind of tell who likely has what.
Oh my gosh.
Up on that.
I wouldn't want to embarrass anybody if I can. It'd be fun to know, like, what you were thinking each person was,
Well, there is one thing.
All the time silently.
I would just say this. Almost all of the people that were like had big rooms and were like personalities on this app, I would say nearly all of them, you could say they had antisocial and narcissistic traits. Like that was, to me, they were very glaring for many of them. And with me, you could even say that like I have bits of those traits myself, but I mean I could see it like really strongly with many of the people on here, and in a way, like it takes a narcissistic person that would drive somebody to want to be like a cloud chaser or a personality, and you do also have to have like this Machiavellian way of operating to undercut like people that you're competing with on here for attention basically, and they absolutely did that.
No.
But the superficial charm should always be your number one red flag with people, and that's what almost all of them have. When you hear people talk about superficial charm, excessive superficial charm is like one of the dead giveaways. And when people start talking about themselves in a way that I do this, I donate for charity, and like I volunteer this, I do that. When they bring it up casually, like, oh, I spent the weekend feeding the another, they're not that's them bragging and trying to elicit praise from you. That's not something normal people ever volunteer. A God-fearing normal person doesn't tell you about it. These people, though, so that confuses a lot of people because they use that mask to lure people in. And
what are you talking about? Pepe, what's your point? Pepe, what's your point, Pepe? What's your
No, I was talking about the people that are like narcissistic and sociopathic on this app. Shut your fucking dirty mouth!
You sound like you have some issues.
Oh, the fuck.
Interesting. Go away if you don't like it. I like this. I like talking about this. Do you work in mental health, Pepe?
No, I did. I work with seriously.
Did you ever hear anything about DMD with kids? DMD. Oh, okay, he's only been around for like 10 years. A relatively newer.
Yeah, I only worked with adults, but yeah, it was like almost 20 years ago. This is my first job out of college.
So, Pepe, what are you, like 38?
Yeah, I'm older.
Are you 40 years old, Pepe?
Sunrise, chill.
How fucking old are you?
Motherfucker, how old are you?
Any Donald Trump fans announced? Anybody?
Oh my gosh. I just want
I
to
was talking about cluster B personality disorders. Do you have anything to contribute to that?
I'm sorry.
What's your disorder?
My disorder?
Right now it's that he's drinking.
Probably that I'm not drinking, I think, because you guys sound drunk.
I'm drunk and I'm horny.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm retarded and this guy is another one that had a lot of those traits, but he didn't come off as fake. He's very blunt and outward. So I don't know.
I'm drinking a milkshake and it's delicious.
You don't think Diogenes has antisocial traits?
I know he definitely does.
Antisocial, yeah, absolutely.
If you drink enough watermelon juice and eat enough oysters, you get horny.
Dude, you need a.
What's your point?
You need a girlfriend, you need something, man. But holy shit, Clubhouse is not going to satisfy that for you, brother.
You see, it does take a certain personality. That's where I said like I can share traits on like they're be on a subclinical level, and I still don't really have a problem going onto a stage and being the one person that antagonizes the whole fucking room because I think it's funny.
Pepe, you're overdoing it, man.
But Diogenes, he also has zero problems doing it, and he will, and then he'll go on his tirade about our monetary system and all of that stuff.
Wait.
What else?
Not just the monetary system, Pepe. Come on, give me one more.
The Jews.
No, bullshit.
Retribution.
Immigration, Pepe.
Okay, immigration.
God damn it.
Oh
Pervasive patterns of disregard for violation of the rights of others.
I don't violate others.
Who wants to guess my diagnosis?
Privation and disregard for and violation of the rights of
I'm
others.
solely out here advocating for the government to
Key
be
features
eliminated.
include deceitfulness, impulsivity, irritability, aggressiveness, reckless disregard for safety, consistent irresponsibility, a lack of remorse. It often repeated unlawful behavior and may require a history of conduct disorder.
That's so
What was that one?
That's so
Antisocial personality disorder.
That's
I don't know. Does it say that you still need to have a super? I think it used to be that you had to have a juvenile diagnosis of.
And you know what? Let's talk about personality disorders because Stanford just published some research about depressed minds versus what they would call mentally healthy minds. So they took these students, and obviously, look, we need to be skeptical anytime there's any kind of research that requires, people to self-report prior to engaging in the research because there's some noise there. But essentially what they did is they took these people who were, clinically depressed and then these people who were mentally healthy, and they arranged a set of tasks for each of them. And they told them, you want this outcome, and here's how you're going to get that outcome. What they didn't tell the group of students was that they were being sorted into a control group and an actual active group, and that the group that was being tested was going to be put into situations with this program where they couldn't actually control the outcome. So they were told that you do control the outcome, but they actually didn't have control. And what they found is that the depressed people always could determine when they were not in control. They reliably, accurately determined when they were not in control of the situation. But the people who were considered mentally healthy often got it wrong. Research had to conclude that people who are categorized as mentally healthy, for the purposes of that research, are not aware when they are not in control. So, as a matter of fact, there's a benefit to being skeptical and cynical and critical, and that benefit measured as being able to accurately determine when you're not actually in control of something. Say, look, no, this situation, we're not in control of this. We're being offered the illusion of control.
It's funny that you say that.
We're putting ourselves to sleep at night because we want to believe that we're in control, but we're not.
It's funny that you say that because I don't really struggle with depression at all. And I definitely feel like there is one thing under the sun that any of us is in control of, and it is simply our response to whatever circumstance.
I don't even think you have control over that.
Really? So if I handed you a glass of water, and I said, you're in control of the glass of water, Tiffany, pour it out. You couldn't do that? You couldn't pour the glass of water out? Let's get real.
Serendipity, how much patience do you have for depressed people in your lab?
Not a lot.
Yep, I'm not surprised to hear that answer.
Like you, serendipity. I mean, I can be empathetic, I can empathize, and I certainly can acknowledge that I know that clinical depression is very real, for sure. There's no question about that. I can acknowledge that, and I can certainly have empathy, but I couldn't historically say that I always felt that way because I didn't understand it. Because it wasn't something I struggled with.
I mean, like for example, it's different. I don't want to get in the weeds, but you can be a psychopath and not criminal, and there's like being what you call like a pure psychopath, like factor 1 versus factor 2 psychopathy. Factor 2 is more like somebody with antisocial personality disorder. Factor 1 is basically they don't have feelings of remorse or empathy or guilt or shame, but what separates them from sociopaths is that they lack what you call emotional empathy. So they can cognitively listen with people,
like if they see somebody get hurt, they can say, oh, that must suck for that guy, but they don't feel it. In other words, they would say that one of the things that will be very awkward about these children at a young age is they will end up is they don't flinch when they see other children fall and get hurt. Like they can see somebody get ran over pushing a stroller with a bus and her guts out everywhere on the way, and go back to work like nothing happened. It doesn't emotionally affect them. But they yeah, that's where they're different. But they can be law-abiding people despite lacking that capability. Their brains literally don't allow it. But what's different about them also is they have a much higher uh, stress tolerance threshold than other people. So for the ones that's necessarily criminal, but they can be put in very situations, and they can think in a very level-headed way, not get stressed out like a normal person, and but they can also at the same time, just because they don't have empathy doesn't mean they're not high achievers, and they're not very. There have been studies that show, like, for example, surgeons are of all people are overrepresented for having psychopathy. Different professions, but
CEOs too, right?
I think CEOs. I mean, these are basically people that can, if you're competitive, you can make all of the decisions basically lesser, based less off of emotion than like a normal person. Like you're willing to do what it takes, and
It's kind of a superpower. One of my brothers is like that, and I mean, he fully admits that he has psychopathic tendencies or whatever. And my sister-in-law, when he said that, she was like, "What the fuck am I married?" It's actually really funny, but he's like actually a great person though. I mean, he loves us. He just only loves his immediate family. He doesn't really feel anything for other people, and he's like he just described. He's like just very. He doesn't give a shit what other people say. It's like kind of a superpower. Like it doesn't affect him at all.
well, they can have strong attachments, but they don't require. They don't have the level of empathy or emotional connection with people that a non-psychopath would have. So they can't quote unquote love somebody like in the way we would think of loving somebody. Like they're just imagine that part of the brain that cares for people, that feels sorry for people, that is loved, that loves people, is attached to them. In a way, like part of your brain, you don't get the feelings for it. Whereas somebody with like borderline personality disorder, their amygdala, it's like fucking, it barely even fucking works. It's just like it's they're hyper emotional and hyper reactive to everything. Especially when it comes to intimate relationships. And that's
Yeah, well, with surgeons in general or doctors in general, uh, if there was a thing on the news, oh, this serial killer, kidnapped this person and then completely chopped their body up into little pieces, that person will go to jail. Well, surgeons in medical school are given, like some medical schools, they're each given a cadaver, and then they dissect that cadaver completely so that they can learn all of the structure of the human body. They're both doing the same thing for different reasons.
But that's interesting. The most, like, I think graphically violent. No, it's not the most graphically violent, but one of the there is a video. I'm guessing this was in Latin America, but this was a trauma surgeon, and it looks like they saved this guy's life. But so he's sitting there, his shirt's off, he has like his arm up near his head, and then he takes a blade of some sort, makes a super long incision all the way from near his armpit to near his waist. Then he digs this big fucking contraption, I don't know what it was, in between his ribs. Then you see him cranking it open, and you hear the ribs all breaking apart. And it was super violent. And then he ends up putting his gloves in. He's feeling around the heart. He sees the bullet. He sees where the hole is. I don't think he even took the bullet out, which I don't think they're supposed to even. Then he ends up just stitching him, which, but it was just like, wow, that is like such a gnarly looking job when you see it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, but see, that's where medical ethics come in and do no harm. The surgeon or doctor can justify it as, yeah, I'm doing all of this stuff, but I'm doing it in service of this has the potential to save this man's life. So that's how they rationalize it in their minds.
But there's nothing morally bad. Why would they even have to rationalize it? Nothing they're doing is wrong.
No, what? Like the surgeon you described in that.
Oh yeah, but he had to do it.
Yeah, exactly. He had to do it, but he's doing it under the premise of if I don't do it, he's going to die. So he can justify cranking it open and all of that. I mean, there was an episode of ER where they're doing exactly that. This was years ago. I guess I was traumatized by it. But yeah, I mean that's the difference. That's why moral medical ethics are very important because if you don't follow that, you get something like.
I actually got to meet my aunt's cadaver. That was pretty trippy. She snuck us into the cadaver room at night and showed me her cadaver.
Who did?
My aunt. She went to University of Miami Med School, and when I went to visit her, she brought me in to see her cadaver at night. I got to touch it and touch her, the lady.
Do they keep them? I wonder. Do they keep them? I know with human decomposition, it's it can go from like when you go from putrefaction to skeletonization, it can just hitting those milestones can be within just over a week, but it depends on how humid and how warm it is.
It was rubbery. It felt like rubber.
Yeah, I think they do. They preserve the body. So whatever a mortician does, that they drain the fluids, etc. They put some fluid in to preserve, whatever. Not that I know.
I've never smelled a decomposing body, but the putrefaction process is where your basically your organs. I forget what exactly happens, but basically your organs start your intestines first. They all start melting. They get eaten away, and then you end up. All of this shit's gonna come out of your body, so it's what the fuck is that called? It's called
It's called being a Democrat. Thank you.
No, there was two words. I was reading it. I was reading about it yesterday. So it was interesting, but it it's these two fucking things. It's these two chemicals. Forget what it's called, but it was interesting. It said that clinical significance with them is that the only other time that those chemicals are present, in human beings is in cases of bacterial vaginosis.
You're talking about so that's the stages of decomposition, and they preserve the corpses with formaldehyde. So which is a lovely smell. I remember from school. Oh God, that is actually a really gross smell. But yeah, formaldehyde, and that's where you can. It's preserved to the point where you can actually cut in and see. And there are some interesting people who go into the medical field. Some of them, it's really kind of interesting. For me, it's a lot of interest. Some of them, yeah, I would be a little bit wary. I wouldn't want them to do surgery on me. I do meet surgeons, and I'm like, all right, let me feel you out a little bit. Because some of them would just, there tends to be a higher literally let's say they're doing a heart transplant. Okay, they're literally playing God. They're saving this person who's dying and they're giving them a life back with a new heart. That can definitely appeal to some people's personality disorders. So it's a really interesting field. But yeah, this.
But I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily the case, though. Even people, first of all, sociopaths are not the ones that are overrepresented as physicians. Mainly the sociopaths, like I said, the factor one psychopathy is different. Sociopaths, they're marked by impulsivity, irresponsibility. Basically, they have very poor control and cannot control themselves. Whereas, like, factor one, which can be very disciplined and very, goal oriented, just doesn't have emotional empathy. They can become doctors, but
yeah.
But I don't. But not all of. But people like to equate a psychopathy with sadism, which probably because the serial killers in the past is like probably the last person you want to be a sadist is a psychopath because they'll they'll act on it for horrible reasons.
Yeah, that's the ones that have.
But people with psychopathy don't get off on hurting people or violence. They can only be dangerous because they don't have maybe the emotional. If you don't feel guilt or remorse or like emotional empathy for what somebody else is experiencing, obviously you're naturally less. You're more willing to use violence if it comes to that.
Well, a pure psychopath is mimicking expressions. So yes, if they were if there was any empathy, it would be mimicking empathy, basically mimicked as the empathy that they see other people, but there would be no feeling. So they could go in and tell someone, we're sorry, we have to do a heart transplant. It's going to be difficult. It's dangerous. Yada yada yada. They can sound kind of like, we'll take good care. Yada yada. And then they like walk in, there's flat affect, and they are like, scalpel, open up, crack the ribs, rib spreader, heart. They do all this, and then, but psychopaths, I mean, they do pretend, because if you meet a psychopath who is not pretending, they're creepy as
Well, no, I know psychopaths have to admit, they generally are bewilderment. When they see people make facial expressions, they usually, one of the things they have to do to kind of, they have to basically ask why is that person making that face? They don't get it, and they have to rehearse it. But
and there are some that's kind of where some of the torture comes in, where sometimes some of the serial killers will have a torture aspect, and some of that is, like, oh, I'm looking at like your expressions and kind of analyzing this response to this pain that they don't feel, and that's where you get the really creepy folks.
I could have sworn that with sadism, sexual sadism disorder, they get a literal physical.
Yes.
This happens in the normal population. It's just that they don't want to do illegal things, and they only want to do it within the when it comes to consensual sexual activities. But they actually get off on it.
Yes.
Big time. But that's more.
Yes.
I don't think that you don't necessarily have to be psychopathic to do that.
No, and there are definitely serial killers who are actually not psychopaths. Some of them have some other personality disorders, but some of them also have kind of been shaped also by their childhood. Some of them have also childhoods that, if you look at, they're extremely fucked up. They've been abused. That's no reason for them to do what they're doing, but it does make it. There's hard to have empathy if they've never been shown empathy. So it's a very interesting. It's an awesome conversation that I think is, and I remember if you really get into this, and then you start kind of looking at people in the public eye, you start to get this kind of creepy feeling with some people, and it's just there's a few
she just said check.
Cool.
There's a couple of psychopathic checklists that actually are very much used by like FBI, CIA. And there's definitely several different comprehensive checklists. And there's people that I've seen, for example, running in political office, and yes, the glib, the superficial kind of cheeriness and charm, superficial charm, the popularism, the cult of personality, huge one.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump is necessarily a psychopath, but
Trump is not a psychopath. I think
You would have the most out. Not a psychopath.
he's a narcissist. But a lot of those, but that's the other thing, though. The superficial charm can also be somebody with just antisocial personality disorder or narcissistic personality disorder.
Well, he's a malignant narcissist. He's a malignant narcissist.
Okay, wait, stop. Okay, so there was a question in the chat about compulsive disorders, which I think are also rather fascinating.
Which ones?
Compulsive disorders.
Does that mean like a
OCD.
retarded? Because it's like the Ukraine didn't like, and the Europeans didn't up their bombs, and then they didn't.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Terrible, and they let it wait.
Oh my God,
They
you're
let
really.
illegal immigrants.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just. Oh my God.
Which they fall under the book or C.
Go back. So, well, you're talking about, so there's obsessive compulsive personality disorder, but then you have OCD, which is different, and the symptoms of the two disorders are different.
Yeah.
And I have ADHD, Meg. Does that make me retarded, Meg?
No, it doesn't make you retarded. It makes you a little bit neurodivergent, but that's actually fine because a lot of people are neurodivergent. I am. Yeah, if someone has
The obsessive compulsive personality disorder is more that preoccupation with like the orderliness and the perfectionism, right? Whereas OCD focuses more on actual obsessions and compulsions, and they're not necessarily that preoccupation of
compulsive disorder causes extreme distress pretty much whenever just a compulsion comes up or an obsession comes up. It's endlessly distressing. If anyone wants to talk.
There's a bunch of people on here who have OCD.
it's not always distressing though. There are people with OCD that the behaviors and the compulsions aren't necessarily always distressing.
I was going to say, but Meg, there's a bunch of us on the stage, or several of us that have OCD.
Yeah.
And so, like, trust me, I know we've talked about it before. We're well aware.
Yeah. Oh no, just as someone who has actually tried a lot of medications, therapies, that actually is something I am qualified to do, but I'm sort of putting it off because it is known for having a lot of memory loss. But it is Murray surgery, so they will actually put a gamma.
Is it not ECT?
No, I am talking about gamma ray brain surgery. I am talking about gamma ray, and that actually has been the one way of basically curing OCD, significant memory loss, and sometimes some brain damage. So that's why I'm putting it off.
Extreme.
There's no fucking way.
Don't do it.
But no. But that's, I'm saying as to the extremities of OCD is it. Yeah, mine is really severe.
Yes, I have a friend who's got a very, very severe case of it as well. I suffer from OCD, but like our OCDs are very, very different. Like I'm very heavy on the O. the compulsions, I tend to mostly control most of the time.
I mean, I get all of the symptoms, but I'd say it's like, I don't know how I could there was like only one person I worked with that had it severe enough that it was in the SMI system. So obviously it's like, it depends on, like, you know, so obviously it's on a spectrum, and everybody's symptoms are a little bit different, and it's not as severe as, some people have OCD and don't even need a medication or anything.
No,
Correct.
that's true. And I mean, for some people, it's actually, it can be very handy. Like, you kind of do want a surgeon to have maybe just a little bit of OCD, because they're probably not going to leave anything in you, like a piece of cloth or something. Like, they're going to be like checking. You want, like, people who do airplane maintenance and pilots probably to have a little bit of OCD, because they're going to check that flight log, and they're going to go back and check it again and again. So,
But OCD doesn't always present that way. I mean,
no.
OCD can present in a lot of different ways, and it's not necessarily being overly detail oriented on like checking things. That's just one small component of it.
Yeah, and they're also going to get obsessed with there's also mental obsessions and compulsions, where there's not any physical movement, but it's all mental, and it's complex. So but yeah, no, you could definitely, I mean, it sounds like ours are definitely different. So certainly, what kind of are some of the symptoms you have?
A lot of my obsessions are mental, the ruminations. I'm a ruminator. And the compulsions come into play whenever I have to like placate, that the ruminations aren't actually legit, with certain placating behaviors. But like I tend to, I get like obsessed with my hobbies, things that I become interested in. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, well, here, I'll get the starter kit and see if I even like it first. I'm one of those people that will go and literally spend thousands of dollars to have all of the things, watch all of the videos, pay for all of the education, before I even know if I like it. Like, tends to be some of my more obsessive tendencies, but that, and then like I said, the ruminations, the mental aspect of it.
Get busy living or die trying. Okay. You guys know the numbers for the Department of Homeland Security budget for immigration and customs enforcement?
We're not talking about that right now, Diogenes.
Are we still talking about personality disorders?
Mental health, yes.
All right. Do we believe that animals reach equilibrium in their ecosystems? We know about that, right? If you leave the ecosystem alone, in order to adapt to the carrying capacity of that ecosystem. What if mental health is just a natural manifestation of a species trying to find an equilibrium with the carrying?
I think there are a lot of aspects of mental health that are probably that way.
Nitrogen.
Not all, though.
Maybe what is, we need a few mentally ill people to get us outside of Plato's cave. What do you think about that?
I don't disagree with you.
Oh, based.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Based.
I don't think it applies to conditions. I think it can apply to a lot of them. And I think that for a lot of people, like you said, we need those out-of-the-box thinkers, those people who don't process things the way that, normies do. I'm a total normie, okay? I'm a total normie. I am the most basic bitch you will ever meet, okay?
Almighty. Heavens above.
Janice?
Yeah, Alan?
I was going to say, before you left the room, I think that study you brought up, what it actually shows is how people who are depressed and people who are not depressed react when they're lied to, and whether or not they can perceive that lie, not necessarily um, whether or not they are any more aware of if they're in control. Because everyone goes into that assuming they're being told the truth about what was going on.
Yeah, Alan, you're wrong because you can't know the mental state, and I allowed for that in my recitation summary of the research, which is that you'll never be able to know unless you do an MRI, I guess, a really rigid MRI, which just like with hormone therapy, you need to establish a baseline for the fMRIs, and then you need to have several iterations for each participant. No one's gonna put that kind of
Okay, you're in the matrix.
Unfortunate, you're in the matrix. It's very unfortunate that we cannot hear you.
Yeah, but see, that just shows Clubhouse agrees with me. That's why he's in the matrix.
Is that a look at God moment?
Yeah. I don't know if you're still there. Yeah, I understand what he's saying, but if you're starting off a study with deception, then it's hard always to judge what the results mean.
Yeah, that's true. But that's where you have to be you have to use that scientific process, right?
Can you hear me? Hello?
You're not back completely.
How can be?
Yeah, I don't know. I just want that's a huge topic. I mean, neuroscience and psychology, it's a huge topic all together. People looked at their PhDs and MDs and that. So, anyways, what I wanted to say was all this talk about mental health is making me go to the gym. So,
Smart move. That's about the best thing you can do.
the best way I to get your blood flowing to your brain and then put your brain in the books, put your mind in the books. You know what I mean? Like read something, learn something. That's all I got. I'm one of those.
Help with my OCD.
I'm one of those wannabe medical guys.
Am I in the matrix now? Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I think you're probably
I'm going to come over there, and I'm going to teach you a thing or two about abstracts. You're going to listen to me, and you're going to enjoy it.
I don't know. Can you keep it in under? Oh, Monica, did you do that? I was just gonna say, can you keep it to under 2 minutes? If you will, I will entertain his abstract lesson. Aren't you curious?
I was curious, yeah. But I will say one thing. That everyone has their limits, and I appreciate you sharing
the stage. That was very rude, but I'm going to look past that because
Did you mute him?
Muted.
I did. He's interrupting.
Why am I being muted?
Stop interrupting. She wanted Abaya to finish. Wait. She wanted Abaya to finish his statement. Abaya, please finish, and then Diogenes, you get 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. No, everyone has their limits. I just wanted to say thank you for serendipity for stating yours. Because here's the thing, I'm assuming you're not a therapist, first of all, or even if you were.
I am not.
So yeah, thank you. So the thing is, everyone has their limits. Everyone has to remain functional. Everyone has responsibilities. So it's not that I don't want to hear a friend, cry or complain about their life. That's fine. That's what friends are for. But sometimes I don't have the capacity to do that, and I have to put hard limits for my life. So So like for me, I want friends to call me and tell me good news. I got a car, got married, that's what I want. I got a new job. I don't want them to complain about stuff. Like that's not what I'm there for. Like you know, like that's not what I want my friendship to be for. You know what I mean? Like they can do that once in a while, but not always.
I mean, here's the thing. I want to celebrate my friends' successes for sure. I also want to be a measure of support for my friends that might be going through a struggle. I don't necessarily mind my friends calling and being like, oh my gosh, I have X, Y, or Z going on in my life. But I will very quickly recognize if this is something that is out of my scope of being able to assist. And if that's the case, then I have no problem drawing that boundary and saying, wow, yeah, like, I don't even think I'm equipped to help you figure this out. You probably ought to talk to somebody. Because I don't know, for me, my friendships are about supporting during the struggles and celebrating the successes and all the in between. Like, it's all the little details. But okay, I'm going to give it to Diogenes for 2 minutes, Monica. 2 minutes, and I'm watching. The clock starts now. Go. Or not. Oh, you're in the matrix. You're in the matrix. Wait. I'll give you your 2 minutes.
I talked about. Oh, the guidance is God, isn't it?
Yes, I will give you your 2 minutes, but you gotta have service first.
I wish I knew the lyrics to Frank Sinatra's "I Did It My Way." I'd put myself out.
I think you're okay. All right, go.
There's not enough time. There's not enough time. I can't tell you what I want to tell you in 2 minutes. So I'll have to suffice to say, how dare you? Alan, you're wrong, and I wish you all a good night.
Good day, sir. Good day. See, Monica, that wasn't painful. Look. He couldn't do it, so he, took the high road. Mm-hmm. Next.
Yeah.
I think we've exhausted the avenue of mental health.
Yeah. No. I mean, here's the thing. There's a time and place for it. I think talk itself is a therapy for some people, not for everyone. If you're in that mood of talking out your problems, then it's good. Not everybody likes. It's like some people like to keep their mouth like for example, salesmen. Like salesmen like to use their words for making a sale, and their lives might be miserable outside of sales, but the point is like they use their tongue to make the sale, and they don't want to talk about other stuff. They might write their personal life on the paper, but they don't want to use it for speaking. Even when it comes to English, like a certain way of, like, at least from an educational, like I don't know, older standpoint, there's a certain way of talking, and then there's a certain way of writing. Like if you get your GRE or, study for your GRE, those words are used specifically for management, or your LSAT, those words are used specifically for legal terms. So like, there's a manner of speaking, a manner of talking. So like, my manner of talking, a manner of like writing. You write in a formal way, you might talk in a very informal way. But like, what I'm just trying to say, like, there actually is a way of talk therapy, more like even writing therapy. I experience them. So like, some people benefit from it. It's not for everyone, but some people are inclined to talk out of their problems. So like, that's also like that's a form of therapy. And some people are more inclined to listening to music and just not thinking about it, and therefore not to, focus on their problems. By not focusing on their problems, they're able to heal. So like everyone has different ways of doing it.
That's right. Hello, Marshall. How are you?
I had a terrible headache today, but other than that, I'm fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you sleep last night?
Briefly.
That sucks. Anybody got any cure-alls for headaches? Oh my gosh, that sounds painful.
Yeah, drink lots of water and sweat it out. That's me. But it depends. Like, for example, I had a friend who would drink a lot of coffee, and then when she stopped drinking coffee, she had headaches for a year.
Yeah. Hydration generally has a lot to do with headaches.
Yeah, but you don't want to blow out your kidneys. You know, like so that's why I put like you want to work out a little bit. You want to get the blood flowing, you know, because you want your whole entire organs to saturate with hydration. You know. And might I add, if a person wants to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, especially if they've been doing it, then it actually helps to balance the hormones and also helps to get rid of these headaches. Even if it is for like short, like a few hours, but it actually gets rid of the headaches and you're in a better state of mind and you're able to move, like actually move out of the headache space.
Did you just dismiss the power of hydration?
No.
Don't dismiss the power of hydration and electrolytes.
I didn't. I just said the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra also has a way of soothing a person's headache. Because I have personally experienced it, and plus people talk about it.
Did you spend today arguing on Clubhouse, Marshall?
No, I spent most of the day with my head under a pillow.
Did you?
Yeah, which I still have a headache now, but it's not as bad as it was, say, 2 hours ago.
Good. Drink, my friend.
Drink lots of water.
Preferably with electrolytes so that your body's actually absorbing it.
I can do that. I have some liquid IV, which has lots of electrolytes in it.
I think I probably drink too many electrolytes. I don't even care. All right, we gotta go do this walk, Monica. Monica, are you there? Are you indisposed? All right, y'all. Don't forget Friday night, the blue and red and white collar comedy tour laughter. Come with your favorite clip, 3 to 5 minutes to share of your favorite comedian, so we can see who's out there and who's actually got good tasting comedians and who doesn't. Oh, are you starting a poll? Oh. I'm gonna let you have this little poll, my dear. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, good. Thank you, Monica. All right. Y'all have fun out on those clubhouse streets. I'm going for a walk. I got me a date. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye. You don't have shit to say.
don't be saying what you want to say when they talk about you.
When it's on me, I say as much as I want to say.
You don't.
I say as much as I want to.
You don't be saying nothing.
Say as much as I want to.
Bertha, you don't be saying shit.
Okay, baby girl.
But you see how I am, my baby girl?
What's that supposed to make me feel away, though?
You see how I am, my baby girl? So why are you calling me baby girl? Start calling names. Because you don't like the name I got for you. So you want me to start calling you? Don't call me baby girl, bitch. My name is Oops, your bad, bitch. My name is not baby girl. As soon as I start calling you big dick, bitch, you gonna be right off the road. When I start calling you big dick, nigga, you gonna be gone off the road. So don't call me baby girl, bitch. This is big mama. It's no baby girl.
Oh, no, you ain't no fucking big mama now.
That's what you talking about. Get your big dick ass down, bitch.
Right after you over there.
Oh, I'm weak. I'm weak. Bitch, you adore me.
Hello? What the fuck is going on in here?
I'm fine.
Oh,
I'm sorry, it's big dick ass. Like,
Oh my God.
yeah. Big dick. That's funny. Every time Aubrey, when it's on Aubrey and she be exposed to these people,
I want to say it.
she don't never got shit to say, but soon as it's on somebody else's friend, this bitch got all, oh, Big Lee, he said this, he said that. Shut your fuck ass up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Because when it's on you, you don't be having shit to say, bitch. Shut up, bitch. You talk about Big Lee. Bitch, talk shit about you. Bitch, you should have got down when you was mad at. And people didn't talk about Big Lee, bitch. Don't be no motherfucking reporter, bitch. You don't get paid to report, bitch. What did you talk about, bitch? Big Lee, let me know when you ready. This is the mission, babe. Let me know when you ready.
Alright, let me send it.
When you ready, let me know. I'm gonna start calling this big dick nigga. Let me know.
No, please.
I did, bitch.
Okay, no, I'm ready, Mom.
Go ahead.
I'm ready. So we went down there, first we went to, I think it's Jamie, wherever that popular one with the Jack.
What is it? Surviving Baltimore niggas? Is that what we doing?
Yeah, they want the one, I'm trying to tell the story about when I went down with him.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
To go see him. So, when I went down with Jamie, that was too long. We went to another one that was too long. So then I said, okay, let's go to Chipotle. Went to Chipotle, and it was $13. He only had $10. And I think that was his last $10 because it was like, when I was looking at it, I said, damn, it's just like, I'm just thinking his last $10. Like, this part is for him. Because I'm like, the jack is $16. How you come out of the house for $10? How much you gonna pay for the gas? So I think that's what he's really mad about. And then Texas went on him, and now his picture out. So that's probably why he's really mad at me.
But he said he's not big though.
Okay, so he should go to the hospital if he don't know all that shit. He must have sick with that shit. He must got that shit. If he skinny now, he got that shit.
He told us he was fat 7 years ago.
No, that's
Dr. True?
That's Nate Twin.
Dr. True.
So where those pictures come from?
Oh, I just came from the Popeyes, bitch. Shut up.
Where the pictures came from, Big Man?
I didn't expose the pictures. I ain't get the pictures. Somebody else got pictures from the other side. I ain't exposed the pictures. I don't think so.
Yeah, because he was saying you wasn't worth his $10, $13, 11, 12.
man.
Why you lying to say you lost weight? Are you sick?
Oh my God. Are you sick?
You think you sound sick? You got everybody you oxygen. You sound like nigga black someone go for oxygen. You might be sick.
John.
I'm just saying. Them bed weights you have on, them bitches look like you talking about your man.
A lot of people knock it off as conspiracy and stuff like that, but this is happening before your face, and this is why I started off with saying that they want you to believe that it is just conspiracy, and therefore you don't understand exactly what's going on. But if you even look at the history of this country, if you even understand the Kennedy, you even understand John F. Kennedy and the statement he made. It was all based on what you would consider conspiracy now. You would call John F. Kennedy a conspiracy nut with the statement that he made about really who was controlling the government. So you can knock it off as it's just conspiracy, but when you really go on to see, you see as an actual fact.
Wait, who is controlling the government? What did he say?
This isn't ISO, calm down.
Look, yeah, listen.
He did a speech about secret organizations as being repugnant towards the nation.
Exactly. So, but just Elder, I'm asking a simple question. Name me a major Fortune 500 company that makes more money off of less population in the United States. I'll wait.
That's not the point. It's not the point. Corporations is just they're run by somebody else. They're run by the family organization. They're run by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. That's who's running those businesses. It's not the point of the corporation. It's not when you're dealing with the corporation. I'm going over the corporation and the plan that they have for America, which they always have. It's not about the corporation.
So every major corporation, from Johnson & Johnson to your major automotive manufacturers to your fast food companies, restaurant industry, hotel industry, everybody makes more money when they're more popular. Construction, insurance, just have more people, more scarcity, more money. So the idea that there's some, I don't know, conspiracy to have. Now, there are some people in elite, I think Bill Gates has talked about this, there are some people in elite positions who have talked about population from a world perspective as a problem and something that needed to be fixed. That is true. There are some smart people who have talked about that. But corporations in general want more population, not less.
Administration is falling apart. People just quitting left and right. If there are any Republicans in here, man, I bet you there are a lot of people saying they told you so. People don't really want to work for Donald Trump and those kinds of things. I wonder why. He don't have a plan. He don't have a plan for them, and he don't have a plan for the United States. We're in trouble. Oh my.
That's the thing. If people think that the United States government just allowed Trump as
it's over, this is what I'm trying to tell Trent. He keeps focused on the corporations. It's bigger than the corporations. It's the ones that's leading the corporations, that telling the corporations what to do. That's over. These are the family members. You mentioned Bill Gates, but these different family members that's controlling, has been controlling America from day one, right? And that's bigger than the corporations. It's not about the corporations. Who is controlling the corporation? That's why this argument, I don't understand. We just gonna keep bumping heads. We never agree with this argument because you're focused on the corporations, and I'm telling you, it's bigger than the corporations and who's controlling the corporations. This argument will never go nowhere.
But Elder, so I don't mind like indulging your theory, but let's just do this. Could we acknowledge that these powers that be, like, they're not infallible, and that hiring Donald Trump is like a clear example of their, I guess, I would say, ineptitude, and what he's doing, or do you think that that's by design?
Of course, at one point, yes, men have disagreements. Of course, men, you know, Donald Trump is a good talker, but then at the end of the day, they may see that yes, he might have been the wrong decision. This is where you come in with assassination. Because people will talk about conspiracy theories too. When people don't do what they want them to do, then you have the assassination thing that comes into play. So, yeah, definitely, they disagree, and sometimes they make a choice, but it can be the wrong choice, and then they have to come up with a plan to eliminate that choice.
Um, so I might have missed it, and I apologize to the spirits if I did. Trent, I've heard you advocate for the need for a declining global population to some degree overall. Um, you seem to be. Did you mention policies or what is it with you did that?
No, I didn't go into policy.
Okay. Um, can you think of some maybe positive policies that would get at what you're talking about?
You can have policies that encourage family growth to stop at your children. That's one policy.
Which one? What the policy look like?
I don't know. Again, I don't get into the policy part of it. There's a lot of different theories on that. And
There's a written policy, brother. Help me out.
Yeah, hold on. Here's why I ask. It just seems sort of a little grotesque and a little irresponsible to have conversations as someone who is well positioned as you are, to have conversations about needing to shrink the global population and sort of leave it there and not talk about maybe policies that might be, I don't know, like have like the education of girls and women, right? The need for contraception, available contraception, um, and those things. Like at least think about or talk about, policies that might be used that allow for people that we know over time, like reduce the number of um, children, but give people autonomy, right? Rather than sort of hold on, rather than just sort of say we need to reduce the population, because what we know, and when people ask you, they've asked you what sort of the implications and who this sort of saying things like that and sort of leaving it open ended, who historically have paid the brunt for those things. It's often been people in the things that we hate to say, like the global south. I know there's people don't like that word. It's poor communities, it's non-white, non-European communities, right, who have taken the brunt of most of these types of policies. And so I'm just wondering why you would would sort of leave the discussion at we need to shrink the global population and not be interested in also having a conversation of how we might do so responsibly and give people autonomy. That's just weird that you keep talking about that. And for someone who talks about everything, you don't seem to have an interest in that.
So the reason why I don't go into it is the same reason. It's kind of the same reason. Most people aren't well versed on the issues. There are different countries, different parts of the world where different to your point, there are places in Africa, there are places in South America that would need different policies than a place like the United States or Europe. And it's not about it's shrinking. See, when you say shrinking population, I'm not talking about shrinking. See, it makes it sound like you're talking about like killing people in mass. That is not what I'm talking about. But pausing and reducing the global fertility rate so that we don't overrun our resources is something that's responsible, because right now we are in an exponential growth period, and when you have too many people born at one time, you end up with bad results like wars over resources and some of the things that we're seeing happen right now.
We're talking about war. Look, do you think the wars over resources are built out of this or caused out of necessity or greed?
Greed. I can tell you.
Okay, so you couldn't use the argument to lower the pop.
Let me hold on. Let me see this concrete. Here's how you look at that. On one hand, I call it greed, but if gas would take $10 a gallon, a lot of us would call it a necessity to get it down. You know what I mean? So it depends on how you look.
Yeah. So now you're just trying to straddle the fence and have it both ways. And I take it that you're operating in bad faith because you understand that if you were to squander your resources and then get into to the point of destitute, such that you are now stealing, then that's still not a resource issue. That's a squandering of resource issue. And it still goes back to reading.
Don't try to sound smart real quick.
If it's too much for you, brother, just tap out, man.
No, you're my boy.
If it's too much. So what part did you understand? The squander part?
I don't know.
The resource part? The scarcity part? Which one really fucked you up?
All of it. Right. Say it plainly. Look, here's what I'll say. The United States has been involved in
You're
wars.
just being dishonest, bro. Just relax. You don't have to defend. You don't have to defend.
Concrete, I'm actually probably agreeing with you.
Okay, then agree and don't try to play it both ways.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Alright, so remember, you tried to make the argument that population would lead to resource scarcity, which would lead to wars. But then I asked you, do you think that these wars over resources is due to scarcity or greed as an alternative explanation?
And what I'm saying,
you said greed, and now you're trying to fucking backtrack and have it both ways by saying greed and resource scarcity.
I don't know. Let me just. There's nuance to the conversation, my brother. So when we were having the 1973 oil embargo, right, and you could only fill your car every other day for a period.
Yeah, do you think that was due to scarcity?
That was due. Well, it was due to scarcity at the.
That was a retaliation to events that were happening between, I think it was Israel, Egypt, in America, right? So it had nothing to do with scarcity.
Okay, but so here, I'm gonna probably agree.
So why are you bullshitting, bro? Just let it go.
Hold on. Look, the 1991 war in Iraq against Kuwait was probably a war of greed in a sense. Now we were protecting the Kuwaitis, but we're helping our oil interests there. The 2000 war in Iraq, for me, was absolutely a war of greed, because we already had plenty of oil.
So
today, what we were seeing about Venezuela and Iran, to me, is complete and total greed. We already have vast oil resources.
Yeah, all right. So you do agree. So why were you trying to make the argument that we're concerned about population explosion, which would lead to resource scarcity? Why are you trying to make that argument?
There is a nuance to that, in which there were some that would argue if we didn't have this access, then, like I said, oil or gas prices being at $8 to $10 a gallon, some of us would call that it's because of scarcity. And it just depends on how you look at it, on which side of.
So now you're just appealing to like some other person's attitude towards it, like who might be like less informed, right? Come on, Trey, you don't gotta bullshit, bro.
Yeah, I'm talking about drill baby, drill.
I'm talking about you, brother. Talking to unwashed masses. You right here. Alright, so you got it.
So you can feel all this happening. Your breathing is happening. Your thinking is happening. Your feeling is happening. You're hearing, you're seeing. The clouds are happening across the sky. The sky is happening blue. The sun is happening shining. There it is. All this happening. And may I introduce you? This is yourself. spread. Well, anyway, this is therefore to say that the transformation of human consciousness through meditation is frustrated so long as we think of it in terms of something that I myself can bring about by some kind of way, by some sort of gimmick. Because you see, that leads to endless games of spiritual one-upmanship and of guru competitions. Of my guru is more effective than your guru. My yoga's faster than your yoga. I'm more aware of myself than you are. I'm humbler than you are. I'm sorrier for my sins than you are. I love you more than you love me. This interminable goings on about which people fight and wonder whether they're a little bit more evolved than somebody else and so on. All that can just fall away. And then we get this strange feeling that we have never had, you see, in our lives, except occasionally by accident. Some people get a glimpse that we are no longer this poor little stranger and afraid in a world it never made, but that you are this universe, and you are creating it at every moment. Because you see, it starts now. It didn't begin in the past.
there's a silence. And this is a deeper level of meditation. And in that silence, you suddenly begin to see the world as it is. And you don't see any past. And you don't see any future. You don't see any difference between yourself and the rest of it. That's just an idea. You can't put your hand on the difference between myself and you. You know, you can't blow it, you can't bounce it, you can't pull it. It's just an idea. You can't find any material body, because material body is an idea. So said that in order to advance the spiritual life, whatever that is, it is essential that you have a guru, and that you accord to that guru perfect obedience. And so I often ask the question, is it really necessary to have a guru? I can answer that only by saying, yes, it is necessary if you think so. In the same spirit as it is said that anybody who goes to a psychiatrist ought to have his head examined. Of course, there is more in that saying than meets the ear. Because if you really are sincerely concerned with yourself and are in such confusion that you feel you have to go to a psychiatrist to talk over your state, then of course you need to go. Likewise, if you are in need of someone to tell you what to do to practice meditation, and start worrying about whether you will get sick. There is always something to worry about. If you're very rich indeed, you've still got the anxiety about sickness and death, and also anxieties about revolution, and about whether the Internal Revenue Service will take it all away from you, or catch you for cheating on your taxes, or put you in prison for no good reason. Now, there is always this worry. And see how far your ambition will run. So this goes on, endlessly, until you suddenly wake up and begin real meditation by realizing that you are there, that you do really meditate all the time, by virtue of existing all the time. Only you miss that. You thought, wow, but I was looking for something next minute. insisting to yourself that that is so. Because when you do that, when you would say to yourself, all things are light, all things are God, all things are beautiful, etc. By doing that, you're implying that they're not.
One of the things that I follow, they cover like this day in history. One of the black men in the South was castrated just to threaten the civil rights workers.
I mean, we look up the Waco or whatever. There's a bunch of stuff. That book, I can't think of the name of the book, but the book where they show the lynchings. I'm just saying, for him to come in here and drop 6 particular incidents where some lives were told, just literally, please don't go nowhere with that. Just if you want to talk about what happened with the Southern Poverty Law Center, like let's talk about that and let's like take it. Just don't follow that, please. That was some bullshit.
And the Tawana Briley case, I mean, that happened in '87. He's talking about it was on Clubhouse. Has Clubhouse been in?
Yeah, Clubhouse wasn't even invented in '87.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, we're no longer having these parties, Democrat versus like that label shit, man. Right now, I think New York, or rather this country, is coming together around one common goal, and that is to get ourselves out of this siege by this authoritarian regime, which has wreaked havoc on our lives since the election of Mr. Obama. This shit is a fucking mess. So to try to do this labeling thing and put everybody in silos and we all got to line up, I got some conservative views and I got some more liberal views. Like, don't put me in no box. You know, I'm abstract. I'm a registered independent. Like, you ain't framing me up. Like, so we gotta like take away that power for them to put us in boxes. Look at all these people blindly following MAGA, and they know this shit is dumb and stupid, but they still standing on blind loyalty to what is obviously a clear and present danger. Like, what are we talking about?
That's a fact, Jack. Okay, so, I think Lisa, so let's clip Tom Lisa and I can play the clip before, what's her name comes out.
Okay, before you play that clip, I know before Lawrence O'Donnell, I need to get you to do what we're talking about. I'm pulling up, trying to find a parking space, but can you do the clip on the KKK? It should be tons of them somewhere.
About what? I'm doing a clip about the Smollett SPC. I was trying to come up with it. I'm trying to change the Southern Poverty Law Center, but I was going to say the Smollett Poverty Law Center. I was trying to come up with a joke. It wasn't hitting, but that's fine.
Oh, so that's what we're talking about, though. That's the same thing.
Yeah,
okay, good. And then by that time, I'll have a parking space.
Yeah, that's what the NSCAP put out. They're gonna instead of the Southern, they're changing that to Smollett.
Oh Lord Jesus. Go ahead. I'm gonna go mute.
Here we go, y'all.
Oh, before he starts, you guys ping 5 of your friends in, please. I know look, if 89 of you guys were in my hold on. If 89 of you guys were in my room last night at 3 o'clock in the morning, it could be 89 in here right now. So go right ahead and ping your friends in. Don't wait until 12 midnight for you guys to come strolling in here and think we're going to entertain you till 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, thanks. No, I'm not. Bye.
How'd it go?
News alert, we just got played. For years, we were told white supremacy is the greatest threat to America. Turns out the ones calling the shots were full of it and just got indicted. The Southern Poverty Law Center is a tax-exempt nonprofit, a charity, that spent decades tracking down hate groups and suing them to the ground. They put out these hate lists. The media uses the lists to call people racist. Banks use the lists to decide who gets accounts and who doesn't. Tech companies use them to kick people off their platforms. Turns out they're the Jussie Smollett of nonprofits. They claim to dismantle hate, but they just got indicted for funding it.
The grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. The Southern Poverty Law Center is a 501c3. Okay, they're required to, under the laws associated with a nonprofit, to have certain transparency and honesty in what they're telling donors they're going to spend money on, and no fundraising efforts that
the investigation found? Did they say, oh, and by the way, we're going to give $1 million to the Ku Klux Klan? So that's fraud. So that's wire fraud. So the DOJ says they were paying people who were already racist to keep being racist and rally other racists.
You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue their operations, is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says that. The SPLC runs on donations. They tell people, give us money, help us stop extremism. Then they take the money and pay extremists to be more extreme. They use their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. They weren't just paying low-level members to pass along intel. The indictment says they were paying the people running the hate groups, leaders, organizers, fundraisers, people with control. The SPLC's defense? They were scared.
This use of informants was necessary because we are no stranger to threats of violence. In 1983, our offices were firebombed, and in the years since, there have been countless credible threats against our staff. For decades, we engaged in unprecedented litigation to dismantle the Klan and other hate groups. In light of that work, we sought to protect the safety of our staff and the public.
Bull. We get threats at Fox all the time. We don't turn around and pay the people making them. The SPLC wasn't paying people on the outside to get inside either. They were paying people already on the inside and in charge. The SPLC funneled money to the imperial wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. Aryan Nation leaders. They've been wiring money to neo-Nazis for a decade. Take Charlottesville. There were some white supremacists. They got together to unite the right. The SPLC paid a guy who helped plan it. He wrote all these racist things, got everybody all hopped up, even arranged buses to take people to the rally. The SPLC paid that guy hundreds of thousands of dollars. Another neo-Nazi got $1 million. The Southern Poverty Law Center was even paying racist fundraisers to raise money to spread racism. They even paid one white supremacist, then put a picture of him on their website and said, help us fight this white supremacist and donate.
Where's the conqueror's crown? Wields the conqueror's sword, has the conqueror's name.
And that is a very loose
by a
definition of
faith before the eyes of thousands. Every symbol of legitimacy belongs to him. And then they start telling Baratheon houses that have also received and are at present considering Ukraine was
inspired by the SPLC list. This is them trying to make us basically surrender and turn the USA way to the opposite. Our students are only only even more. But they can't debate us on our ideas. They cannot have dialogue. They cannot actually go into the merits of why they are right or why we might be wrong. Instead, they must steer us with the age-old line that you are racist or that you are a hater. And they're finally realizing the power of Dreamable USA, which is why they put us on.
Well, when you're effective, you're correct.
After Charlie.
Wow. I'll stop it there. That was even here.
Queen Alison did not regret the love he once had for each other. No blood need be spilled so the realm can carry on in peace. Queen Alison gave me words from answer.
She clever answer now. It's not in her father's mouth and all these with a cold. Let's have this mother's father.
Was there no violence? Was there no plan?
Eric, bring me Lord Hightower so I can take pleasure myself.
And the Southern Poverty Law Center was one of the handle that and all the stuff was down there.
She smelled it.
I don't know if I want to answer it. I mean, I don't know if that's a question. Are we going back to 1971?
No, it's saying what Jesse Water just said. So, and what you're playing, like, so that's it. So, like, so this stuff is happening. So the Charlottesville bus, the guy that planned the buses for the Charlottesville, and they're falling under the ground.
Well,
were the
I appreciate one thing you just said.
You're saying what? So now the Southern policy law center is responsible for all the hate and all the white supremacy groups that were going? I'm trying to figure out where you're going.
They were acting as if they were an FBI.
Let me be clear. Nobody's summoned me.
You cannot furnish your trailer with, quote, a big bowl of cocaine.
It's in my writing.
From 1984.
I think I can have whatever the f I want.
You're welcome to take it up with Homelander when he gets back from Fort Arnold.
Fort Arnold.
Homelander and Stan Edgar had a little heart-to-heart, and maybe this is John Jones the finding year one before you. Three ways. If he finds that Homelander would be one of the pirates in the war, like you get to spend eternity together, father and son.
Carson Wells was a kid. Congress fat ass. You can still fly the rest of the way. I told you you're not hard carrying. Change your mind. Yesterday you told me you were gonna help me. Firecracker said you looked up to me, but you're not complete idiots. I never said that. You want my help or not? Yeah, someday. Firebox name came up. I got the impression you knew her. Once or twice, that's all. You guys were related in more ways than one. Just like a kid does. Last year, you were so very special.
I know you don't get. I know so many people get paid by the
All you gotta do is 20 seconds. We're here. It's a stomach. You got the super cell where you're bleeding out of your ass. Where are you going? I'm gonna go destroy any people that I find, you triple crown cock jockey. I'll be
Talking about, something in his brain and just saying stuff, basically, which is, giving
was it not true? They say, hold on, I think people.
Just 1 second. Fight this white supremacist and donate. Click that button. They even arranged buses to take people to the rally. The SPLC paid that guy.
So they paid the guy $1 million for Charlottesville.
So, Mari, I just want to get to the point is this is factual or just an allegation by Fox News who happened to pay $1 billion a few years ago for misinformation? I just want to get that distinction.
You talking about the 2020 election?
That's correct. Yeah. So if an outlet news that provide information to the public all the time, I just want to say this is an allegation at this point.
But look. Do you serious? I guess the question for you: do you believe that they paid the Grand Wizard money? Do you think that's fake news?
No. You know what? It's not about the news. If you tell me this is what actually happened, and you have proof, and you have an indictment, and you have, something, maybe, but just
they're getting in trouble for wire fraud. So they're clearly, that's the grand jury. We heard Todd Blanche early on and inside the clip talk about who, and you heard the FBI director. That FBI director was just on Hannity, just maybe within the last 20 minutes.
Oh, Cash Potato?
Yeah. So, and then Todd Blanche was on Laura Ingraham the day before, and they did a whole press conference regarding this. So what I would say, go back and listen to the press conference. They were paying the top leaders, not people like, this wasn't Project Veritas who were bringing people from the inside like the Lord Lumas, and they're doing honeypot setups. These are people, they were paying actual people to be more like that.
Dr. Mitchell, I see you trying to get in. Well, Mario, if it's true, if all the allegations are true, again, are they responsible for white supremacy and white hate and white violence against like brown people? You're saying, are you putting it all on the Southern Policy Law Center.
No, but participate, right? If they're doing.
Yeah, that's like, what's going on here? Like, come on, fellas, come on. We can just.
Why are they the only ones reporting it? Has anybody heard this on any other station?
You know what?
Except Fox.
Hold on. Will King talked about that. How many minutes NBC and CBS have dedicated to this? 0 minutes.
No, how many? What? Because
Zero.
it's probably not a true story. So, the true story is about the FBI director's girlfriend. But we could say, I'm not trying to change the subject, but that's the hot story with the FBI is his girlfriend and what she did and what the FBI did for her. That's the story.
Yeah, they were today. So CBS and NBC Nightly News. Maybe they'll report it tonight, but they have not reported it yet. So go ahead, Dr. Ben.
Quite a bit. I work in the legal. Can I just get one word in, please? I work quite a bit in the legal system, and I got to say, the Southern Parliament, I'm absolutely shocked. But you know, the first stage of grief is denial, right? So let's not go there. Let's keep an open mind. But they've done tremendously good work over the years. You know, has some corruption crept in here, and now they're being called to task for? I mean, this is happening a lot. A lot of people are tempted by money, fame, and they do stupid things. And unfortunately, we don't know how centralized this is. Is it one guy who did this? Is it 10 people? Is it a committee? But it's being investigated. As far as the news on this, it's everywhere. It's not just the right. It's the left. The news on this is everywhere. So I'm very skeptical. Listen, I don't trust this government or law enforcement. I spend a lot of time defending people, mainly injury victims in court settings, and I can't tell you, well, I will tell you that the government is extremely lazy, and the way that they make cases is by threatening people and getting them to testify against each other. So I'm no big fan, but I'm also no big, I keep my mind open if there's, paid corruption. I think it's entirely possible. There's obviously a small possibility that this is some type of an inside game. The FBI and who knows who, are playing a game to try to take down the Southern Poverty Law Center. I wouldn't count that out either. They might have fallen for something. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Can I say something? Hold on real quick, bro. To the point.
They already warned us that we can't go crazy. But guess what? We're gonna go crazy. We're fucking lying.
Nobody's saying that. I guess what I am saying, like, Dummy came here and named 6 things that have happened. I'm just saying that all of the things that they've been fighting for that have gone on years before they even started back in 1971, that doesn't erase the fact that white supremacy, to the point I'll land, so I'm like about to like. No, I agree with you with that. But it doesn't, hold on, let me just finish the thought. It doesn't negate the fact of white supremacy hate groups, what they're trying to fight against. If somebody like sort of went, or like Dr. Mitch said, got like maybe caught up in trap, or like one man like went rogue, I'm saying the work that they're doing or trying to do, it doesn't negate what's going on, the realistic things that are happening with white supremacy and white supremacy and these crimes. It doesn't negate that. And I feel like that's what Todd Blanche and the Department of Justice is trying to do, saying we got this one bad case or these incidents, and so now like there's no hate groups, there's no racism, there's no crimes against people of color. That's what I feel like they're trying to do.
And if Todd Blanche is in it, there has to be an ulterior motive.
Well, I know.
Like I'm saying, it may be there may have been some instances that they didn't do the right thing, but it doesn't negate the overall agency and what they tried to accomplish.
They were,
Dr. Mitch, I'll let you.
Sting operation or something, there might be more sides to this, but I think it's a tremendous loss. The Southern, Poverty Law Center, if they go down, it's a tremendous loss.
So look, I actually read some of this yesterday. Now I see the rest of it breaking.
I'm gonna tell you now, Amari, this is a bullshit case because they've been doing this for years. It's kind of been known that people have been paid to infiltrate, and it happens on both sides, by the way. But people have been paid to infiltrate the Ku Klux Klan to find out, you know, what they are saying, what they are doing. That shouldn't. It's not even surprising to me. What is happening is just what Michael said. This is to embarrass the Southern Poverty Law Center to try to make them look um, um, like they are making up racism, which they are not. They are just trying to find out what's going on. The man, even in the indictment, the man went to Charlottesville. It didn't say he drove the car. He just went to Charlottesville, and it sounds like a lot. It's $1 million over the course of a couple of 10 years, right? So I mean, there is no in the indictment there is no Southern Poverty Law Center paid for someone to commit this crime. And if the FBI had that, they would show the damn video and they'd show the evidence, but they don't. So this is an attempt, Amari, which is why you gotta be careful when we talk about this shit. This is an attempt by the Trump administration, by the FBI, to make black people look bad and make it look like we're making up racism and it never happened. When in fact, in truth, when you even look at their indictment, they show no proof of that. They just said that they infiltrated the group. I'll end.
All right, I want to finish the clip. What's good? I'm going to finish the clip because we're going to hear from professionals.
This story is just bonkers, man. I have to tell you, as somebody who did counterterrorism work, all I want to say is, folks, don't try this at home. All right? There's a reason that the government is who runs informants, okay? The case law on this is well developed. When you do it as a private citizen, you don't have those protections. Furthermore, even as the government, if the idea for something that's illegal originates with you, that the perp has a defense of entrapment, ironclad. If the idea comes from the good guys, entrapment. So I want to know, and I'm sure a lot of people out there want to know, maybe we're on the wrong end of the SPLC. Hey, did the SPLC entrap me? All right, so because I'm sure that they weren't professionally running these sources, because running sources is very hard. There's a reason why very few police agencies do it really effectively. I want to enlarge the scope here. Number two, look for follow-on charges. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see a RICO at some point. Number three, civil. You're going to probably have civil suits for violation of constitutional rights from, you ready for this? Maybe a class action suit. Yeah. Nazis and TPUSA in this same docket. Because as private citizens spying on these groups, you're in extremely murky and dangerous territory. Here's my other question. Did they have anybody at 6 January? All right, this is right in that penumbra there. Did the SPLC have anybody running around out there that was in any way, shape, or form involved in that? And
Wow, what a question.
Just to close real quick, look for Treasury to get involved. I tweeted about this earlier today or last night, I forget. The bottom line is they take donations. Those donations now we know went to third parties, their sources, their informants. That means they're operating as a money remitter. All right, they're moving money. They're taking in money, they're transferring it. That means you're under Treasury as a money remitter. Why does that matter? It's bank. Because Treasury can fine you and does fine people in the billions. The Treasury fines are brutal, and that's Scott Bessent. So all of these things are still kind of, if you're going to sue SPLC, you better hurry. Because the Treasury gets there before you, the whole coffers are going to be empty.
All right. We're lawyers. We heard from Trent, but we heard from lawyers. Paul Morrow, investigator. So, NYPD, former detective. So, there you go. You guys can believe Trent, or you guys can believe the professionals.
Let me ask you something real quick.
Right now. Let me tell you what. No, you call me out. Let me tell him why it's bullshit right now, and I'll make it real quick. Because if that's true, then reinstate the nuclear scientist that James O'Keefe just entrapped, Amari. If what he just said is true, and you can't have informants, and you can't do entrapment, what were they doing escorting the nuclear scientists out of the Pentagon yesterday? So it's a bullshit story. Yes, there are many times Many times when people have paid to have informants and to monitor the other side, it doesn't surprise me. And to sit up here and say, because we were watching what they were doing, because we asked someone to go, because we can't send our black asses in there to figure out what the Ku Klux Klan is doing and the neo-Nazis are doing, but because we did this to protect citizens, therefore, therefore we are liable. It's ridiculous. I'll take it to court. I'd love to see them award the neo-Nazis and the Aryan Nation and the Ku Klux Klan money. That would be just what this country needs.
So Omari, real quick, just a question for you. With you being you are a Black American, correct?
I am foundational Black American, just not a Black American. Thank you.
No, perfect. So FBA, perfect. So do you understand history? So I know you're intelligent. So like the history of our country, the things that have happened, like with Charlotte, like summer, like more with Ahmaud Arbery, all the stuff that happens to us, even after the thing with Charlie Kirk, where a kid was lynched in I think Mississippi, and they said it was suicide. He had like 2 broken legs and a broken arm. Do you're aware that kind of stuff goes on in this country, correct?
Yeah, but where are we going with this, Mike?
No, I'm just asking you. Just a question. Just a yes no question.
Yeah.
So
no, we're not talking about the things that happen. Look,
No. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish. I literally gonna finish. I'm just gonna say, what does it benefit you when you do these things or play this or put out this narrative, just like that video you made about Trump and his black friends? What does it profit you? People, this stuff has real consequences in the real world with our lives, with FBA lives are in danger behind what they're doing. So why do you, as a Black man, feel this your need? Why do you need to put this stuff out? Why are you so much on their side? I'm just trying to understand what your psyche is.
You want to know why do I sound like a contrarian sometimes?
This kind of stuff is.
So for me, Michael, I believe that there are times where we have these conversations and we put our color or we put our party as number one versus just looking at right and wrong, balls and strikes, right? And so what I try to do, because I'm not beholden to anyone, I'm not a Trump supporter anymore. Again, fuck Trump, it's on the recorded line, and fuck MAGA on the recorded line. You see how easy that was? You can't, not too many people say fuck the DNC and fuck Democrats.
But you don't believe it.
Oh, whatever. No. So I can say that. So my goal, Michael, I can actually talk to either side, and I'm free from the bullshit.
People have said that we've actually said that we don't believe certain parts of the DNC. What are you talking about?
I don't believe that.
People on the stage have said that you
I don't know.
Still continue to support.
I believe we
you
have.
still continue and lie in our face. Like you lie in our faces all the time.
Yeah, I believe.
And that's fine, and that's true. That's fine. But be yourself. Don't say something you're not.
Arthur, okay, come on. You said this is day 399. Thank you.
But you just repeated it, so I'm gonna repeat it too.
So Michael, did I answer you? Michael, I don't have any agenda to try to to try to infiltrate or try to convince the people in the group. And there's some beautiful people I see in the group, like Christina, I see Michael, the other Michael, I see Evans, Keith.
Damn, so that is rock overall?
A, CC, all the good people. I see them.
That's all you're trying to do.
Don all the time.
So let me.
And I'm not trying to. I'm just calling it the way I see it. That's all.
Right. So what Todd Blanche and Castro did when he stood up there with the DOJ and with the weight of the government behind it, people in this country talked about the level, the intelligence level in this country. Like people, 54% of Americans reading below 6th grade level. All that stuff we talked about, so the ignorance of people, even like the not understanding voting issues, how people hear something, they don't critically think about it. They don't go below the surface. They don't go read an article. They will hear something and they'll react to it. We've seen in our country's history, and even recent history, how like pliable people are with just work. What they're saying is very dangerous. But bump that. Todd Blanchard back. If you think that the Constitution will go to originalism, and you just want like the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and you don't want anything else, and you want the country back, I can understand that. Actually, not like I agree with it, I understand it. I don't understand. Somebody that's FBA, that came from FBA parents, that's been in this country and has been able to see and witness the violence that occurs. These little things, what you're just playing from Jesse Waters and the other guy, that is dangerous. You know that's gonna have real consequences. So I think Bieber put in the chat, I just saw where he put like that lynching doesn't happen too often. One lynching is too much. So if there was only one lynching in the history of this country, 249 years of America, that would be one too many lynchings. Saying that to say that Omar City has real life consequences.
Can you point and provide evidence that the SP, I don't even want to call them that no more. I can't even say their name anymore. That this group, they have stopped, and in the last 10 years lynching. Can you say in the last 10 years that they're out here actually doing the work that they did since 1970?
How would they stop the lynching?
I mean, can you point that they've stopped a lot of things that are happening?
How would they stop the lynching?
Because if you have informants, which you see that the FBI has FISA, they have different ways to spy on people. Again, the FBI has, they were a Project Veritas to Trent Point on steroids. That's what they were.
Real quick, I'll get off on that, let you on. I was just gonna say, Omar, for you to even come up these, what does it benefit you? Like I said, you are black, you have black thing, I'm guessing you're black, bro.
I just told you, being black has nothing to do with this. I'm putting my color and my party aside and what's right and wrong. I clearly said that.
Hold on, yeah, listen, do white people get lynched? Do white people have their city bombed out by black people? We going around in mobs and like, did we do a Tulsa on them? Or did we do freaking Atlanta race riots? Are we doing this shit to white people?
In 2020, I mean, we can go probably find some.
Did we kill a lot of Auburn? Did we kill jogging white people in our neighborhoods? When white people live in black neighborhoods, did we go up to them and be like, nigga, get out of here? Did we question them to where they live? Was Trayvon Martin, was that a white man? Like, was the white teenagers have to like go through that? Tamir Rice, the white kids have to worry about having toy guns or getting shot by the police?
Again, they were paying the top people.
Then they should get in trouble for that. I'm talking about your black man. I'm talking about your black behind in your like supporting like making points.
It's not illegal to pay them. I'm gonna have to see how they can, in my the wrestling, you can shine this up and make it, illegal to pay somebody in the KKK or pay somebody within a neo-Nazi. But is it wrong to pay the top people? Yes, to me, it's morally wrong.
Then they should get in
You want to
trouble for that.
you have to bring members in.
They should get in trouble. You'll be black to the day. You'll be black to the day you exit this planet. I just wish you would think about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be black to the planet, and I'm gonna be black all my life, and I'm gonna love black people. But loving black people has nothing to do with this case. You don't show your love for black people for talking up against
Mario, real simple question. Why would you pay the top person in the KKK? What would be the reason?
I don't know. I can't find a logical reason to pay the top people to infiltrate.
Because the top person will know everybody that's in an organization. That's why you pay the top person, because then they can untangle the network and tell you who's who, because these people are often anonymous. Wouldn't that make sense, Omar?
So unless you're saying the top person is also in cahoots, is that what you're also trying to? Because why are you paying the top person?
If you're paying the top person, that person is probably giving you video, is giving you access.
That's
right.
Right.
Yeah, well, this is why you would send to somebody to Charlottesville. This is why that now one thing it's gonna be difficult, because it does say they coordinated the transportation to Charlottesville. However, it's not like they knew what would happen at Charlottesville. So it was one person committing the act, or else we really don't know as much about it. But yes, you pay the top person, just like when they were infiltrating the mob. informants on the mob, they paid Sammy Gravano, who was number 2 in the FBI, to turn on John Gotti and explain the organization down beneath it. So it's actually
who did that? Who did that?
the FBI,
Okay, who was doing this?
Southern Law. What are you saying?
Not the FBI. We just heard.
Yeah. But again, it's not really dumb, because if the Jewish community had infiltrated the nation of Islam to protect themselves, I would understand it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a great idea because you get found out. But I understand this. You have to understand the Southern Poverty Law Center in the 1980s actually bankrupted the Ku Klux Klan. So they did prevent lynchings. And so to sit here and say, look, I don't want you to ping me on this. I don't know, well, somebody did it. I don't know if you thought I was going to be cooking with you on this one, but on this one, I can't believe it. I'm sitting over here with Deborah and Michael, like I would get off of this because this is. Here's what I'm saying. I'm sitting over here with Deborah and Michael and a lot of other people on stage on this. You bringing up this as something that is good when it's clearly a trumped up fucking charge is ignorant.
I'm not gonna give handies to just anybody because I like you. I might like you. I'm not gonna always agree with you. I'm gonna disagree with you. That's some bullshit. Like, y'all want to do the human centipede thing? Y'all like that shit? Y'all, you ain't gonna ever get a motherfucking me stick my head up in no one's ass.
Who is y'all?
Nobody. Y'all want to do the hand? Y'all want to do the reach around?
He said he wasn't agreeing with you. He said he wasn't agreeing with you.
That's fine.
Okay, so then the y'all, somebody, y'all stuff.
Then you can't hand them out.
That's between you and Trent.
It's not serious. It's not serious. Jack off.
Okay, you guys.
And I just know RJ here.
Please. Because I got questions. Go ahead, RJ. Maybe you'll help.
I just want to make a point real quick about the Southern Poverty Law Center since 1971 and what they have done and continue to do. It is more than just fighting and stopping lynchings, even though that was and still remains an issue, not as much as it was early in the 20th century, but still an issue. But they lead legal and community-based efforts to topple institutional racism. They stamp out Jim Crow. They unmask white supremacist groups, part of the idea of paying informants, protect civil rights of communities of color, and all other sorts of groups. They do a lot more than just lynching. I think it's very easy for people to fall into or be led down pathways where one example of what the SPLC may have focused on at its origin, and then to use that as a false narrative to say, as it was said in here earlier, well, we don't have as many lynchings anymore, so we don't need them anymore. And that becomes a fallacy that you need to see and avoid. The SPLC has done and continues to do a lot more than just attack lynchings. And that is why these groups are getting help from the FBI, who incidentally came out last year, as I recall, and said they were no longer going to be looking into white supremacist groups, and they're going to change their focus. And that's why they're going after the SPLC. I'll land my mic.
So who said that? I didn't hear no one.
Beaver put it in the chat.
Oh, I think someone said that on stage. I was supposed to say.
I read it in the chat, but yeah.
Okay. I thought you might have been accusing me of saying that. My apologies. All right, cool.
I have questions. So they're being accused of something. The grand jury has said that they're going to send trial, but can't we wait until we get all the information? They have to go to trial. I'm sure they have excellent lawyers. If this was being done, they're going to have to defend themselves. And no one said, it's real interesting, Omari, and Michael, you too. I heard you say, Michael, in your opening submission, that if they did something illegal, then, oh well, like the rest of us, you know? no one's in here trying to cape for any organization, regardless of who it is, if they're doing wrong. That's the difference between us and MAGA. They're not like us. We will we will throw your ass into the den of wolves quicker with a banana peel and gasoline draws. We're not caping for nobody. They have done good work. If, like RJ says, people fall into situations where money, fame, whatever the case may be, bad planning, not no understand. But these are attorneys. Let's be real, you guys. These are not no lightweights. These are not no poop butts. It's not a pinky in the brain. These are attorneys, well seasoned attorneys. So let's just let this play out. That's what I think.
I agree with you, Lisa. I don't understand. I guess probably as normally I'm pretty aligned with Michael's logic and what you said. I mean, we've been saying for the longest, Epstein's found out. There's like, well, you guys don't want to do it. You know what? The bill is in there, send them to jail, up under hell. That's what I've always heard you say, or always heard most people say. Don't matter whether they're Democrat, Republican, zebra stripe, or elephants, put them in jail. And in this case, this is an organization, if they did something illegal, put them in jail. And to your point is, what I heard, and I sat back and listened, um, and I'm not saying such is the case. This is my perception from what I heard, so I don't want anybody to be coughing deep in crap. But what I heard was this thing happened, and there's supposed to be some outrage. And to Michael's point, the whole last 6 months have been outrage after outrage. I mean, at this point, Iran, the war, outrageous. What's going on? Outrageous. You can go down the line and to say, this organization did some things that paid the grand risen. Okay. But we also know that, doesn't Pete Hesses have a swastika tattoo or somewhere? Some weird ass tattoos. I'm just saying. Why is there supposed to be some kind of specialized outrage for this? Everything is outrageous. Our SecDef has allegedly had a drinking problem. Outrage. I can't believe anything that comes out of Patel's mouth ever in any situation. He has no beef. He has no quality with me with anything he says. That's what I kind of felt like. I felt like you're like, how dare you people not be outraged? What? What? And I agree wholeheartedly. Bottom line, they did something illegal. Send them to jail. Sue them. Think about whatever. I don't care what party. And I think most people are like, who cares what party they belong to? Send them to jail, whoever they are. And that's most of, if they did something illegal.
So that goes to the point. We usually what happens, and I appreciate you. Good to see you again, GA. Been a minute. Something happens for the day. We're just taking the news. We talk about it. We have a spirited debate, and we then uh, move on to the next. So it doesn't mean that we are litigating this situation today. Of course, it has to go through the courts. We're a country of laws where you are innocent until proven guilty. But I hope that when something comes up with Trump or with somebody else within his administration, we remember this day and say, let it play out, right? I want to hear that same verbiage, that same wording come people on this stage.
Oh boy.
Let it play
So
out.
you just being performative.
Let it play out.
So I agree with what GA just said, but I just wanted to bring out because we were talking. This has to do with the FBI. So the FBI on we can't even really respect the FBI or trust the FBI with Cash Patel at the helm because I'm willing to believe that Waters was all over this story and so dramatic about it, but he left out the story about what's going on with Cash Patel and his girlfriend, who, so when they were doing these stories on Cash Patel, right, and this girlfriend, in order to write a story, you have to see things happening, right? They're reporting, journalists reporting what they see. Um, so Cash Patel put the FBI, had agents go after the journalist, this female journalist who's reporting. I believe she's with New York Times, who has been responsible for reporting some of these stories that are coming out on Cash Patel and his girl. They are trying to put what did they call it? Stalking. They're trying to say that she's a stalker, not a reporter. They're looking for ways to have her, they've gone to her home. The FBI has, and they're trying to get a case for stalking against a journalist. That's, but they are actively trying to do that. Are you outraged, Omar?
Yeah, I don't have selective outrage like some. So very outraged. There you go. See how easy that is.
Yeah, they it, but tomorrow will be different. Just like you jumped.
Okay, we're not. Well, today is April 22nd.
Yeah, you said it.
In our year, Lord 2026.
And I'll bring it up when you flip. Okay.
Grazie.
I got one more. Because it hit me as I sat down. How do we know that this didn't prevent a terrorist attack? How do we know that this didn't prevent a Buffalo?
How do we know what didn't prevent a terrorist attack?
No, just going back and reminiscing on what I said is how can you? We don't know. That's why I said can you point to it? Can we point to it?
How do we know? Because I don't know. The guys don't tell us. How do we know that somebody in the Southern Poverty Law Center wasn't tipped off to someone that was going to commit a Buffalo-style mass shooting or attack a synagogue? How do we know that didn't happen? Over the course since the 1980s, since they've been doing that. How do we know that? I would gain the bet that it probably has. It probably did prevent something. That law enforcement weren't tipped off. So yeah, I'm just saying, I love you, my brother. I love you.
I got you, and I love you like my brother. Even though you could be a little messy, but I love you like my brother.
Yeah, we're playing the Giants tonight, so I'm hyped up. But before we jump off the ship, and the Poverty Law Center, which for the disadvantaged and for minority communities, LGBTQ, Black folks, and other the disabled, an organization that has really done a lot for a lot of people. Before we jump off the ship and say this was a terrible thing that you've done, how do we know that they didn't prevent a mass tragedy happening to one of our families? I'm just gonna land with that. Yeah, y'all have a good.
You have a blessed night. We don't know. I would like to see the value add that they have done, and since I'm talking about post-Trump. I know y'all like to go back into the good old days, and yes, we love SPLC, but we talking about post-Trump, right? We're looking at post-Trump, what they've been involved in. We do know Charlottesville has been one of the things that has been the biggest news story of stories, even till today. It's the reason why I think someone said Joe Biden ran Charlottesville.
I wanted to make a correction.
I'm looking for the value add. No, go ahead.
I'm not sure what value it means, but I did want to make a correction. I said last time that the FBI stopped investigating. I was wrong. It was the Department of Justice. When Trump's people came back into the administration, one of the first things they did is eviscerate the Civil Rights Division in the Department of Justice. I think 70 to 75% of those lawyers got scrapped. So if one of these scenarios were to happen, I mean, there there's no one in the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice anymore who would be looking at any of this. Maybe it'd be good for the SPLC, which, from what I understand, is a private institution held up by donors. So I'm not sure what the value add thing means. I think it shows plenty of value to those who support it and those who are defended by it. I think that value is self-evident. I would also say that with this administration, given that track record, it's pretty clear what their aim is here, not only going after these folks, but also having a story to tell to propagandists like Jesse Waters, who cut his teeth running around sticking cameras in people's faces for Bill O'Reilly. I'm done.
So another question about FBI and crimes of Omari and crimes that committed since the FBI has been around.
Who was that just finished talking?
That's Brother RJ.
Thank you, RJ.
I think Arthur had a question. I don't know. Is this question strictly for me? Can you? I don't want it to be about me. Can you ask somebody else on the stage a question?
Well, you made a statement, so I'm just trying to understand your statement. You made a statement that
we looking to move on.
No, we're not looking to move on. You can't just change it. You made a statement that the SPLC is to prevent a lynching. So I'm asking you, how is that organization supposed to prevent a lynching? He called himself. That's great.
Okay, I'm sure everybody, welcome to the 420, your room, where kitchen table talk, backyard barbecue, cookout talk. Listen, I'm just reading up on the Southern Poverty Law Center, and I'm sure everybody here knows what it is. If by now they probably Googled, you guys have Googled if you don't know exactly what it is, but just real quickly and briefly, the Southern Poverty Law Center was founded by civil rights lawyer Morris Dees, Joseph L. Levin in August 1971 as a legal clinic originally focused on issues such as fighting poverty, racial discrimination, and the death penalty in the U.S. Dees asked civil rights leader Julian Bond to serve as president, a largely honorary position. He resigned that position in 1979, 8 years later, but remained on the board of directors until his death in 2015. So Dees and the SPLC began filing lawsuits against the Ku Klux Klan chapters and similar organizations for monetary damages on behalf of their victims. The favorable verdicts from these suits served to bankrupt the KKK and other targeted organizations. Let's see what else. It's just so. With that in mind, just a little information on them. This would be a sad thing, and I hope that it's true, because everything that the grand jury indicts doesn't mean that it's a guilty verdict. We all know that. And what do they say? The grand jury can indict a ham sandwich. So let's see. Let's just see. So, and as far as us jumping up and down when something happens in the Trump administration, giving them the same leverage, I agree with that, Omari, but I don't think, like, if somebody came out, for example, we've been talking about the last few days about Cash Patel being an alcoholic, right? And you see what he's doing. He's denying it. He's going to try to sue the Atlantic. He's going to take it the Trump route about deny, until either people get tired of it or he has to actually give in when the lawsuit comes to fruition and they have to get discovery. We just let you guys just self-implode. I'll be worried about trying to say, yep.
And many times he said that Iranian people are not the same as Islamic Republic. They don't support jihadis. They don't support violence. And
I'm sorry,
I think that our leader.
This is just too much.
Let's have a please let him finish. It's okay. Mohammed, it's okay. Please let him
finish. I'm gonna tackle after this gentleman.
Okay, I'll go on you and I'll let you take over the conversation.
Okay,
Go ahead, Reza, go ahead.
And we just started our revolution with 40,000 people killed on the street, innocent people on the street. And you know, our leader is not Trump, our leader is not Bibi. And we will destroy the Islamic Republic. And I think you know that most people in Iran, outside Iran, or in Iran don't support the Islamic Republic. And they want a revolution. They want the whole change, not a reform. If America and Israel want this reform, it's not important for us. I think we just want a revolution because of we don't support any reform. We know that these people that killed 40,000 people and they support them, they support IRGC, can't be our leaders for the reform. I myself support resolution, but I'm not a dictator. I support my whole people's opinion, and I think at the end, if there is an opportunity for vote for someone, I will fully respect the people's who they choose, and I think it's not too far, but I think in the future we will be able to choose like any other countries who we want. And I know war is not acceptable, never will be acceptable because innocence will be die. But there is no solution, as Taco said. There is no solution, as Taco said. If there is a solution, it's in war. I know it's a bad choice. I disagree with you on that. Choice, it's not a choice. It's our only choice. Because it's not your only choice. It's not a choice to begin with. I just asked Taco if there is a solution. He said he doesn't know the solution. So there is no solution.
War is ultimately not a solution. War is not a solution.
That's the moment.
The only thing war is going to solve, Reza, is to destroy our country. You realize that? Even more. Even more. It can't get worse than this. It can't get worse than February 28th.
We know what the solution, what not the solution is. That's what we do know. And war is not it.
The only thing we know is not the war.
Right. And your solution, which is war, has proven to be wrong.
Absolutely. So, Reza, you are saying that the war is not acceptable, but you support Trump bombing Iran? How come you are saying this and then you are supporting Trump?
I said it's not acceptable, but it's a hard choice, but only choice.
No, but why not?
If you have
So now you are supporting it, right?
No. Imagine that I'm sick. I have an illness. You tell me that.
I don't imagine. I'm going with the real thing. Are you disabled?
That narrative doesn't work. No, that narrative doesn't work. Real quick. That narrative doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore.
Are you disabled?
That what is your solution doesn't work anymore. We know that war does not work. Your solution does not work, bro. So you're in no position to ask us what the solution is and try to corner us, because your so-called solution has not worked, as we've been screaming from day one. It doesn't work, so you can't turn around and be like, so what's your solution? Yours hasn't worked, bro. You're not in a position.
It doesn't work.
It does. It never did. It's shit. It's bullshit.
What's your solution for me? Okay.
No.
We
know what my solution is.
Just let me. My solution to you. My solution to you is: are you disabled or you are not disabled?
I am not.
Okay. Okay, so go to your country, go back there, take the gun, and stand against the government. Can you do that?
No, he wants American kids to go and do it for him. He wants my
Go do that fucking shit.
From my country because 3 years ago, I just protest in my country. I was in prison for 1 month. Then they didn't allow me to study. They didn't allow me to work in my own country.
Do you want my 24-year-old to go and fight for your country and get killed over there? Is that what you want?
I don't
My
want
kids
that.
are Americans.
So you want every people in Iran be the same as you?
Why are you telling something
No, I
funny
really
to
want.
me?
I want to get an answer from you.
You tell me
Reza,
that why didn't you
Reza, hang on a
fight
second.
with
You're
your
here,
people?
you're
I
here,
told
right?
you that I fought with them.
Reza,
Yeah,
you're
I
outside
did it
Iran.
before.
But hang on,
Did
you're outside
you take the gun and then you went against them?
No, but the thing is,
I don't want to kill anybody. Why should I take a gun and to kill somebody?
So how come you support the Trump?
Peacefully. I just protested peacefully.
How come you support the Trump to make the war?
I was not just supporting the Trump to make the war. Before that, we just asked the help from all countries.
He gave us a sob story about his friend getting killed, right?
Muhammad,
Time did he mention the 165-year-old and the 165 young girls who got bombed? Not one time. Okay? And he's telling me about his friend who gets killed.
just a moment, Muhammad. I'm gonna ask him. Do you condemn the bombing a school in the
Why
Mino?
don't you answer me? Okay, I accept. Okay, I fully accept.
No, do you condemn them or you don't condemn them?
Say it. I accept your word.
Morning, George.
Word is not acceptable. Okay. I just respect your opinion. So what's your objection for me?
To you?
This is a white man's saloon that sells white man's liquor. I'm telling you to crawl your filth out of here, Bree.
Go back to your country. Instead of hiring two other countries.
You hear, you red-skinned nigga?
Okay, so you can say it in Palestinian. Why are you
A white man's talking.
that free Palestine?
You ain't stepping on, Bree.
Palestinians
Back up on
go
there.
to your country and
You hear that, George?
killed by Israel.
I'm gonna bleed you, boy.
Who said that?
I'm sorry, I'm not Palestinian. Okay, I think
Okay, now change it your time. Go ahead.
it should be up to the collective will of the Iranian people.
Sectional is calling my name. Dibs on the recliner with the cup holder. Leave those cushions deep as the ocean. Leather,
People, characters like you who advocate for the destruction of their country, the killing of their leadership, and aligning with an evil power like Israel to come and say that Israel or Trump has your interests at heart. And again, I advocate being held accountable for treason of their country, for committing treason against their people in their country. Yes, I understand you have a regime in Iran that might be very repressive. It's the future of a country it's the future of a country at stake. Characters like you should not have a say in the future of a great place like Iran. Because your thought is a very narrow way of putting things together. Because I understand you might have suffered at the hands of the regime because you said something or you protested. But to call for the destruction of your country and the killing of your leaders, of the leaders of Iran, is just an atrocious fucking thing to do. Okay? Period. And Mazi, get a committee from your peers in Iran, put this guy on trial. And get a lawyer. Reza, in the future, get yourself a lawyer. A good lawyer.
Are you done? So how can I be so upset about killing my own leadership that insulted my people that protested against him, and he ordered to kill 40,000 people on the street? Why shouldn't I be so upset?
You can be
City all you want to be. I understand. But you cannot align yourself with a destructive, with an enemy with an evil power like Israel and America to come and destroy your country, thinking that they are doing this for the benefit of the Iranian people. You think Trump is sitting down thinking about you and your family and the future of the Iranian people, or Israel? You think so? If you are this naive, thinking this way, then I have no sympathy for you. I'm sorry.
Okay, your problem is why Israel and America helps Iranian people. I think it was not important for us, whoever could it be. For example,
his problem is you don't understand that they are not helping you.
If Qatar, if Turkey,
you don't have that mentality to understand they are not helping you.
They are destroying your country. They are destroying your country. That's what
you are.
They're gonna destroy your country and loot your country. That's it. There's nothing else.
Shut down the internet.
What internet? You know they have the intranet inside the Iran.
I'm talking about the Iran. I lived just in Iran since 2 years ago.
Yeah, I was 2 months ago. I was 2 months ago.
In Iran, there is an intranet in Iran.
There is.
The same as internet. For example, when you are chatting with your family and you are talking for example, about politics, they read your messages and
who said that?
I was in Iran.
Okay, so what they did to you?
Who did that?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Do you believe that Israel has a democracy?
I don't care.
Okay, I just want to let you know.
Because the only thing I care.
Hold on a second. Hold on. A lot of countries have the laws in place. If the country is under attack in any shape or form, or if there's any type of infiltration that's going on from outside party, they can apply the law where they can actually ban internet. Through internet, that's how they were able to kill the leader of Iran. There's a report on this. Through the internet, they can control drones, right? And Iran has a lot of drones.
That was blocked before the war.
Was there infiltration going on?
Yeah, after the protest.
Was there infiltration? I'm asking you, did they? Oh, bro. Hey.
Internet was blocked.
Hey.
Yeah, was blocked.
Was there infiltration going on?
No, I think.
Yes. Trump came out and said he gave weapons to Kurds before the protest.
You know, before the war and after the protest.
I just told you. Do you want the article? I don't mind giving it to you. This is such an idiot, this guy. Such an intellectually dishonest piece of shit, man. Oh my God. This is the problem with you. You're suffering from cognitive dissonance. Do you understand what that means? You're just like a Zionist scumbag that denies everything. If I throw you all types of sources, how many times has America infiltrated in your internal affairs? Many, many times. Not just America. I'm talking about the West. British, America. Oh, and including Mossad. Are you going to deny the fact what happened with Dr. Masadik? Are you going to deny the fact who trained Salak? Are you going to deny the fact who flew in the leader of Iran in 79? Hold on. Are you going to deny all of these facts? Are you going to deny all of these facts?
From America.
Oh my God.
You know exactly what happened to my country.
You and Sweden. You protested. You didn't even fucking pull up the ball to go back to Iran.
Yeah, just a moment. Do you think in UAE why they blocked the WhatsApp?
The countries have the WhatsApp blocked.
Why they blocked the WhatsApp? Is it internet blockage? Yeah, and Clubhouse and everything.
Everything in UAE is blocked.
No, and all the chats, all the calling and everything is blocked over there.
In UAE, everything is blocked. Yeah.
You don't understand. I told about WhatsApp and Mazi told about Clubhouse, not everything.
Okay, WhatsApp and Clubhouse.
Okay.
But Telegram is blocked in Iran since 10 years
Telegram was blocked at one point.
I accepted.
Yeah, but okay. Do you know some of the countries had Telegram blocked? Like there was French, Australia.
Yes.
There's other. Did you know about this?
Yeah, I know. But
why was it blocked? Why was it? Why
it's not blocked? It's not.
Even FaceTime for us iPhone users, this doesn't apply to you, Amir.
There was no war. Why didn't they put a block on Telegram?
Yeah, why?
And FaceTime.
Everything.
You're such an idiot, bro. You don't have any fucking talking points. You're just talking out of your asshole right now.
Give up to say only.
You want to just talk for the sake of talking. Retard.
Shut down the internet.
No, the internet. I just gave you give me a better argument than that. I just told you, if there's infiltration going on inside any country, and I put examples out there.
I asked one question.
They're all motivated by revenge. That's all. He doesn't give a fuck. Bro, it's not a fucking revenge. It's just a retardness. This guy is a fucking retard, motherfucker.
You cannot wake up the people who want to sleep.
It has nothing to do with it. I'll tell you this, Muhammad. I'll guarantee you this. If this regime, right? If this regime behaves normally, like in the GCC countries, I lived over there. The people over there are happy. They're getting incentives, benefits, no sanction. People can move freely. If this was to happen, the same fucking regime that these motherfuckers are, telling, we need to go, we're talking about revenge. That has nothing to do with the revenge. These motherfuckers will be the same one. They'll be like, yeah, we're happy now. We're happy now.
You know what they did in Bahrain? They execute the people, the protesters.
Israel and America to come and save you is betting on the
I think it's more than 40 or 50 years that you are with the Palestine's flag and you want to make the
Palestinian flag. Why are you waving Israeli flag? Why the fuck is that the protest are you waving Israeli flag?
It's time to shut your mouth. And
you shut your fucking mouth, you disgusting filthy dog. Stop acting like a fucking mother, Jinde.
And
fucking Cooney.
to make our country free.
And make us your country. You're gonna sit in fucking the best of the,
Make
fucking mother, Jinde.
So you have to
shut the fuck up, bitch.
Shut the fuck up.
Fucking haramzadeh.
If you can,
You're nothing but a fucking haramzadeh, bitch.
You can make the Palestine free. But we will make Iran free in the future. So you can stick the Palestinian flag in your ass.
See?
The Palestinian flag. We should shove it up your asshole. I think we need to shove Palestinian flag up your asshole so you become pro-patty, bitch.
Fuck Palestine, fuck jihadis, fuck violence. Yeah.
Reza, you will never
make
the people who think like you will never get.
Because you are violent people.
Reza, you proved the point I made initially. Reza, this is what you just said. Reza, what you just said shows exactly why the world does not stand with Iran. What you said just shows why people don't stand. Because you're being racist.
We don't want their support.
Exactly what I told you. You're saying right now. You are one of them.
We don't need their support. The only thing we want
then don't cry when you say, why is the world not standing with us?
You can make Palestine.
He's a bitch. I mean, what do you expect from a bitch?
You know why? You know why? Because you can.
You know why?
Reza,
what do I know?
If you
Reza, I'll tell you what you convinced me of. Reza, you convinced me of one thing.
50 years, and you are telling me that I'm wrong?
Reza,
you're definitely wrong. You're not just wrong, you're a mother Jinde as well.
No, Amir, hold on.
I don't really give a fuck, bro.
Let me tell you what you have taught me today. What you have taught me is that the same ignorance in 1979 that brought the mullahs in power is alive well within your camp, within the monarchist camp. You guys are so fucking delusional. The lines that you're saying, the propaganda you're spewing, is as bad as Khomeini saying make all your shit free if you bring me the power. Shah is stealing your stuff. You gotta be naive and very gullible. That is what you've taught me. And I'm sorry to say that Iran will get fucked if people like you actually were the majority. And I'm talking about the monarchists. I'm not talking about the opposition. But people who think like you, that spew all of the Iran international propaganda day and night, come on the Clubhouse with zero friends and talk like this, You guys are the problem. I'm so sorry.
And
I don't want to see my country get ruined.
Yeah?
I don't want to see my country get ruined by assholes who are okay to see the country get torn apart because you have such a vengeance inside of you.
Because your Islamic Republic just funded jihadis.
I'm not an Islamic Republic supporter, Reza. That's why you need to get the balls out of your ear and you need to learn to listen. Reza, you have taught me nothing new. Nothing new. Everything you've said today, it's like a robot talking. I've heard all these points.
You can talk from the day to the night to your jihadis people.
Opium.
To your jihadis
There's hold on. One last thing. Reza, they say religion is. Reza, listen to
40
me.
years and 50 years to make Palestine free, but they
Reza.
the shit.
Reza,
Okay.
listen to me. They
Keep
say
quiet, my little
religion is the opium. Amir, hold on one second. Reza, listen to this. Remember this, even though I know you hate me. Just listen to this, okay? Just listen 1 second.
I don't hate
They
you.
say
I don't hate
religion.
you.
Okay, but listen, you hate my position, so just listen to me. They say religion. That what I believe is propaganda's opium of the masses, because what propaganda does that religion cannot. Religion only convinces those who can believe in religion. It can't convince the atheists. You can't convince the agnostic. Propaganda affects those people who are religious and non-religious like. And so sorry that after 50-something days since this has started, that you guys actually still believe that there's a chance that what America and Israel are doing will even set the stage for a referendum vote to happen. But I want you to think of one thing. Let's say even if it gets there, you still have approximately 10 to 15 million Iranians in Iran that I don't support, but those people support the Islamic Republic regime that you're still going to have to deal with. What are you going to do? Are you going to murder all of them? Are you going to murder all of them as well? Those are people that you have to live side by side with, Reza. They can't all be exterminated. You can't do a second Holocaust and kill all those people. You have to get off the extremist bandwagon,
Who wants
Reza.
to kill them, Taco? Who wants?
Reza, okay, if you don't kill them, if you don't get rid of them, how are you going to live side by side 18 million people who do not accept Reza Pahlavi? How are you going to do that?
So how is it possible in other countries? Some of them are left, some of them are right. Is not possible. For example,
Reza,
some people
Reza,
in
I just want to know why he's so racist.
It doesn't support
Reza, what
Against
I'm trying to
Arabs.
explain to you, hold on, Mati. Reza, what I'm trying to explain to you is that these people don't want to see the Islamic Republic go. The same people that you call, Batel, that have killed unarmed civilians.
If they don't want the Islamic Republic to go. So if something happens, so they will use their guns against us. They will kill us.
Yes, I think so.
So
I think there can be
who
insurgency
are the
within
evils? They are the evil, or we are the evil. If
Reza,
they use their
it's
guns
not-
against us and kill us
Yes.
just because they don't want the Islamic Republic to go.
Anytime, yes. But evil or not doesn't matter. It's practicality. Regime, which is the Islamic Republic, does not want to go away. We cannot wish it away. And just to hope that America and Israel are going to hand the keys to a democratic Iran and say, have a referendum vote. Vote whoever you want. Well, what if the popular vote is someone that Israel and the U.S. do not want? Then what happens? Have you thought that far ahead? They're going to say, we just want democracy. What if somebody says, we have better values, but no, we're going to do things that U.S.
Listen to me. There is a problem. You and
person
me.
again. It's going
Accept
to
that there is a
continue.
big problem. There is a big problem, yeah? Do you
What
agree?
is it? Oh, huge
The
problem,
problem
of
is
course.
the Islamic Republic in Iran.
No.
The people in Iran, they are not
It is,
free.
but it's also, Reza,
No,
but you
do
gotta
agree?
understand,
Do you agree?
Reza,
Do you agree?
I agree, but I don't agree that it's the only
So
problem. It's not the
what's
only
your
problem.
solution? What's your
Here we go with the
solution?
what's your solution. Reza, I'm telling you, War is not the solution. It can never be the solution.
Okay,
Do you
what
understand?
is your solution? Other than most places in Arizona.
Oh yeah, dude. So I was stationed in 29 Palms for 8 years, and then when I renewed my contract, I went as a recruiter for 2 years. And so my first post was Bridgeport, Connecticut. Second post was Elk Grove, Illinois. And when I transitioned, after I transitioned out of that, I got transitioned into North Carolina, and then where else? Cherry Point as well.
I don't know. I mean, my cousin, I have a cousin that was a Marine. My dad, he's a veteran, but he was in the Army, and he doesn't hate Marines or anything like that. He just, I don't know what it is, just kind of like, they make fun of you. There's like an old dude, like 30 years ago, we were in like Eddie Bauer, and my dad said something like, it's kind of like the ones in the Army. He's like, oh, this old dude came up and he's like, yeah, wait, we didn't have those in the Marines. We didn't get lost. Like, talking shit to my dad.
It's just internal bickering. I mean,
Yeah.
Stateside, we'll poke each other up. We'll make fun of each other. But in reality, when you get in country or you're entwined with each other, you have respect for each other. You do in country, but if you're on garrison shit, we're gonna make fun of them, like Navy jokes, Army jokes. Like I used to tell my brother, he's in the Army as well, and I used to joke with him. I was like, what's their instructional manual for 11 Bravo, which is infantry units, right? And he goes, what do you mean? What's the first page? For rules of engagement, called Marine Corps. Stupid shit like that. You know what I mean? So, but other than that, dude, freaking. I've been putting up windows today, and I just got done with putting in extra windows.
All right, we get it.
Star Wars, fuck you, bro.
I could hear that part. You're actually barely had good pitch, so that's good.
Bro, speaking of Star Wars, have you seen that fucking AI fucking Star Wars
There's a new Mandalorian movie
fucking
with
sing-off or whatever they...
Grogu. It's supposed to be coming out this year.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's been pretty fucking dead on Clubhouse, dude. Freaking. It's either you go to chillism and watch people just like crash out amongst each other, or you go elsewhere and you're just like, fuck.
You kind of have like the reverse of what you had. So you have like all of these left-leaning rooms, but they're largely still like black. Like a lot of them are mostly black on here, and they just like bitch about Trump, which is fine.
Yeah,
I'll bitch about him. But it's just like super
That's
boring.
the only thing that's free right now, Pepe.
Oh, Pepe, you should try out the new thing that we're doing with Bibi and Rafi, and you should say that the Jews orchestrate all global events and run the world.
Amazing. But I was gonna say
ask him if they do.
Okay, fine. But I was
Rafi said
saying
he's
like,
gonna.
okay, let me say something. Rafi wanted to. He had to order food, and I was saying like Rafi, it's quite a bit different here. Like we don't have people that you could pick out outwardly as being Jewish. To be frank, like a lot of the people here came from the Northeast, and Italians and Jews at times you can't perfectly pick them apart. And they both have the same accents, and from New York, and
big noses.
Just like, of course, and curly hair and all of that stuff. But you do get like
money. Good with money.
No, the Jews are better with money. The Jews are better with money. There's a reason they had like Bugsy Siegel and the Jews basically
Run Vegas.
Run the casinos in Cuba, in Las Vegas, as opposed to Italians running it. They're just not built that way. They're not smart enough. But with that being said, no, like you see people like you do see for certain parts of Scottsdale. You do see people wearing. I can't pick the different Orthodox people apart from each other, so I don't know what they are. I'll just call them Orthodox. But you do have like these large Jewish centers where you see like little kids in their kippas bicycling to the centers, and nobody fucks with them here, which is good.
Hey, I gotta.
You're just as likely to get shot by a Jew here as you are by anybody else.
Pepe, you have to understand. Nobody fucks with Jews here too. If there's a group of them meeting somewhere and they're all protesting, yeah, you wanna avoid it. But if one fucking pussy's walking by himself, he's not gonna do shit because he's a pussy. When they're by themselves, they're only big in numbers. Protests don't happen every single day. So they don't show up in numbers. Then they go back and hiding in their mother's basements.
There's a lot of lone wolf attacks out there. You seen all those Brooklyn videos where people just randomly walk up to a Hasidic guy and slug him in the face? Anyways, I got a question for you.
This room's getting way too Jewy.
I got a question for you. It's about the Ummah and the Medina Proclamation or the Medina Constitution.
I really don't. I'm not a Muslim. I don't care.
I know I'm asking Rich. I'm not asking you because I know you don't know anything.
Yeah, what's up?
So, how would you defend, or how would you attack the Medina Constitution? Because it talks about Jews nonstop and about blood money, about how they have to join the war, provide material support for war, defend their part of the cities, all kinds of basically bullshit things.
I have an answer.
What?
Carpet bomb them.
Just carpet bomb?
The reality is though, is like our very first foreign war in America was with
Muslims,
they called themselves at the time, but
the Berbers, the Berber pirates.
Yeah, well, no, it was the Berbers. I think it was called Berberia at the time, but basically they were kidnapping people, making people slaves, stopping all of the commercial ships, and of course you had to pay a tax, to go anywhere where they were.
Yeah.
And it was really interesting. He said, like, we want to resolve this matter. And he said, like, Allah commands us to find you and seek you out and kill you. And
it's a very toxic mind virus because
they basically did like to battle him for the United States Marines. I guess Steffi would know a lot more about their battle hymns. I don't know it, but it talks about the shores of Tripoli, and it was their very first like foreign engagement, and it was literally jihadist, and they are a problem. But I do think that we can look at quotes from World War I, where it would be still considered so Islamophobic today. General Jack Pershing said, some of the most Islamophobic stuff, which was very well deserved, in my opinion.
There's
God damn it, shut your goddamn mouth, you stupid fucking misfit. Shut up.
He used what I was about to tell him to say. I was going to tell him to say that to him.
You misling?
I was literally with the high and tell Pepe and call him that.
But no, he calls himself that, so that's fine. You do not
never have great minds think alike.
Well, see, this is the thing about Islam.
Wow. Okay, shut up.
Hello?
All that was being said is that these people, I understand after October 7th, like a lot of Muslims have been trying to say, like, oh, look, bro, we're just like you guys, bro. Yeah, dude, if it wasn't for these Jews, bro, we'd be fine. We love Christians, bro. Oh, just attack Israel, bro. And then it's just like, oh, wait, hold on, let's fast forward through history. Oh, yeah, never mind. You guys genocide and fucking conquer everybody that you fucking meet and fucking hate everybody that you meet. No, not buying it. But this is what they're doing. I mean, you can't, and I'm critical of Israel, and I think that's perfectly fine. And go the opposite direction and being like pro-Islam, which I think Tucker Carlson is, I don't know what this fucking deal is, but, and I'll watch him because he's entertaining, but I don't think being pro-Islam or even sympathizing with them, I mean, these are the same people that right after they slaughtered all those people, civilians, by the way, in Israel, what is the first thing they do? They just go out in the streets and they're like, free Palestine, free It's just like free Germany after like we gassed a bunch of fucking Jews and I don't know. It's fucking weird and very sloppy.
Pepe, I heard you need some context for Tripoli. You need some better weed. Stop smoking the meth.
Shut up, stupid! Stupid, shut up! You're not the only supermodel, stupid.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
What type of context would you like about Tripoli, sir?
Well, no. I mean, I know that's part of your battle hymn, and in other words, I was thinking, I don't know what your battle hymn.
Okay, so the reason why, why did Tripoli enter the battle hymn is because the 500-600 death march, through Northern Africa. It's the greatest accomplishment in the Marine Corps, and it shows courage, dedication, and ambition to adapt and overcome. That's one of the key points why it entered the battle hymn. Sorry. So there's a little context for you.
But I do think it's funny, I do understand you had some faggot RDF soldiers who used the jackhammer or axe or whatever to smash the face of Jesus. All right, you're gonna get those people like when you have mandatory conscription or a draft army, you're going to get, it's just unavoidable, you're going to get assholes. That's what happens. In any given army or military, you're going to have like a small percentage of people that are going to end up raping, murdering, whatever. It's unavoidable. And so you can't like paint the whole group for doing that. But I did think it was funny. Like, no, yes, it's true. Muslims, if you insult Jesus or Mary, they do get offended by it because they look at Joseph as Jesus as being a prophet, not God. That's where pretty big fundamental difference between us. But they do look at Mary as being a virgin mother and all of that. So you can't blaspheme her. But that nonetheless does not mean that Muslims don't want to take your fucking head off any less. So it's like they're militantly standing up for Christians. You think, but they're only doing it for their religious purposes. It's not to stick up for Christians. Because at the end of the day, they do not believe Jesus is the same person Christians believe he is.
Pepe, hopefully when Rich gets off the phone, he probably shed some light on this, but in Christianity, we say we're the children of God, well, I was told, and once again, I was told that in Allah looks at children, the believers of Islam as slaves to God. And I might be fairly badly, paraphrasing, but I would say at least over a handful of Muslims that have left their religion and transitioned to Christianity make the statement because, the word that they say means slave to God. Slave to God instead of the children of God. Rich, are you off the phone, my guy?
I am now.
Thank you. Can you help me out with something?
I can in just a minute. I'm gonna drive through a gas station. I'm about to order water.
Can you give me like 30 seconds?
Yeah. As long as this car doesn't pull up. Go ahead.
Okay, real quick. I was always told, I was told by a handful of Muslims that, like, you know, we're called the children of God in Christianity, and I believe in Judaism. In Islam, they're called the slaves of God.
Yeah, that's what Muslim means, is to be a slave or servant of Allah.
Okay, so thank you, Rich.
You're welcome.
But
Yes,
Christianity is different, though. The thing is, though, is Christianity, even if you're a person that's not a Christian, like, we're all children of God. So, like, Jews,
exactly,
and Muslims, like, we're not. And this is where
This has to deal with Mohammedan law.
But I think this is where, like, a lot of people get confused when it comes to, like, you know, the Pope. First of all, the Pope, the last war that they've, I guess you could say even somewhat supported was World War II. All of the other wars since then, they were just kind of, they were just like, oh, no, don't do that. We need peace. We need dialogue. You know, whatever hippie, dippy Catholic bullshit that they like to say, that's what they do. Like, that's what you can rely upon the Vatican to do. And I get it. It may not. There's a lot of things where I disagree with the Vatican, like where they think we're all children of God, therefore we should let them flood into our fucking.
You know,
country.
Pepe, Nazis.
It's my fucking dick. And in our last pope that perished, he said that, like, it's a grave sin to be xenophobic and not to want foreigners in your land. And I was like, well, fuck you. I'm a grave sinner. You suck my dick.
Pepe.
That's how I felt.
Pepe, the Nazis didn't march around with crucifixes. They marched around with swastikas. And if you look at the philosophy of the swastika, it's obvious that it's too much. They self-destructed and destroyed themselves. The West came in and obliterated them and dissolved the entire country. I mean, there was nothing left, and it split down the middle.
They removed all the bell towers. They removed the crucifixes. They believed that Jesus was not a Jew; he was actually an Aryan.
Yeah, they absolutely destroyed the religion. The thing is, though, is that the elites in Germany, which, by the way, were actively trying to have them kill, you know, Hitler and his ilk killed, were largely Catholic. They were the first people to really be gotten rid of in you know, this power struggle. Jews are very, like, it's kind of weird. So you can look at, like, Anna Kasparian, and you can look at Nick Fuentes, people with very different foundational beliefs, ideologically and politically. And there is, Jews are, well, I'll say this. Ashkenazi Jews are rather intelligent and successful and industrious, and
You're welcome.
if you can, they are like an easy group to scapegoat, to blame everything on from both the left and the right-wing standpoint. And the left will look at them like, yeah, this goddamn Jew, who, you know, these Jew elites and what they're doing to us, like, fuck them, and, you know, yada, yada, yada. And you get the same thing from, like, a right-wing perspective, where they are going, and to be fair, the Jewish right-wingers are kind of the same way, where it's like they do want to make sure that it's leadership is in-house. They're not really that fond of supporting different groups. But you're getting the right-wingers, you're just gonna be like, yeah, no, like, fuck these Jews. They shouldn't be running or dictating anything. And yeah, a lot of them are rich and they're.
No, well, that's what the Muslims say.
It's bleeding into populism. It starts bleeding into populism, and that's where you get your everyday Joe Schmo, who's, you know, of average intellect or below, and these lefties and righties, you know, just like hate Jews and Zionism, and they look at the Jews as the ultimate oppressors, and, you know, that's that. I mean, there is, like, I would say, like, 95% of
that you see is like super low IQ.
It's all watermelon logic. It's all circular logic. Because if you go to Patty's room right now, basically every group, it's all just like circular group ad hominem projection. They're in Patty's room right now. They're still talking about Charlottesville and that video of the fucking people walking around with tiki torches. They live in the past, and it's all just like cyclical. That's why I say like try to keep track of the topics here on Clubhouse, because it's basically like an amnesia creator. But if you realize that the same topics just cyclically keep reoccurring, and it's the same people saying the same stupid fucking shit, well then you would come to the conclusion that the crash out spaces are obviously the most fun part about Clubhouse, because that's when people break down and their true persona comes out, which is the fact that they are angry, maybe violent, really low IQ, prejudiced, bigoted, hateful, spiteful, depressed, maybe unhappy, etc. So I'm just saying, if you're a gentleman and you like polite society and you like art and you like sophistication and architecture and beauty, and you don't like the ghetto culture that you can see on 99% of the rooms here on this app, well, then is it just a cultural war? Is that the real conflict in reality? Is it just a culture war? But I...
Excuse me, Mr.
Go ahead.
John. I'm just going to agree with you, boss. What happened to the good old-fashioned swagger? You know what I mean? Good old-fashioned humble. And I agree with you when you say be on topic. I really do agree with that. But the transition to new topics, I truly don't think a lot of individuals don't like that. For instance, yesterday, me and Mr. Rafferty, all right, we had a whole different type of topic in the war room, all right, boss? And it did all right, but it was completely polarized from what the last, I would say, 8 weeks have been highlighted on, and it was all right, but it wasn't in the direction he wanted. The truth be told, in my personal opinion, boss man, is people want to crash out because it's beneficial to them, because in reality is, Mr. John, they would never be like this in public or say what they say in public than what they do on Clubhouse, because reality is a lot of these individuals might be looking at some concrete in a different way.
But Steph, you have to take into consideration also that this app itself doesn't allow for, this app is different than real life in the sense that if you're engaging with somebody and you ask them a question, they'll usually turn around or they'll look you right in the face and they'll respond. Here on the app, when people have fucking green beans and shit, like in Andrew's room, when Andrew's like, hey, can a Christian come up and answer this? And I go up on stage and I was like, hey, Andrew, do you mind if I answer? And I'm like, I promise I'm not trolling. And he's like, well, I think you're gonna troll. And I'm like, no, I'm seriously gonna answer. And then as soon as I start to talk and shit, this fucking bitch, Frenchie or whatever, fucking starts screaming over me because she has a green bean. And I'm like, yo, Andrew, I'm like, can you just like allow me to like answer and stuff and tell you what the justification for your question, like why God's justified in this fucking situation? And then next thing you know, like 17 people come off the mic and start screaming. And next thing you know, you get kicked out of the fucking room. And I told Andrew in the fucking chat, I said, this is the fucking reason that I fucking troll you guys. Because when I come up and actually try to engage in a fucking faithful, intellectual, honest fucking, conversation, you guys just fucking crash out and start screaming over people. And that shit wouldn't happen in real life either. If you and I were sitting there and I asked you a question, you'd probably just respond back. I think no, Rich, go sit on the fucking ground, sit on the fucking curb and shut your fucking mouth, fucking fucker. You wouldn't, you're a fucking faggot, you wouldn't do that. Because it would, like you said.
Yeah, but you are a troll that is very disruptive, to be fair. So, you earned that.
Oh, yeah, I agree. But
and so
here's my biggest contention, Pepe, and I'll land on this, I promise. And I'll shut the fuck up. Whenever I sit there and I say, hey, do you mind if I like interject, or do you mind if I ask this person a question while they're having a conversation? And the person will say yes, and then I sit there and wait patiently and patiently and patiently, and it's really fucking hard for me. And then as soon as that person finishes their last word, 17 people come off mic, and then you don't get to ask the fucking question. You're like, wait a minute, I thought I was allowed to fucking ask the question. So then I just say, you know what, fuck it all. I'm just gonna burn this motherfucker down.
Well, I would say this. I do think it's disingenuous when people say you would not say this in real life. Which, by the way, I did in my teens. I called, a few people the N-word. The black community were saying, like, you wouldn't say that in real life. Oh, I did. But I don't go out of my way to fuck with people. When it comes to having conversations, for example, like what we're having regarding whether it's black and white relations in the United States, whether it's Israel, I'm not going to. First of all, it's like you can't have that at the workplace. I mean, it's just that's no. You're being paid to just be a good little work.
Yeah, but they do have woke DEI shit in the workplace. I mean, I worked at the IRS. They had LGBTQ training, trans training in the fucking workplace.
We get that, but when it comes to, especially if you're right wing, you just shut your fucking mouth. You just do what you gotta do. But when it comes to anything, it's just like first of all, where would you have these conversations in real life? And that's where people say you wouldn't say this in person. Okay, I don't go around disrespecting people that are different from me. First of all, I can't tell what people's political leanings are just from looking at them. Sometimes you can get a good idea. Even their religion, I can't tell. Of course, in Arizona, most of the Jewish people, they're not Orthodox. They don't wear kippahs on their head. I can't pick them apart from like a fucking Greek or an Italian or some shit like that. I don't. They all have big noses and coarse hair. Or at least a lot of them did.
Did you ever measure just how big the nose is? I mean, what a cheap shot. I've seen your face. I mean, I don't.
Yes, I have a big nose. I have a big nose, in my PTR.
We can hear it.
Blow-dried. Okay, my hair is blow-dried, and it looks somewhat straight. But I actually have, I wouldn't call it like a Jerry curl. It's kind of like Einstein hair. It's just like wiry and just fucked up, and fucked up hair. It's just I was born with those genes. It is what it is.
How do you vote, Pepe? Do you vote Democrat, Republican, or Libertarian, or you don't vote? Or you don't give a fuck?
I voted Republican my whole life.
Okay, so I mean, in terms of like a party and content and politics and all this shit, like in Chicago, there is no Republican Party. It just doesn't exist, and there are no Republicans. There's literally
just
like
how it doesn't exist in Washington D.C., Baltimore. We can name the cities. I get it.
Well, what I'm saying is.
Also, how is that part of the conversation? I'm trying to track.
Yeah, it's not part of the conversation because we get it.
Oh, did you?
Wait, hold on. My point I was trying to make is that I'm not going to go up to like a nice black couple while they're eating at a restaurant or while they're at a church that's predominantly black and be like, hey guys, you guys want to have a debate about white and black relations, United States, and this BLM bullshit?
Well, it would be a show. You have to have a show. The only way to make any of these conversations acceptable is to format it.
If I was to go up, let's just say there was like a random Jew with a kippah, which obviously you would think I was picking on him because he had a kippah. He'd be like, why? I'm just shopping, bro. Like, why are you fucking questioning me? Like, just leave me alone.
The majority of people think that we're fucking crazy if they were to see us on here.
Yeah.
This is the weird thing. It's like we have our debates online, and this is like, okay, we're having debates online for a reason. This is where people come to have the debates. Okay, look at what black people say on this fucking app and have been saying for years. I've never had a black person come up to me and start bitching about why I owe them reparations, about how we're fucking cave creatures that smell like white dogs that are, just like whatever the fucking shit that they say. Like, I've never had that happen. I would like to commend
I would like to commend John Kitover because I think it was about 2 years ago. John heard me crashing out saying the N word, and then he like texted me and he's like, or called me and he's like, bro, what the fuck happened? You know, why do you got to use that kind of language? And then like every time I come on here anymore, it's John on the app, you know, just screaming at black people, calling a bunch of porch monkeys and shit.
No.
You came a long way, John.
You're such a fucker.
2 years
You're
ago,
so funny.
and he was like,
You're so
you know, I
funny.
was disturbed that I was like using like all this racist shit.
You are a true psychopath, Rich. You are the true, pure psycho.
Okay, the thing that is consistent with Kitover is that I've never heard him use a black racial slur towards black people. I'm just being dead serious.
I've used it once, and it was only because the guy begged me to use it.
It's rather consistent.
It turns out the guy that I said the N word to once many years ago, I heard him on the app the other day, and he does the same thing to everybody. He says, call me the N word, call me the N word, and then he just gets off on it.
Since he matrix or something. All I was gonna mention is you were talking about, you know, people, especially black guys, they'll be like, you know, black guys like, you know, they'll be like, you didn't say that to my face, nigga. You know, if you stand in my face, you wouldn't say that shit. You wouldn't say the N word to me. But you know, what I was gonna say is like, you grew up in boxing, Pepe. I grew up in martial arts, and I grew up fucking working at nightclubs and all that shit. The reality is, 90% of people have never been in a real fucking fist fight. They've been in a little scuffle on the fucking playground.
That's why I've always kind of like.
They slap somebody.
No,
but they've never been like in there just.
No, I get it. Even those brothers that have been in like a quote unquote fist fight.
Yeah, they fight like bitches.
It's funny that they think that means they have any idea how to fight, because like it's, you know, like one of the things that was common in a boxing gym.
I fought 2 midgets one time.
Okay, shut up.
I did.
When it comes to like in a boxing gym, you would get like 2, you know, maybe they could be in their late teens, early 20s. They just started boxing, but they seem somewhat motivated. And then like what it's kind of a pain in the ass depending on which gym you're in. They're like, okay, you gotta, you know, spar them. Are you up for it? It's just like, all right, fine, sure. And it's like, you know, they're not going to be able to get the best of you, but they can be a real pain in the fucking ass. And you do get, I would say, out of the quote unquote tough guys, maybe 20, 30%, just somewhere around there, are actually going to try to hurt you in a ring. Most of them are scared. You know, and these are the people that are kind of gung-ho about it.
But you know what's crazy?
But hold on, let me finish.
No, you were done. There was a long pause.
No. And so, the reason it has somebody like me is it's just like, okay, well, you know, try, it's basically so that they're not going to really be able to hit you. Most of them will blow their wad, you know, within the first 3-minute round. They'll be tired, they'll be exhausted, and then you can just hit them with counter shots, you know, just like the jab, that kind of shit, and then just like a jab, mind you, that is where I would say close to 90% of them, of that small 30 to 40% that are actually willing to fight, they're just kind of like, oh shit. You get actually hit back, and that completely disrupts like everything you thought was gonna happen in the ring. And you know, most boxing gyms, so if they have a competitive amateur,
what were the other flavors?
If they have boxers that are basically competitive in different tournaments and all that stuff, even still often have like they would have them box somebody like me or whatever person has more experience.
Nice to see you all.
And
I was calling you around tonight, but you didn't seem to find anywhere to stay. I was calling you for like 20 minutes. No, I was.
They were going to have one of their amateur boxers.
Eleanor has me
Yeah,
blocked.
I'm hopping on.
Where's the Zach?
The coaches can
I'll
only
ping some people in.
individuals.
I'm not saying Bill go down. I'm open up
Just
for
don't be anything. Welcome to
They,
Clubhouse.
it's like, okay, if you still come back the next day,
So, what is everybody looking forward to?
oh,
Do you have something to look forward to?
My state flower changed this month, and it grows in my front yard.
naturally gifted you
So I'm
are.
pretty
You're
excited.
going to get your ass beat by somebody who's been doing it for
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm supposed to think of like gratitude for something, and some days are kind of weak. So, I'm going with state flower. What do you think?
Jesus, embarrass whatever you want.
It's a magnolia.
Okay, what?
Oh, that's a beautiful flower.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's A, beautiful, and B, it smells extraordinary.
It's a really
I went on that
Did
one
you brush your teeth out?
is like you were asking.
No, it's some guy
Yes, I
named
did.
Trevor that was
Like,
giving me
Trevor.
Trevor. Hi, Ibrahim. Hi, Jay. J-Lo.
Oh, hey,
What about anyone else? Sangra,
I don't remember what
Nathan.
the original fucking
Welcome to
was.
Clubhouse, Nathan.
So I started talking about
I'm eating right now, but yeah,
Are you new, Nathan?
no, me? Oh, Nathan. Oh, Nathan, yeah, I think he's new, yeah.
everybody has a fantasy of being a tough guy. So
Welcome.
they
Hi, Jay.
write somebody tougher than them.
Ibrahim's here.
It's gone.
See, this is what
Nobody's invincible.
people don't know this about Islam, but you got to read the charter of Islam from Medina when Muhammad issued it, and he declares himself Don Corleone. It's mafia style tactics where, let's say, somebody dies, somebody murders somebody. The Ummah will come to you if you're a Jewish family and say, "Hey, here's your money, but you ain't getting no fucking trial," and shut the fuck up about it. It's just gangsterism and 600-year-old or 600 AD mafia tactics. It's just gangbangers in the Middle East, and they spread rapidly because of this charter. But the Jews were like, "This is fucking crazy. This is bullshit," and they were like, "Let's get the fuck out of here." And this is literally Saudi Arabia. They're like, "Let's get the fuck out of here and go to fucking Europe where they got plumbing."
This wasn't all Jews, to be fair.
No, these are just Jews in Saudi Arabia in the year 660, somewhere around there.
Of course, dude. We can look at North Africa, and we can look at. Dude, don't bring me down. We can look at North Africa, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, all of these places in the Middle East that are majority Muslim now. We all know that. But these are all Christian countries. And yes, they absolutely are. They're fucking a bunch of Islam. Okay, look, I get it. In comparison to Jews, we both proselytize. And I get it, is that we have other groups that will proselytize towards us, and I think they're fucking annoying. But the one fundamental difference is that you have, this hippie-like figure named Jesus, okay, who's a lover, and wants to spread the good word. Not to say that Christians weren't jihadists like the Spaniards, they obviously were. But then you have Muhammad, he was just proselytizing through the fucking sword. I would say it's probably likely the Spaniards became jihadists because they were ruled over by jihadists for what is it, 700 plus years?
That's a stretch, but my analysis or discussion is primarily based around Mohammedan law, which is all or nothing, which says if there's conflict, you can take your conflict to Allah and to Muhammad. So for the first time in history, or not in history, but basically the godfather of the Muslim creation scam said any conflict, you're going to have to bring it to me, not to anybody else. There will be no other adjudicators. So it's a fascist organization. It's not constant. It's not. There is.
You don't think Judah? Well, hold on. So I'm not a very religious person, but Judaism, especially going back. And
It doesn't read.
You have fascists in every group.
I get it, but when you read the Ten Commandments and you compare that charter to the Charter of Medina, it's like light and day, meaning that the Ten Commandments is like the those tablets of society. What are they called? Like the first Hammurabi's tablets. So it's like an innovation in jurisprudence and law. But Islam, this is why I'm bringing it out in the crash out space. Islam crashes out in terms of law. Mohammedan law enslaves women. Mohammedan law guarantees that you have concubines, that you have slave women, that you're it's
Enslaves everybody.
It's a fucked up, sick mafia organization. And I, for one, am so glad that Donald Trump decided to attack one of the biggest cultural and religious mafia gangs on the planet. Thank God for Donald Trump.
You see, most of us Americans, at least on the right, the overwhelming majority of us, would love to see the IRGC decimated. All of these fucking mullahs and whatever, fuck whatever Islamic beliefs they have. I really do not care when it comes to this calculus. However, it's okay, we attack them. The problem is, though, is that are we going to be able to actually change the direction of the country? You now have people that are in power that don't really seem much better than the old guard, and I don't know if they're going to be any less likely to commit terrorism. I mean, really, and my biggest problem with this whole fucking war was that, okay, so my intuition, I can't say this is a fact, my intuition was that you're either going to have to wage a full-scale war with a lot of boots on the ground. Otherwise, you're not going to quote unquote topple the regime. And we will attack them. They'll attack a lot of shit in return in the Middle East, and of course take the Strait of Hormuz, and then what? What did we actually gain? It's one of those things where you have to be willing to go all in, or you don't go in. And this is why I thought it was like a stupid move by Donald Trump.
Yeah, but they did go all in. They killed 100,000 IRGC soldiers, bro. They eliminated the Navy, eliminated the ground forces. So to think that it wasn't a success, I don't know. I know you probably haven't seen the clips, but there's a press briefing with Trump saying,
"Oh my God, such a piece of shit." Exactly. It's fucking poser ass Chicagoan up here fucking lying, not knowing what the fuck he's actually talking about, bro. Foundationally, in Arabia and stuff like that, they have like nomadic religions in each place.
Yep.
Even in like the Middle East had their own like God and religion. There was only certain places, right, that follow foundational religions.
Yeah, sure. So my biggest criticism of which, if I make a criticism of Judaism's foundation, it's ultimately going to be a complete revocation of any, I don't know.
Well, are you aware of the context of the? Go ahead.
So, like, if I was to bash Judaism, I would have to. It would attack Christianity at its core, because it's obviously, you can go, Old Testament, New Testament. And they call them Abrahamic religions for a reason. So even with Muslims, if we were to attack Judaism, it would, all of it falls apart, really. But you have a bunch of, you have Zoroastrians and the different Canaanite religions, and
it doesn't fall apart, man.
A lot of the same shit.
I'm telling you, Muhammad is a scam artist. There's a big difference here in terms of legal intelligence.
But here's the thing. call him a scam artist. But even if we're to look at Jesus,
That's what I'm saying. It's not about the person. It's about their code. It's about their law.
Sure. But you used the word scam artist.
Yeah, Muhammad scammed everybody.
So
He was good at it. Look, we got 1 billion people still scammed right now in 2026, and they don't even know they're scammed. That's how good the scam is.
Amazing. But then you could use the same argument regarding Christians. How do we know that, like, Jesus?
You can't. It's totally different. And I'm only.
Robbins type of individual that was literally.
Well, because I have a voice on. It's not just like Pepe's world. You know that, right, Night King?
It's the fucking like weight too, bro. Like this is Pepe's room, bitch.
Yeah, I know it's Pepe's room.
Your fake white ass down and let the top left say his fucking words and get his boss out.
Listen, your
What I'm
PTR.
trying to say is that you could make the argument, and this is something that I've literally thought, since I was a child, really. What if you had a Tony Robbins type of individual that proclaimed himself to be Jesus Christ?
That's what Tony Robbins does. He's a hypnotist. It's a scam.
Sure.
I mean, go ahead, Pepe, because I want to respond.
Yeah, so like he has this big cult following, which if you were to, it depends on which Jews I've listened to. Some people say that Jesus did not exist. He's the story of multiple individuals that lived in that region at the time, and then you have people who do believe that he existed. Yet he was just like he had a heretical sect of Judaism that he was leading, and I mean, but we can look at the evolution of religions in this region. Judaism was not the first. A lot of things you hear in Christianity and Judaism didn't happen for the first time, and so I don't know. Like I personally, I'm not a religious person, as you guys can probably tell.
Yeah, but I know you know the Bible, right, Pepe? So let me just ask you something. Who like, according to Jesus himself, who actually does his narrative challenge? Who was he here to correct? He was here to correct
his own tribe.
His other Jews, right? That sat in a specific hierarchy of Judaism that actually, hold on, scam artists. They were fucking scamming.
But here's the thing, though. So you have to look at the argument both ways. So if we look at the original adherents of Christianity, and who all of the original Christians were, they were Jews. So it's just like, okay, is this a scam continuing on or not? And here's the thing, though, is like I understand those people that are religious. There's things you guys cannot prove. I did that. You can point towards, some revelations that Jesus had, and all of this shit, and I don't think you guys are not able to prove it. And this is where you guys have never really seen me participate much in religious debates. It's because you guys can make unfalsifiable claim after unfalsifiable claim. You can quote what you believe to be true. You can try to make presuppositionalist arguments where you try to walk somebody into a trap. But at the end of the day, it's just mental, masturbation. You don't actually prove anything. And Darth Dawkins, he was somebody that would make fun of.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Like he was somebody.
What about masturbation locked into this?
Well, like I don't know how many of you guys know Darth Dawkins. I guess he was on here.
Yeah, and he was absolutely terrible at stuff. There was some plays that he did make that hit home, and I think that, like, far as contextually, right, some of those things that the people challenge, even some of the stuff that you say, right, like it takes a certain presence to actually clarify those things. So some of that stuff is just argumentations for argumentation's sake. And it's like, well, we weren't there during those times to actually live among those people.
No, and that's true. And that's
you know what I'm saying?
He's somebody who would go onto the Discord channel where I had rooms on there, several, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and I would go. He was this fucker was given his own rooms at one point, and I'd go into Tom and all of them. Rename myself like Darth Cuckins, and I would challenge him, and he basically had a dialogue tree where he had a very presuppositionalist arguments, but there was a dialogue tree where he'd be like, this, if I say X, Y, A, B, C, this equals D, correct? And then you would, if you kind of weren't familiar with this game, you would say, okay, yeah, fine, sure. And then he'd be like, then, HLG is correct. And then he would say, like, and then he would just do whatever bullshit, but he never proved anything. He used this weird, rhetorical trickery that only low IQ retards are doing.
Yeah, Jedi mind tricks, like just word juggling and shit like that. Like, I'm aware of what the fuck he used to do. And he's fucking making people dance, right? Almost like a puppet master. And, it was, some of that shit was like a master class in how to actually, like, turn the dice.
He hated me because I would break his stupid fucking. But he hated me because I'd break his stupid fucking arguments, and then he'd be like, "Where's the server?"
Yeah, he'd get into some bitch ass shit after that.
Like, I don't get it. Why won't you answer my question, big boy? Like, answer the question. And they're like, why? I would use a lot of personal insults against him. But he absolute piece of shit. But at the end of the day, what I want to say is that, like, we can go back to the. First of all, let's look at every people throughout the globe. For whatever reason, people seem to be religious.
It's not just religious. It's Pepe. It's not religion. It's law. You got religion and law mixed up. All this shit deals with law. I'm telling you, it's not. It's not miracles and Holy Spirit. Yes. All these major religions have an underlying law and charter. Yes.
If we look at, no, it's not.
Yes.
If we look at any population throughout the globe, whether these were, recently contacted people from Papua New Guinea, the Amazon tribes that were largely uncontacted, we have, really good records on the
Well, I'm just saying the top 5 major religions.
Hold on. The Spanish contact of, the Native American people, and not just Spanish, but everywhere. All of these people had a fucking religion.
Nah, that's Germanic conflation. And I think, like, when you get
Germanic conflation?
Yeah. That's what I made it up. I'll tell you later. Basically, what you're doing is assuming that, hey, this culture is like this culture, right? And it gotta be a bridge or some kind of way that we're like each other. It's not. These people just are done.
No. That was not my claim. That was not my claim. My claim was that.
That was your claim. I wasn't saying
but my claim was that for whatever reason, you get people throughout the world that all adopted a religion. That is something that seems to be endemic, nearly entirely, or I say the entirety of the populations of humans.
I don't think everybody adopted a religion.
Okay, which population?
They had a belief system, but not like it doesn't.
Okay, which population didn't have a religion?
Oh, there were multiple different populations. Some of, and a lot of those isolated tribes that you like the Centillians, right? Those Centillians and shit like that.
We don't know that they don't have the. We don't know that they don't have their how a few of their neighbors can speak a dialect similar to theirs, but we don't know what religion they actually think.
Ask you one final
Once
question
again,
before I
they're
let you.
rather uncontacted, and they kill anybody who approaches them. And of course, they're protected for their own sake because they don't have the immune systems, they're not immune to a lot of the common diseases and shit that we have, at least as far as we know. And we don't want to like go to their island and fucking have them all die.
Okay, let's just go to Papua New Guinea and stuff like that. What, because they're contacted, right? They're just a little bit more isolated than like a lot of cultures around the world. Do we know what they practice? Other than like eating betel nut and shit like that.
We don't, but that's the thing.
Exactly, but we got people that communicate with them. And actually,
yes, because there's tribal group of people that speak a mother tongue.
Well, you just ain't being tribal jigaboos anyway. Look, my point is, there are certain things that actually are just like a part of people's culture that doesn't have any kind of like religious notations or anything like that. It's just that people believe it in themselves and they have like a tribal hierarchy. That's not a religion.
Well, they may have like shamanistic practices.
Okay, but when it comes to but this is where I disagree. So we can look at America. We know just because it was more documented in the United States of America, almost all Native Americans had religion, which of course we consider pagan and horrible and evil, and so you have to convert to Christianity.
Like ours is not anyway.
Of course, we can look at Mexico, where we have these very sadistic group of people, the Aztecs, that were basically not only sacrificing their own people, but sacrificing, the Mayans and whatever fucking Toltec, group that lived around it. And these are, like, I don't know, like, I just...
Yeah, I think those are just translation barriers because some of these cultures, right, and I get what you're saying, because there are some, Native American tribes and stuff like that actually had, like a religious practice and stuff like that. But there are some that, like, when translated and stuff like that, when they discovered actually what the context of what their language is, and they actually sat down with people who, studied their language, figured out what this word means and stuff like that. These are people just describing their way of how they interpret history. It isn't like this is them like worshiping some shit and shit like that. But there are some that did do the little worship and shit like that. So I'm not trying to flatten people. What I'm doing is separating them, right? And when you separate them and you look across the board, the people who actually had a religion out of those groups were a very small population of people. So I think that's who you're honing in on. You're not getting like the whole picture. You're not getting the whole puzzle. You're just focusing on the piece that you're comfortable with. And that's all right, bro.
Oh my God, what is the point of this circular conversation?
It's not a circular conversation.
Yes, it is, because then Pepe's going to say the same shit, then you're going to say the same shit, and it's circular. That's what circular is.
Not the second one, John. Work with the eighth one. I was agreeing with you a little bit too, but you're fucking too stupid to recognize that. You dumb bitch.
Hello? Well, listen, this is a crash out space. Feel free. Go ahead, Achik.
Every time you say hello, I cringe.
You do? Hello?
It's just terrible thing.
Where do you cringe? Like in the leg? In the leg that's healing? Or is it in your gut? Is it in your brain? Where do you feel the cringe?
I just cringe. It's like...
I know. Where do you feel the cringe? Because I actually want to be super cringy. My goal is to be ultimate cringe.
I get a headache, like my nerves get shot.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why you saying hello?
It's a clubhouse thing.
Weird.
Hello?
No, it's a weird ass thing.
See, there's only about religion. So there's a New York Times article about this guy. Like, he is somebody, I discovered a few weeks ago. He pops up on my X feed, but I guess he primarily does this shit on TikTok. But he basically he'll answer questions. He's an Orthodox rabbi, by the way. But he what's weird is that he people have hard questions. You know, and they could be hard because of, you know, moral dilemma, whatever. But of course he's a very I guess you can say astute scholar of the Talmud and a lot of this other stuff. And he gives like super good answers to.
Yeah, he's a
like
he's a lawyer.
You got any kind of what you call this you could post from? Because I would like to see. Just refer to
his last name it's Rabbi.
What do you remember?
Rabbi like Landau, like L-A-N.
What do you remember that stuck with you that you were like, oh wow, that's true.
It was like, and then I saw today that if there was an article about him. I read like the first paragraph, but it was basically about how he was using traditional wisdom. And of course, this isn't an Orthodox rabbi that has his students. I forget what the fuck you call them.
Talmud Chachams.
And he
Rabbinic students are called Talmud Chachams.
He's basically just talking about like it's basically wisdom about everyday life. He doesn't really make geopolitical videos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Catholics got the same thing, bro. Have you heard of Balthasar Gracian?
To be fair, hold on. To be fair, a lot of the shit that he's talking about, I'm sure the issues have existed for more than a few thousand years, and so you've had like wise men that have given their opinions in the Talmud and so forth, and you know, he's basically giving his opinion based on, you know, a lot of this, and he's actually a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that, I think what we kind of lose because we're so stuck in our modern times and like how the lines been drawn and like, you know, decades of like decision making and establishments actually taking over and implementing their structures. That we don't understand that in ancient times, these religions were actually the first governments.
No, it's the formulation of intelligence. It's actually like AI.
You all right, man?
No, I mean I'm just trying to talk. Hello.
This so-called religion for the practical, there's no such thing as a female rabbi, and there's no such thing as a female priest. It's all fake news. It's terrible. I don't understand why people just deal with this nonsense. You know?
I agree with you. I'm just trying to say that.
If you go to a church,
hurry up and say it.
Hello?
I just want to say something. If you go to a church, and the Jewish and the rabbi is female, and if you go to this is why the Catholic Church has been waiting for 2,000 years. They want to corrupt everything. The day that the woman becomes a priest in the Catholic Church is the Catholic Church dies. Women are too psychologically, mentally ill to become priests. And that's what Peter said. And it was correct. You cannot have a woman that is a priest. They can't, they're like, you need like a glass chamber or whatever. Look, you cannot have a woman that is a priest. This is a horrible thing, that too illogical, you know.
Well, they have priestesses in ancient civilization. Now it would be ridiculous, but back in the day they had the Vestal Virgins in Rome. Hello?
All I'm just trying to say is, in the Catholic Church, and that's on the Catholic also, born and raised.
You're a Kasumkum Catholic?
Wait a second, bro. You can never ever.
Are you Opus Dei?
These people are mentally ill, sick people.
Is that projection?
The same as women. Alex, the hell?
It's just a question. Is it projection when you say that, women are mentally ill? Because it could be projection.
Women are mentally ill, bro. Go get married and you'll figure out. My missus, she's mentally ill too. She knows that too. Like, what the hell are you gonna do?
Wait, are you married to a South Sudanese woman or an Australian woman?
She's American, South Sudanese woman.
You're married to an American and a half Sudanese woman?
Mentally ill. She's, wait.
Are you American, though?
She's mentally ill in the same way. All I'm trying to say is,
Thank God she's not a rabbi.
bro, shut up.
Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead. Hello? Hello?
Look, let a woman become a Catholic priest. They will destroy the church like they destroyed marriage, like they destroy everything.
Even the presidency. Thank God we didn't get Kamala. Kamala tried to do it.
And on top of that, you can never let a woman become a rabbi.
Or a president. Never a president. There's a reason why we never had a female president.
That's such some bullshit. Stop talking our stuff.
I'm just saying it's the natural law and order.
There's no such thing as a female rabbi. It's ridiculous.
Or a female
He
president.
can't help it. Spectral. He got multiple personalities. That's like a...
Is that a projection, Night King? Oh, more projection alert! Ding, ding, ding! Let me hit my projection bell.
You're gonna sit there and you're gonna tell me there's female bakers in the United Kingdom? That's why the United Kingdom church is about to die?
No, I agree. They fucked up.
There's no way. You cannot have a female priest. St. Peter said no. St. Moses said no. St. Joseph said no. St. Thomas
Just say no.
said no.
Just
St.
say no.
Augustine said no.
It's awful, horrible, and terrible. We can never let a rabbi priest be a woman. Or hello?
There's a reason why we don't do this. And the reason why the church of the United Kingdom is failing, because they do this Methodist church crap.
Yeah, it's all LGBTQ gay rainbow flags.
It's very sick. It makes me sick to my stomach when I see those lesbian Kosukum come on stage and they put a robe on the stage and they're like, oh, well, yeah, I'm going to leave this church. And they're like a dumb, dark, lesbian-looking Megan Rapinoe, like that.
You're violating YouTube policy guidelines on abusive hate speech, unfortunately. You can't attack someone's sexual identity or gender, unfortunately.
John, you're Jewish, right?
No, my mother's not Jewish. My mother's Christian. Hello?
Well, hey, but your father is, right?
No, my dad's actually Christian too. Hello?
I thought you were Jewish. Oh, that must be like your sixth personality.
No, that's like that's another projection. Hello? Let me hit the projection bell there. What annoys you the most about me? Go ahead, I'll check. Hello? I'm not a gay man. Is that a projection question? This is some ad hominem. This is some ad hominem projection. You tell us your wife is mentally ill. You accuse. Oh, here we go. What is this? The DSMV convention or something? Hello?
On the other side of that picture, on the other wall, is a gay flag. I saw it.
Hello? Look at my PTR right now. You know, the Saudi Arabians were in deep with the Nazis, just so you know. Let me PTR a photo of a royal prince of the House of Saud giving a Heil Hitler to Adolf. I want to let you guys know what Saudi Arabians are really like. Hello?
Stop saying hello.
No, I like saying hello. Hello?
No. That's what Mikhail says.
Yeah, I taught Mikhail hello. I've taught a lot of people hello.
No, you're fucking retarded. Just stop saying
Hello?
fucking hello. It's so fucking annoying.
No, you got it from Dr. Adams, really.
Hello, is this a Crash Out space?
Yeah, but...
Hello?
Got it from Dr. Adams. I never heard you say hello before you met Dr. Adams. True or false?
Something a lot. It's so annoying. It bothers everybody else.
Let's take a survey. Do you find it annoying? Let's do a survey. Number one, you find hello annoying. Number two, you only find it annoying because John Kitover says hello. Hello?
Let's do a survey. Number one, when did you find out you were gay? Number two, do your mother knows you're gay?
You know, my mom called me up one day and she was like, "Your sister and I think you're gay." And I was like, "You think I'm gay? Hello?"
I think one of your personalities is gay.
Hello?
That divorce hurt you.
Yeah.
No. Bring him back up. Bring him back up. He got it. Yeah, he got faith.
See, that means I'm winning. I hate to tell you how these game rules work, but when I get kicked to the goo, that's me winning. Hello?
Yeah, y'all gave him a dub, I ain't gonna lie.
Look at my PTR. That's a Saudi prince giving the Heil Hitler at Adolf Hitler's Berchtesgaden in Germany. These Saudis are no good. I don't trust them. I've seen them kill goats, eat goats. They're like Satanists.
We all know that.
Hello?
The Saudis hated. The thing is, though, is we all knew that at the time Hitler is alive, the Saudis absolutely Jews. And it's not like they were exactly bands of Christians. They thought we were absolute pieces of shit then.
Damn, you alright? Slow down.
I have the hiccups. Holy shit.
Hold your breath.
See, the friend of our enemy is the enemy of our friend, meaning that these goddamn Saudis are so in tight with the king and the royal families of the world that they're the natural enemy of our liberated democracy. Hello?
But that can't be the case because for thousands of years before that, the Jews and the Muslims worked in unison. And in fact, when they were expelled and thrown out of those fucking countries, go look it up, bitch, because I'm very good at history. I'm really good. I'm even better than you, and you come from that culture. I'm better than you at your own shit, right? Challenge you on that. Anyway, when it was the Muslim expansion and shit like that, we could go back to those early dynasties, the Umayyad. You can name any one of them motherfuckers that you want to, right? There was always a Jew in the hierarchical system that actually was running things right next to the Muslims. And even in fact, let's go even further. Let's go to the Crusades. You can even hear about the Lionheart, one of the best battlers that came out of Europe, said this verbatim, that he could not believe that he had to shed the blood of a Jew battlefield next to a Muslim. Come on. Come on. One thing about history.
What's your point? Hello?
Yeah, but the problem with history is that, okay, so if you look at like a Jew hater, he's gonna point towards the opening of the gates of Laredo, where you had Jews that basically welcomed in, the Islamic conquistadors of the time to invade Iberia. Now, when it comes to that, though, the Muslims they didn't treat them well, but they treated the Jews and the Christians on equal footing.
No, they did not. That's why I brought up the Charter of Medina. They do not treat Jews on an equal footing. It's intimidation and mafia gangsterism.
Okay, do I have to interview? Stop. Now, if you were to look at one place in time where arguably the Muslims did treat Jews better than Christians. We can look at, when they had their caliphate in the Iberian Peninsula. And this is the other thing that is weird, is that, like, I'm not a religious person, we all know that. But I do hear a lot of Christians cope with the fact that, like, no, we would never do anything wrong. We're perfectly fine. We would never fucking mistreat the, like, Christians absolutely fucking slaughtered people by the boatload that came from different denominations of Christianity. And when it came to Muslims and Jews, they were considered, in these times, like the level of dogma you get with Christianity.
The Muslims tried to enslave the Jews, and they do try to enslave Jews.
You were going to look at, like, people who did not believe in Catholicism in particular as being evil, demonic, gross, disgusting, cockroaches. You can think of all of this shit comes up. Like, you were basically a force of fucking Satan. And I think that when it comes to the Catholic, or people, what a lot of people don't realize is that, especially when it comes to Catholic countries, that is how outsiders were looked at. And I just find it, I hear Catholics trying
in-group,
to, like,
out-group.
their fucking history. And
That's what Muslims do. They do in-group, out-group. You're either in the Ummah or you're out the Ummah. Hello?
Chill. Double. Don't give them another dub.
But anyways.
What's your point? Hello?
You can look at even like between the Jews and the Christians. The Christians were never a natural ally of the Jew. They literally mistreated them.
Where do you think Christianity came from? From a Jew. It came from a Jew. Jesus was a Jew. Hello?
Move to audience. We were like this. I get it. And by the way, it was a Christian who coined the term Judeo-Christian. It wasn't a Jew. We weren't. It's not like we were far from perfect to Jewish people. Like they were always kept as outcasts. Yes, they could have. Some of them were money lenders. Of course, a lot of them were rich and powerful, or a minority of them were at least. But we were not nice to them by any stretch of the imagination. Jews had literal. Germany's probably the best case example where, if you look at from like the 1700s, of all of the immigrants, they could not tell Jewish Germans apart from Germans.
I can hear you. I'll raise your Germanic conflation with the French Brigade any day. And also,
sure, but this is what I'm saying is that, like, you have. Okay, so you had Jews that from the 1700s on, you had Jews who came from two places: Eastern Europe and then Germany. The German Jews were they were indistinguishable from Germans in terms of their culture and their behavior, all of that stuff. Then, of course, from Tsarist, Russia, they were always considered outsiders. They didn't consider themselves Russian, and so they never claimed to be Russian. But yeah, they absolutely. If we look at Germany, the most assimilated Jews in Europe at the time, they were disproportionately serving not only in the military during World War I, but also on the front lines. And they were very, like, nationalistic, proud Germans. Now, you have to imagine what kind of mindfuckery these people have to experience when they become proud Germans. And then all of a sudden, it's like, no, you fucking kike, go into a fucking oven. We fucking hate you. Despite all they did for their country and how, like, absolutely ecstatic they were to finally be accepted one of the in group of a country like Germany. And, Christians, I'm not gonna say the Nazis were Christian. I would say they're very secular. But to pretend like, in the Christian world, like we are these perfect fucking people, I think is asinine. I mean, look at Russia and Ukraine today. Both predominantly Christian populations. Which side is the good side?
No, I can't, bro, Pepe. I absolutely understand what you're saying. The problem is we're focusing on one end and not the other, because on the other end,
Just imagine it though, bro. Like somebody's given like the job. Hey man, you do this for us, your family will be out of debt.
There you go. That's what I was waiting for.
No, perhaps to a certain extent. But here's the thing: you have to know that, like, of all the hijackers, the ones who literally hijacked and piloted the planes, none of them are Saudis. A Lebanese guy and an Egyptian, and I forgot what the third guy is. But they're all essentially from war-torn countries. The ones who actually made the significant step, like to take the plane and have it hit the building. None of it come from like a stable country, just like Saudi.
Let me Google that for you, Faisal. Put a link in the chat, Faisal. Otherwise, it's just your stupid words. Hello?
It's literally on Wikipedia. It will.
Yeah, okay, put the link in the chat. Wait, can't wait to see a link instead of hearing you talk because you're lying. And if you look at my PTR, you can see a prince of Saudi Arabia at Berchtesgaden giving a Heil Hitler. Yeah, the Saudis can't be trusted, and you're trying to blame it on a bunch of people who aren't associated to Saudi intelligence. You're a schmuck. A schmuck. A schmuck.
Faisal, it says 15 out of the 19
Yeah.
9/11 were Saudi. There was
But the ones who drove the plane,
another one was Lebanon.
they actually learned like flying planes in America, and it's fully documented.
Let someone finish, please, guys.
No, I was just pointing out that it says 15 were Saudi nationals out of the 19.
So 15 out of the 19.
I acknowledge that.
Oh, you did acknowledge that.
You were just
Yeah.
saying
I'm telling you that
Just say they were
the
Lebanese.
ones,
They were
Egyptian.
yeah, the ones who literally pulled the trigger and took the planes and drove them in the building, or none of these
I mean, were you there?
Go look up their names.
Hold on, so out of the 15,
These are obviously of the same
basically
group.
what he's doing right now is he's saying that they were just a part of it, but not a part of it. So they weren't.
right.
So you're trying to like lessen the.
He's like, oh, my cover is full.
So they were all core.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that those who pulled the trigger full on had personal vendettas and shit like that.
That's fine. That's
Like obviously the Saudis weren't.
Nigga, how Hitler?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So all the Saudi Arabia.
You see? Bunch of Nazis. If you were in the Nazi party, they would have killed you. They would have obliterated you. And how dare you even use those terminology when they gladly would have killed you and enslaved you, put you in a concentration work camp. You're despicable. You're disgusting. Learn to use some pleasant words. Hello?
Ooh. What you want to say about that, Facebook? I would have took that.
Yeah, he's giggling. He's giggling because he knows he got caught because he's a Jew hater. He's a low IQ rat. That's all you are. You got the brain the size of a fucking rat. Woohoo!
That's a compliment.
This is crazy. You make me question my memory. I made a basic, clear statement. The majority of the hijackers were Saudi. You come off mic, you start defending Egypt, you start defending Lebanon. Absolute nonsense.
Because also even the leader,
It's not explaining it. You see this shit?
the guy who staged the project itself, like he's engineered it essentially, also an Egyptian guy, and he had been also widely celebrated at the day of the attack in Egypt.
We'll
Hey,
get to the Egyptians too. We'll get to the Egyptians too. But right now we're on the
Do
Saudi.
you have any? Are these people considered martyrs in your country?
Widely not so, but you can find pockets of people who.
Can you name one by name out of the 15? That's not name.
Not full names, but
not name.
Family names, because they're literally families that live around me, you know.
Muhammad Atta was one of the dudes that was getting drunk and high at a strip club, I believe, completely going against, you know.
Yeah, that's a real Muslim right there.
Yeah, but yes, but he's the one who's engineered the attack.
Sure he did.
Engineered like it was some shit. The only reason why they got away with it is because fucking we just thought it was a typical fucking thing that was gonna be resolved. Those fucking donkeys would never be able to get away with anything like that now because we would fucking rip their heads off. They wouldn't take a chance anymore.
It's because of the Patriot Act, which we sacrifice
nowadays, right now, imagine you're in an airplane, bro, and you just sense some fucking Muslim retard like thinking about that, bro, and you're with your family.
Hey, if I get on a plane right now and see some cross-eyed Saudi looking inbred, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna be like, hey, look, somebody need to check him. Check him down. You need to make sure he can even see right. I know he's not blind. But the way his eyes is all this going all over the place, yeah, he gotta go.
They were looking for everybody.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure that such scenarios are much more doable nowadays. You could 3D print a gun and slip it in. No one knows. And
look, I'm taking notes. You see this shit?
Yeah, think about that shit. I don't see those kind of things don't come to my head. I don't think about that stuff.
Exactly.
Because you just made a retarded claim that saying that such thing couldn't be pulled off nowadays. Like what?
I didn't say
He said less likely.
Donkey, look. You said the plan was engineered. I said if that were to happen today, we'd get their fucking head ripped off. They'd get their head ripped off.
You'd think so.
Yeah. But let me ask you a question, like, actually.
See, he's part of the Ummah. If you're in the Ummah, you're in the in-group. And that gives you taqiyya, and you can lie in order to deceive anyone outside of the Ummah. These people are Nazis. And the King of Saudi Arabia's favorite gift is his golden dagger from Adolf Hitler. They're just a bunch of royalist, Nazi, Illuminati, piece of shit, polygamists, Satanists. That's all Muslims are. They're scam artists. Because Muhammad is the leader of the scam, and he's a fraudster. It's called the Medina Charter, the Medina Constitution. Look it up. Muhammad wrote it. It's his first scam when he tricked everybody and said, I'm the new Godfather, and you're all going to come to me for your conflicts. I'm the new Supreme Court, or we'll kill you. That's called gangsterism and mafiaism, and everybody knows blood in, blood out. And the whole Medina Charter deals with blood money. And if we kill your motherfucking husband or murder your fucking wife in war, well, we'll give you a little cash and shut the fuck up about it. And there ain't gonna be no fucking courtroom drama neither. So shut the fuck up, you fucking Nazi. Hello?
Fucking kick him. He's recording the goddamn room, you fucking idiots. Y'all are useless mods, I swear to God.
It's usually sedated around this time of the hour.
Oleg was just talking.
Probably on his fifth drink.
I haven't started yet.
Kick Edmund.
You know I ain't wrong. Hello? You must be a Muslim, Shy. Oh, that's right. You date Muslims. I forgot, Shy. Hello?
I do not date no goddamn Muslim.
Yeah, you part of the Ummah. I heard you one day. You know I listen to all these rooms. You a goddamn Muslim.
Well, then play it, you pussy.
This is me, Shasha. I submit to the will of Muhammad and Allah. I am now a Muslim, inshallah. I heard you say it one day. Some Saudi Arabian sent you $100 on Cash App, and you were like, inshallah. Hello?
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 So I want to welcome everybody back to Chillism, the longest running mind virus Nathan, the artist, has ever created. The most unstoppable clubhouse repetition. It's Groundhog Day. Nathan has created the Groundhog Day effect. He's created a ripple in the universe where he's torn a hole into the fabric of time itself. Nathan, the artist!
That's right.
Whenever I go to Art Basel, I always ask people, "Have you heard about Nathan, the artist?" And they go, "Who?" They go, "Who is that?" And I say, "You don't know Nathan, the artist? He's the hottest artist at Art Basel this year." They go, "Nathan, the artist? Who the fuck is Nathan, the artist?" I say, "You don't know Nathan, the artist? Shit."
Oh, like you there, bro? I just got back. What's going on? Can we, Shasha, did you want to say something to Oleg?
No.
Go, Alistair.
Yeah, you were saying you wanted to throw out Alistair? Shasha?
No.
Because he's recording the room.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought she said no. My bad. Is that not allowed? Or...
That's not allowed. He always gets kicked out.
Shasha, what the hell was that?
What? I'm just saying he's supposed to be kicked out.
Hello?
Goddamn.
I'll help him.
So what do you think, Faisal? You think the war is gonna keep going in Iran, or it's gonna end soon?
Beyond me at this point.
Nice, good answer. Me too. But what does your gut say? What does your gut say?
I did the precaution that I
The covenant
needed to
was,
do
like, for example,
successfully,
filled
and
with
that's it.
Jews. Judaism ceased to exist.
I just came back from Hong Kong yesterday.
Hold on.
A high-end PC back in January before the war.
The idea
And because of the stupid war, the shipping costs went from around $300 to over $2,000 because of how the shipping is affected by the war.
There you go.
And I was like, fuck it. Jet that to Hong Kong. I went, took my PC, toured a little bit.
All I'm trying to say is, as a Catholic, I believe. All I'm trying to say is, as a Catholic, I believe it's a number one judge, and all their ones are all false. Orthodox Judaism, pretty close. I like that.
Well, what about Jesus and just the teachings of Jesus versus the organization known as the Catholic Church? Hello?
Wait. Orthodox Judaism, I like.
Yeah, it's universal. It's universal. That's why it's like if we all okay, hold on. But you know this better than anybody as like coming from
Zip it, chimp.
Population.
Zip it, chimp.
Can you let me land, bro?
Okay, no, I
don't get emotional.
But okay, you come from the most melanated people in this fucking world, the Dinka.
The darkest people in the whole world, yeah.
I check. How does it?
And so, but the Catholic Church. Hold on.
Hold on.
The Catholic Church adopted you guys as Catholics, And would you agree that it is considered sinful for somebody like myself to mistreat you as a fellow son of God? Would you agree with that?
To mistreat me in what way?
Hello?
You're as if you're subhuman, that because of your skin color,
It's not 1920 colonial rule of Africa. It's 2026. Hello?
Shut the fuck up and don't let me know the part of calm down. So, you really think the Catholic Church is gonna look at you a little bit different? The Catholic Church just means the universal church. We're all the same under God, bro.
Exactly. So in other words, I cannot mistreat you as being lesser.
Yeah, we're all the same under God. It means the universal church. Yeah.
Do you use it?
Yeah.
I don't understand why people get emotional about it.
What does it
It's
come
the
with?
same.
You know?
Catholic just means universal. That's all
Does
it
it
means.
come
I don't
with,
understand
like,
why
I
people
don't
get so butthurt about that.
Yeah, that's why they call it Christ consciousness, universal consciousness. Donald Trump has it. Pepe has it. Beaver has it. Uma Porn has it. Dr. Jordan has it. Even the Night King has it.
I'm moving to the audience. Just like we're having
Enough, bro. Pepe asked a genuine question. There's sometimes you troll and there's sometimes it's asking a genuine question. It means the universal church. And he was raised in that. And that's all it means.
Exactly.
It means all the same under God. That's it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that they kind of promote, especially in the United States. Like as a person who actually got a scholarship to actually go to one of their colleges and shit like that. I turn that shit down. Like fuck that shit, because I actually can recognize what he's saying as far as when it comes to this nature on the other side and the things that they don't recognize, that they're abiding by a rabbinical culture that's really not tied to the Catholic Church. In fact, they went to war with each other. Catholics had an army. They had a Roman Catholic army. Y'all even know that they had a fucking army, nigga?
do what they did, but here's the holy shit. I don't want to get into the second.
Oh, get into that shit. Get into that. Don't be
But
scared.
if you're looking before the Second Vatican, we can look at what had to.
Rabbit hole, shy, and see how some of the most expensive substances out there on Earth is some specialized ink that is made in Japan.
I hate it so much. The shit, he rubbed his finger over it in 3 seconds and it's still smudged. What the fuck are you paying $600 for?
Prestige.
It's smudged.
It's still just prestige.
1800s, late 1800s, and then you had the evangelical Christians that were it spread on like wildfire.
But you're talking
But
about
other than
Protestants
that, like
at that point.
Yeah, when I say we, I mean people that were raised Christian. We don't. Well, actually, let me put it like this: the Christians were absolutely responsible for a lot of the anti-Semitism and hatred towards. And we can look at where the Catholic countries were. And even Spain, Portugal, France, Italy. Like they were absolutely. If they blamed they fucking targeted the fucking religion for a large part of the time. And I don't. It's kind of weird to me where I hear people try to downplay it. Like once again, I'm not that religious of a person.
Yeah.
I can stand up for what it means to be like a Catholic today. but if we're looking at the Catholic Church throughout time, like, yeah, they were totally anti-Jew, and to this day, I don't think this is anti-Semitic. Oh
yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And we, for example, Catholics for the most part are going to believe that Judaism ceased to exist 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
The covenant has changed.
Yeah, that's what is the New Testament for a reason.
Yeah, sure, but even still, as like Catholics, we're not. That does not devalue Jewish people as any lesser than us. Like
Exactly.
They are children of God. We cannot mistreat them. We cannot do anything bad to them. Really, I mean.
Yeah, but that's before or after the war.
Pepe has a question whenever.
Well, go ahead, Ian, because I've been kind of going back and forth for a while. So go.
This is a little just silly thing, but Pepe, were you raised Catholic or Christian or whatever?
I was raised Catholic. I'm not a religious person.
Yeah, I'm not either, but I was raised
He's
Catholic.
an ethno Catholic. Good.
You know, every time I hear somebody say they were raised Catholic, that might give me the most retarded thing in the whole entire world. Go ahead, man.
Okay, regardless, I was raised Catholic, schools Catholic, sacraments and everything, but as an adult, I don't,
Let her know about the
totally,
convention.
the whole point was I was just going to say about with Jewish people, I remember maybe, Pepe, you did, we were raised, thinking, the Jewish killed Jesus. Like, I thought Jewish people were bad.
No, because both John Paul.
And I know.
That's not how
raised Catholic, that's just what we were told.
Hold on.
Wait,
I'm not making an argument. I'm just saying being raised
No,
Catholic.
because they're bullshit. Every time somebody tells me they were raised Catholic, I know that.
Move the audience. So actually, that was not the point. Okay, so if we were to look at, I was born after 1965. Okay, after Vatican II. I was brought up. My family, the Catholic schools, the churches that I went to, did not blame the Jews for the killing of Christ. And what I've always found ironic is that, yes, the Jews were ultimately responsible, or I should say the Jews, that turned Jesus over to Pontius Pilate to convince him to execute Jesus. Were obviously they are responsible. But if we look at the first Christians, all of the first Christians, whether it's Jesus, his disciples, everybody, they were all Jewish, and those Jews, I guess you would say, were obviously the righteous Christian, new Christians, and so, and of course, Jesus died for all of our sins. He if you believe in Christianity, he saw all of this coming. And he died for all of our sins. So it becomes kind of like futile and stupid to talk about.
You can. It is. I just was saying, as a Catholic, did you feel like you were kind of raised with the vibe of like Jewish people aren't good? I guess I did. I was, and a little bit, but I also had no exposure. Like where we live, there's no Jewish people anywhere near me. We don't live anywhere.
So it's very weird. So like in Catholic school, you get a lot of Jewish surnames with a lot of kids that were Catholic because their father was Jewish, the mother wasn't. Super common phenomenon, at least, for me growing up. I'm not going to say it's the same everywhere else in the United States. I would say that the only, how do I put this? So you get a lot of out-of-staters from places like New York. Now, I couldn't tell a lot, especially growing up, the Italians from the Jews, and I would hear a lot of, for example, Italians would, those that I should say that came from New York talk shit about Jews. I felt like it was more of like whatever drama they had from where they came from. It was about that. But for the most part, I didn't
schools that have it hit.
I've never heard
The ones
of
who
an
want to
issue.
have it here, just like how they had it back home.
No, it comes from just frustration. There's nothing to do in the country I was born in. There's zero opportunities. They grow up there, they become 40,
That's all I'm saying.
and they fucking come here and they feel like the world owes them something, when in reality it doesn't.
I don't know. I can't say that I ever served with anybody that was Somalian, but I served with a bunch of Armenians when I was in the military.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I've never thought of anything negative about Armenians, honestly.
Yeah, that's
Other than there maybe he's a little bit gangster over there.
What's this
That's
about?
one of our stereotypes.
What are you guys talking?
Hello?
How you doing, Els?
I mean, I had the same impression about Greeks, but here we go.
Hello?
I love Greek food.
Again, I don't have any issues with any Greeks. I mean, I think they're pretty badass. I mean, militarily speaking.
It's just, I'm saying, that's something that's always going to be a moneymaker. Like preying on people's like sexual proclivities, that's always going to be something that's going to make money.
Wow. Greek is just a bunch of islands.
Okay.
I don't live from Greece.
Now, anybody else want to comment on that? Because I'm already going to do more investigation.
I don't want to see y'all here on these streets, these back streets.
This is AI generated, boo.
No.
I really don't. Oh, okay. If I'm not on Clubhouse, like, where is this girl? Been working on my Trump AI.
Shit, I should see if I didn't cancel my revenue sharing. That video I posted got 4.4 million views. I'm looking at it right now.
That's a lot of views.
That's a lot of views. That would be a big payday. But I canceled that shit. So I said, fuck you, I don't want your money. Big real.
4 million. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope my girl gets that amount of views. Mm-hmm.
Did you want to play that AI, the Lego love song to the American people?
Oh yeah, I would do that. Let me do this one first.
Oh,
sorry.
Lego.
Trump's corruption.
Oh my God. Let me go back. Oh man.
All right, here we go. And see if we can do this. I hope we haven't lost our Trumper on the stage because I'm not looking at my phone.
That will be pivotal for Democrats.
See how you feel? They like to take up my space and then leave.
Georgia Senator John Ossoff.
Okay, here we go.
Senator Ossoff is betting that Georgia's voters care about all of this potential corruption too.
Never before had we seen so little effort to hide so much corruption. The Mar-a-Lago Mafia has taken American corruption to spectacular new heights. But corruption in America runs a lot deeper than Donald Trump. Because how does American politics really work? It's coin operated. Money goes in, favors come out.
Joining me now is Democratic Senator John Ossoff of Georgia. There's always so much to ask you about, and especially given the state of corruption in this administration and this country, I want to get to most of that. But first, I have to ask you about some news that just broke today, which is that the Secretary of the Navy, John Fallon, was ousted, it seems, by Pete Hegseth. And this, of course, is coming at a time when the U.S. is right in the middle of a war with Iran, when we're learning about how long it's going to take to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, even if that results. And this is a long list of firings. What's your reaction to that ouster?
Yeah, thank you again for having me, Janet. I met with Mr. Phelan when he was trying to get confirmed by the Senate. He was not an impressive man or an impressive nominee for that role, and
overseas. They were trying to resuscitate shipbuilding in the United States with very limited success. But what's happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz is a geostrategic and economic calamity and a huge self-inflicted wound. It appears that the president has gotten himself stuck and is desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistake. It is worth remembering that now 13 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, thousands of civilians killed. Munitions it will take years to replace. Grave damage to our standing and position in the world. And yet, the regime in Tehran is still intact, as are their ballistic missile and drone forces, as is their ability to choke off global energy supplies, as is their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only built after President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal.
So you are the long list of things that Secretary Hegseth has done and the people he's ousted. It doesn't sound like this is the top of your list of concerns.
Look, he has been lying to the American public about this war from day one, as has the president. And they have misled the public about why we're at war. They've misled the public about the progress of the war. And they've executed this operation with astonishing incompetence, doing immense economic damage, and undermining our national security.
No question about everything you just said. And it is all tied, especially given who their negotiators are, to, as I referenced, this unbelievable level of corruption. You gave a banger of a speech this weekend where you talked about a lot of this. We just played a clip of that. But I want to ask you about a piece of news that really just broke yesterday, which is that the Trump administration seems to be considering a form of a financial lifeline, I guess you could call it, to the UAE. Especially, I mean, there's questions about that alone, but especially given the massive financial entanglements of the Trump administration, the Trump family. What do you make of it?
Well, let's call it what it would be, which is a bailout for the United Arab Emirates. The financial entanglement, the way that UAE money, Emirati money from Emirati royals has compromised this White House is astonishing. It may be one of the most significant scandals in American history. Who are the president's two chief negotiators in the Middle East? Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. Witkoff and his family are partners. His son, Zach Witkoff, is the keeper in the Trump family crypto business, which has received vast sums of money from Emirati royalty. The spy chief, the national security advisor in the United Arab Emirates, acquired a 49% stake in that business before the United States agreed to grant the UAE access to our most sensitive AI chips. And Jared Kushner, his private equity firm, Affinity Partners, which in addition to receiving billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia, has received Emirati money. The people doing our diplomacy are at the same family. And meanwhile,
Hey, you got clips on clips on clips. Like Biggie said, let those clips breathe a little bit. You know. Did you talk about the California? They had a debate today for governor.
I know there was a big, a governor's debate within California. I know nothing about
Yeah,
that.
it was on
Who
news.
was there?
It looks like all of them. You had Steve Hilton. You had Katie Porter. You had Steyer. I'm trying to see who else was there. Who?
What's his name on Clubhouse? Was
Not the
there?
same. That's not the same. From who? Clubhouse.
Yeah, Grant Cardone.
No, he wouldn't make it to that stage.
He was talking. He said he was running, and people on here talking about he can win. Grant Cardone. He was not there.
No, he wouldn't. You got to qualify to be on these stages. I don't think Grant Cardone would qualify.
Oh, okay, that says a lot right there.
And he was on Clubhouse yesterday. You can't be on Clubhouse the day before, then prepare yourself for a debate. So he just.
No there, California. Grant Cardone is here. Okay, so he's not making he's not in the debate circle. Okay.
Nah, so maybe tomorrow we see come on listen to some highlights from that. That's gonna be a big race. I mean, once you
Well, about the great thing that's going on with your president and his family.
Cardone still running for president, governor of California.
President?
Oh, sorry, I didn't. You know, I'm ready for good.
Had a commercial on 126. I heard it on Urban View. I heard it with my own ears.
You could put a commercial on it. People give him a pass to say whatever he wants, so he feels comfortable around the. He would be a person that would be welcome to Negro land, right? That's TC's mentor, he said. Did you guys talk about the Cash Patel suit? The one that got thrown out?
In the Atlantic?
They got thrown out, right?
Huh?
That's the old one that got thrown out, not the big $250 million. Oh, okay, so I know one got thrown out because I saw it on. Yeah, that's the old one, but the new one is kind of interesting. Their strategy, right? Because he's probably not gonna. It's probably gonna get dismissed, right? Because.
Which suit is this, left? Because I know he's gonna sue the Atlantic. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, the Atlantic went for $250 million.
Yeah. So what's the new update?
Well, just that that lawyer that's representing him is known as a serial losing lawyer. Yeah, he's been losing a lot of cases. But the thing about it is that I watched Midas Touch, right? Our legal AF and analysis was that this guy is probably good for one thing is exposing the anonymous people that that reported this whole thing, that whole network being kind of bad, right? But also it could create further damage for the Atlantic reporting because people may not want to, be what they call them again, sources for them in the future. Because especially if they expose anybody, which they may have to do if they're deposed. But the other way around is that Patel's completely cooked, right? Because he's gonna have to. He's already admitted to stuff that are lied about, stuff that his own court case filing says happened. Such as getting the not being able to access his accounts or something like that, and then thinking he was fired. And he said that did not happen. his own filing says that that's one of the that it did happen and that it was just a minor technical error. So yeah, he's got a lot of problems. Is it quiet or is it me?
Oh no, I was waiting. I was wanting you guys to respond to them. I know these. We're waiting for that. We're waiting for that because
That Calfee and Polymarket must be going crazy with Brett, knowing who's going to be the next person to lead the Trump administration.
well, we got.
He has to go to all those places in Las Vegas that he lives, and he has to tell all of those places and all of those cameras that this did not happen. Don't say anything. You know, all of that electronic surveillance. I don't think it's possible for him to eliminate the corroborating evidence.
I don't get it. I don't really get. I'm just. And then the other thing that's really going to destroy his career and everything else and his life is that he said he has evidence of the 2020 election that it was rigged. Where is he pulling this out of crack crevice body?
That's a great all right.
How you gonna get your
Somebody else gonna die. Somebody else gonna get shot.
down? This is gonna be good too.
That's what I'm worried about. What? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Look, exactly. I'm worried about that. Exactly.
Wow.
The only thing was on the desk, bro. The names on the desk already. Hey, you know that 80? I know that person was 80 years old, that Democrat, you know, that died in the Congress.
Oh wow, that was.
But how convenient though? You know, if they start figuring that shit out. Oh, all you gotta do is push them off the side of something. So I think you said somebody got.
Stop doing that though. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop until we die in office. It just is now his constituents and had the nerve to be running the pearly gates. One the pearly gates. I can't think of his name right now. He was 80.
Who died?
Yeah, what was it?
He died. Recently? This was recent?
Well, I'm laughing myself because he kept on staying in office. He's doing a what is the other Democrat female who died? They had to bring her.
Feinstein.
Yeah, see that's not fair. That's not fair.
So Keisha Tutt said David Scott.
Okay, thank you, Keisha. Not fair. You're 86. You know.
Wait,
Donald
86?
I think was he 86? Come on, Keisha. How old was he? He knew he was on his way through the pearly gates. He was already in a wheelchair. 80. So he was actually running again.
That's it. He's still gonna be on the ticket though, even though he's dead. 80. He could be a healthy 80 though. I get it.
No. What is going on with you? You could be a healthy 80 trying to help somebody.
I'm talking shit though. But I'm just saying, I'm just thinking about my pops though. He's 78. You wouldn't tell me 78.
That's that's true. I get that.
But at the same time, he ain't trying to be no politics either. So yeah.
It might be kind of dull.
You start bringing up people behind you. You start creating that
Oh,
spot.
you already know how I feel about that shit. Absolutely, that's what you're supposed to do.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Probably
If you're a leader, you're motivated by fucking, training future leaders.
That's just like you're having a baby at 80. It's like, bruh.
My grandfather did have his last kid when he was 76.
Just because you can't don't mean you should. It's like
that's like breastfeeding the baby when you're 80. That's not like happening.
Nah, I don't think that can happen, bro. That shit dried up. That's powdered milk. Hey, that's powdered milk.
That's crazy. I'm only gonna know my father for a few weeks. Is this crazy? Just because you can does not mean you should. So he was running, and now he died in office and left all his constituents out there without no representation. So I'm just like, bruh.
Well, to be fair, all of America has no representation when it comes to presidents. That's secret vacant for a year already.
Well, I'm just saying, but all the wealth of knowledge that he had, all the mentorship, hey, was he doing it? No, because he was running again. He was running again. I would be like, no, let's find some young blood, somebody else, back somebody else, whoever the fuck. But I'm not gonna do this. Nope. So yeah, that happened. And then too, the Navy, I had to look him up because John Ossoff was saying that the Navy Secretary quit his job today.
Yep.
And that's the Navy.
You know what that dude came from private equity. That guy came from private equity. He wasn't even, I don't know. Yeah, he's from private equity from what I heard. It's still bad, a lot of chaos, I think Hegseth, it's gonna be like a race between Hegseth and Patel.
We need to take Wakers. I think we're in first. Anybody want to take that bet?
What? Yeah, that's like fucking
my neighbors upstairs.
The sperm must be out there, sorry.
I don't know what's going on in there.
Reckless.
Okay, so the Navy Secretary abruptly left his job yesterday, which is Wednesday, in part because of a hugely expensive new battleship that he wanted. So, and the people who got mad at him was actually Pete Hegseth. I mean, no, it couldn't be Pete. Pete was probably, I can't imagine him being against this battleship, because listen to what the battleship was about. Phelan, who served just over a year in his post, had helped conceive of the new battleship to curry favor with President Trump, according to two people familiar with the matter. It was going to be called the Trump class.
Remember that? When he was like, I don't like stealth battleships. That was ridiculous. I don't like the way they look.
What was it gonna be called?
It's going to be called the Trump class battleships. Major source of frustration for Hegseth and the Department Secretary Stephen Feinberg, because they did not serve the Pentagon's broader strategy to pivot towards smaller, cheaper, uncrewed ships, according to two people who, like others in the story, were granted anonymity to discuss the sensitive matter. He was trying to build these huge ships, which are called the Trump class. So you don't have to be big. It has to be gold railing, gold fixtures, gold toilets, all this shit. So he's mad because nobody wants to get on board with it. It's gonna be called the Golden the Golden Fleet. I just can't with this gold and Charles.
Imagine going into war with fucking gold.
Yeah, I like the girl when she said secondary embarrassment. This is crazy.
So I saw this poll for the secretaries, whatever. What is plural called? Secretary of War or whatever. But I saw the polls for those guys, and
lower than Cash Patel's comparative poll ratings. It was like 30. It was positive 35 for Cheney. I think it was like positive 20 plus for Hillary, and I forget the next person. The next person was in the 30s or something, 20, something like that, between Cheney and her, and his was negative 30. Oh no, Dick Cheney was negative 60, was positive 65. That's right. So it's like a 95 difference. Isn't that crazy? That's like way.
Huh. I don't know where this country's gonna be when finally, however he leaves office. I don't know where we're gonna be. We have floating gold ships in the ocean. We got turns.
Gold must be fucking green, yo.